out of town. We're going to begin with the presentation on the Family First Prevention Services Act and start with Christine Kalpin. Welcome to committee.
Oh, green, there we go. Good morning, thank you so much. It's really a privilege to be here with all of you and have an opportunity to talk about Family First and have a chance to be with our partners here in Kansas and with all of you. My name is Christine Kalpin. I'm the Managing Director of Public Policy with KC Family Programs. I've been with KC for about 14 years, but prior to that, the majority of my policy experience has been in Washington, D.C. I am a Pittsburgh girl at heart, I'll just say, but I moved to D.C. in a policy lens, and my experience has been in engaging around a lot of the federal policy work, doing child protection policy, working both at a congressional level, at the federal level, and then working with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. And so I hope some of the comments and context I provide today bring the experience and engagement from a lot of different viewpoints and lenses. And again, want to thank you for the invitation. And especially thank you for the ongoing partnership and support you all have been providing to this work. I'm going to talk, see, there we go. My comments today are going to focus on several areas. The first, I wanted to give some content and intent around a federal law called the Family First Prevention Services Act to help provide some national landscape and context for the shift and engagement at the federal level in child protection that it provided and help to support a lot of the ongoing conversations here in Kansas. I was asked to also talk a little bit about what we know about status of accessing this funding. Title 4E is sort of the jargon that we frame at a federal level, and it references a federal program of support that works alongside states in providing necessary resources. I'm going to speak a little bit to what we're seeing as opportunities as well as some of ongoing challenges, provide some examples from other jurisdictions of what we're seeing in terms of engagement and strategy, and then speak just briefly a little bit about some of the considerations and ongoing work we've been engaging with in Kansas. Many of you are familiar with KC, so I won't spend a lot of time on this slide, but we are a national operating foundation headquartered in Seattle. We spend yearly about $140 million in partnership, specifically with a focus on efforts in the child protection and child welfare lens. The majority of our resources are spent in two buckets. One is we have experience as a provider of foster care services, but then we also do direct partnership and engagement with every jurisdiction, including the state of Kansas, where we bring resources that are both personnel and thought thinking and knowledge management as well as data alongside actual financial resources. And we've been doing this work. Next year we will celebrate our 60th anniversary. I think it's helpful as we're thinking about the shift in engagement in terms of the work we're doing to center a lot of the conversation around what we know about foster care. The federal role that's been defined in supporting states and what they do to protect children in foster care really dates back, obviously, many, many years. And though as we're trying to think about this important responsibility and work, I think it's helpful to make sure that we're understanding, as we're talking about prevention, also what do we know about foster care and why is it that we're thinking about our system differently. And one of the areas is that the importance of really focusing on what we know about foster care is critical because unfortunately the outcomes that we're seeing for children who grow up in foster care are just not what we want for our children. They are struggling with mental and physical health. Less than half of them have high school diploma. employment, financial hardship continues to be challenges they have, and these are challenges that are exacerbated the longer children remain in foster care, which is why we continue to think about not only what are we doing for every child to prevent displacement, but also for the children who need this temporary engagement, how quickly are we moving them to permanency? They are homeless, unfortunately, at rates we don't like, and the criminal justice involvement. Again, foster care is such an important intervention for children. We know that for safety-related reasons, there are children who need foster care, and at the same time, the system of foster care is one that we can't lose sight of, doing what we can to make sure it's actually meeting the needs of these children and helping them thrive. And why is this important in the national context? The research in this space has been clear about three important pieces. One is unequivocally supporting children. We know it is best to intervene as early as possible. There's a very strong reason that the investments in research and work that we're doing on behalf of children and family have really centered on the early years. Anyone will tell you that the earlier you can intervene with the family, the more you can engage with that family in a supportive way, the more you can really think about addressing an issue before it becomes something that could potentially warrant a removal. And so really thinking about any and all opportunities we can to engage with a family in a supportive way and intervene early is really where we need to be. The research is also clear that it is possible to serve vulnerable children at home and keep them safe when the parents can receive the necessary services and support to address the challenges they're facing. Research also tells us that it is traumatic to remove a child from their home. It creates distress, it can create trauma. Yes, it is absolutely necessary when there is no other way to ensure the safety of that child, but recognizing that a removal is something that should be avoided when it's at all possible can help us really think about how we center our system with that as our goal. In this space, at the federal level, for decades, the partnership that Kansas had with the federal government was one where states have primary responsibility for the care and custody of children, which means the structure and how they engage with families is determined by Kansas. At the federal government, they would provide money to Kansas only after they removed a child. Anything the state was doing from a lens of supporting that family, trying to wrap resources or services around them, was very likely 100% state resources. The federal government was only providing resources if that child went into foster care. The research was clear. This was not in the best interest of some of these children. And it was creating a structure of financing and programs that was leaning too far into deciding that, first and foremost, maybe we should remove a child. We were beginning with that as a consideration, instead of exhausting options and deciding the only thing we can do is remove that child. We had parents who had experienced the system come and say, I came asking for help so many times and nobody would help me, but ultimately then when things got so bad, you took my child. And now you'll support that child with someone else, but you wouldn't have supported them with me. We would have youth come and say, the best thing you could have done is help my parents. The best thing you could have done is help my mom. And it really created a conversation at the federal level that said, if we are going to partner with states in getting outcomes, are we getting the outcomes we want? We first and foremost want to make sure that we are keeping kids safe, but can we rethink safety and the opportunity to find safety in the context of that child with their parent? And what would it take to do that? And so those were the years of conversations that ultimately culminated in passage of the Family First Prevention Services Act. ultimately was passed in 2018. It really was the culmination of years of discussion with groups, with so many parents and children who had actually been part of this system, wanting to think differently about how the federal government was engaging with states in this. Over 500 organizations ultimately supported passage. And it really did bring a lot of youth and parents to the conversation. There were hundreds of pages of legislative language, which I'm sure you're quite familiar with. It fell in 3 buckets, and the majority of my comments today are going to focus on the first bullet, which is continuing the federal partnership in foster care was important. There was always going to be a role for the federal government to continue to support state activities in that space, but we wanted to create another opportunity to resource states in a different way. And so Family First provides this new option for states to access and draw down 4E funds for prevention, and that's what I'm going to talk a little bit about. There's also policy here that really focuses on uplifting the research and data that shows kids thrive in the most family-like settings. When they can't be with their parents, if they can be with another family member, that's really what's best. But we continue to still have too many youth nationally who are being placed in group cares, who are in facilities and in homes that are just not meeting their needs. And the policy here is intended to really support state efforts in saying there will be a small number of children for whom a high-level, intensive, residential placed treatment is appropriate. Let's make sure those children are there, but for the other children who need to be with family or in community, let's incentivize that. Let's really support activities in doing that. And that's where there's a lot of policy conversations I'd be happy to talk about if there's some interest. And then it also did really continue the federal investment in a number of prevention areas, and so it created pathways for a lot of other resources to flow into the states and jurisdictions. So let me talk a little bit about why we felt this was historic. And again, this was so much about, even at the federal level, a mindset shift from one that said, the best thing we can do for kids is, for safety, is place them in foster care. And one that recognized that, yes, there will be in the best interest of children the necessity of a foster care placement, and though we know that a lot of these children can stay home. They can stay with their families if we wrap resources and services around their parents and community. And what could that look like? So what does that mean? One, it means thinking about how we look at families and recognize what the challenges are they're facing. And again, as someone who's worked in the federal government for 30 years, we love our jargon. And so everything requires coming up with terminology to define, if the federal government is going to reimburse something, what will that be? And so what they were trying to come up with was a way of capturing that moment when things are just not so bad that the only thing we need to do is remove that child, but we are really concerned. We are really worried about what's going on. We know something is needed, and we need to intervene. And so the idea was, could we identify resources for what we would call a candidate for foster care? Someone that, but for a service or but for a support, the only thing we can do is remove. And these children were defined as children who were candidates based on an idea of imminent risk, right? They're not right now at a point where there's nothing we can do but remove. But we are really concerned that the risk there is ultimately one that we just can't say there's nothing we can do. We have to do something. But what that something is that's different is that we're not only thinking about the risk to the child, we're recognizing that this is about the challenges the parent's receiving. Foster care is about a resource for a child. It is about support that supports the child somewhere else. These prevention services are about not only recognizing there's a risk to the child, but recognizing that mitigating that risk involves wrapping services around their parent, their caregiver. And so we're going to also provide federal reimbursement and support of those services for parents and caregivers. What's also unique about this is the federal foster care money we provide is only for very, very low income children. We have an income test for foster care that says the federal government is only partnering with you when you remove children who are very, very low income. Income is not a reason that children experience safety issues, right? There's lots of children who experience it for lots of other ways. And so the prevention service conversation said, we're not going to base our partnership with you on income. We're going to base it on need. So the determination of reimbursement for these services is based on need, not based on income. What are we reimbursing for? The eligible prevention services that states can access federal reimbursements for are mental health, substance abuse, and parenting. And then for how long? The idea was this is a time-limited idea that we need to wrap some intensive services and provide resources around this family. So the federal government is going to join the state in doing that for up to 12 months. However, there's a recognition that the life of a child is 18 years. So maybe when they're one, there's an issue that needs to be addressed, and then maybe down the road, the child comes back or the parent has an issue that needs to be addressed again. There's the ability to access these resources again. So it was also intended to reflect the evolving nature of this and the fact that families may multiple times come to the attention of a system, and each time, providing resources and support is what we need to be thinking about. I have a couple of slides here that, as a policy person, when I'm trying to really recognize and think through a story of, when you have a number of folks sitting around and trying to think about, here's what we're trying to do, at the federal level, we turn to a committee report, because the committee report is where the members and the staff will say, well, here's what we're trying to do. Here's what we're thinking about. Here, as you're looking at the language, is what we want you to recognize and consider. And I think this is what tells the story of what we all believe is the opportunity that these new resources provide. And so this language here really recognizes also one important key piece, which is, as the first line says, the eligibility criteria recognizes that children may come to the attention in a wide variety of scenarios. And so we, at the federal level, are intentionally not going to give you an exhaustive list of what this should look like, nor tell you what should trigger eligibility. Right? Because we recognize this is going to look different, and we need to allow those folks in the field to tell us what this is going to look like. But let us give you some examples and talk to you about what the intent is, right? We want you to use these funds in the various scenarios that this may look like, at which a child could be at imminent risk. And we're going to give you some examples, but again, not intended to be exhaustive, but just intended to tell you what we're hearing from youth and parents. So first, when an adopted child may be at risk of entering or re-entering care because the family needs a service of support for permanency or adoption, let's not make them relinquish their parental rights and put the child back in care. Let's recognize and think about how we could wrap some of these evidence-based resources around them. If we have a child who is either formally or perhaps informally placed with a parent caregiver, they need help. Let's look at how we could help them and not have the help only be foster care. And when you have children living with their parents, and we are assessing them and determining we're really concerned and we're worried this child may end up in foster care, but we need these resources to help them, let's provide the resources and not just default to foster care. There's also the opportunity here to recognize that, again, this is not a one-and-done scenario of eligibility. If you have a child at a young age, they're provided the resources, and they come back, please provide the resources again. But the whole idea here is if you're determining a child is at imminent risk of entering care, and they can remain safely at home, we want to partner with you on the resources. I want to spend a moment here talking, though, about the idea of, I think if you asked 9 different people what imminent meant, you would get 9 different definitions, right? This is what's hard about the work. Really determining what's in the best interest of the child is something that daily we're always trying to make our best determination and our best decisions. But really thinking about looking at the data in Kansas and understanding who's coming into care is ultimately going to help inform that. And it's something that we have to continue doing on an ongoing basis. All of the states engaging in this work are constantly trying to think about what does it mean to imminently be at risk, right? Like, how do we decide that? How do we determine? Also, because we know any engagement with child protection is something we want to avoid at all costs. So we don't want to be engaging with families who don't need a child protection. And though we want to be bringing child protection resources when we need to. And it's just a back and forth conversation, and it's something I know the leaders in Kansas are steadfast in trying to understand and think differently about. And I think it's something in all the states that we're still continuing to work our way through. But the opportunity here is, if you look at the national data for 2023, from all of the states telling us why are children coming into care, the 3 largest reasons that children are removed for care are parental substance abuse, mental health, and parenting. That is why the resources that are reimbursed in Family First are substance abuse, mental health, and parenting. This is why we're removing children. So how do we decide if perhaps instead of a removal, the provision of these services could be provided? That's the work, and that's the opportunity. And that's what these 2023 data in Kansas tell us. It is certainly not a one-for-one relationship. Not every child who is removed for substance abuse could stay safely with their parent with resources wrapped around them. However, there is that opportunity. We know this. We know that there are evidence-based treatment programs for parents that allow them to remain safely with their children. How do we think about really providing the access? How do we think about recognizing that the safety and well-being of that child in many instances can best be achieved by helping their mom or helping their dad and not just placing them in foster care? And again, nationally, the reason we were having this conversation is we think about removals in 2 really large buckets. We think about physical abuse, right, which is what drives so much of the newspaper and the large number of kids that we just continue to wish we would have engaged differently with, right, when we read about these stories. And then, though, the larger bucket of removal is a big category that's called neglect. And there is neglect that is absolutely going to warrant, again, an engagement and a removal for foster care for safety-related reasons. But the research has also been clear that neglect has just become a term that is becoming a little bit more all-encompassing. It's becoming one that captures a number of areas that might be something that we could have. I heard someone say to me once, if I could write a check to solve their issue, I probably didn't need to bring them into foster care, right? So some of the neglect are stories we hear from youth who say, a report came because my mom could not provide food, or there were concerns about resources being available in the home. And in lieu of providing resources, we removed that child. This is what concerns us, is about this notion of not having a really clear idea when we say neglect, that it's neglect that really warrants safety concerns that can't be mitigated in any other way but foster care. And that's the population that we talk a lot about in terms of wondering, how could we have engaged differently? How might we engage differently? And how do we really then allow our child protection system to be one that only has children who need to be there because we had no other choice for their safety but to place them out of their home? This is a law that passed in 2018, and it's one that fortunately we see almost all of the states taking an option to draw down resources for. So this map talks a little bit about the status of claiming. What we're measuring here is in what year did we begin to see a jurisdiction start, in addition to claiming foster care, claiming funds for prevention services. You'll note here that Kansas is green, which means it was at the beginning and one of the first jurisdictions to be doing this. We have a lot of other jurisdictions, as you'll see, who have a large way to go. This is a mindset shift. This is different data. This is thinking and engaging differently. And it's exciting to see a jurisdiction like Kansas at the beginning of this. But we're still learning a lot. We're still seeing a lot of movement. And I think ultimately what we're hoping to begin to see at some point is we're spending less on foster care and more to keep kids at home, right? Like we're putting our dollars where we believe our outcomes and values should be. So what also is one of the opportunities that we think Family First is providing? At the federal level, we always believe in order to give resources to a state, we need to pick an agency and decide they have the responsibility for these dollars, and we need to engage in conversations with them, right? So foster care and child protection looks like a relationship with the Department of Health and Human Services. Their responsibility then is to identify who are the kids that are eligible for resources at the federal level. And that's an important responsibility. But what they recognized was, and I talked a little bit about this, which is we want as few families as possible engaging with the Child Protection Agency, right? The authority a Child Protection Agency has to ultimately remove a child makes it harder to be thinking about them as a first line of defense for families who don't warrant that type of engagement. And that's the population of kids in Family First that we're trying to really center our resources about. So what does that mean? Again, if we're going to follow the research and intervene as early as possible, it means where are families turning when they need help? Who do they trust in their communities? Where are they finding resources when they need them? This is a strategy within Family First that we call community pathways. And it's the idea of saying, yes, we recognize that at the federal level, we're going to have a relationship with the state agency in terms of accessing resources. But we want you as an agency to think about who in your community could really be your front door of identifying and serving these families. And how could you work with them to have them identify these families and provide resources. So it really is about creating a fundamentally different approach for families. It's recognizing that the communities can be a partner in this work, and it can be where families will turn. And it's based on the idea that families trust a lot more the community providers. They have a relationship. The access is there. So how do we recognize that, and how do we think about working with them? I just put 3 jurisdictions up here that we highlight who have begun to think about this work. And if there's anything that the work in child protection will tell you is that what this looks like in every state absolutely needs to be informed by what the families, the children, the communities, and the providers in that state believe is in their best interest. And so understanding how to make a community pathway work in Kansas needs to be one that's driven by the community partners, by the agencies, by the families and children saying, hey, here was my experience and how I got resources. Here's how it could have looked differently, right? Here's where I'm going for resources. And recognizing that the majority of families that we're engaging in child protection typically is not the first agency this family has engaged with. They are known to other agencies. They are known to other providers. So how do we think about that? So in Connecticut, it looks like families getting services without any direct connection with the Child Protection Agency, unless, again, that provider determines it's warranted, right? You always need to be sure that we're not compromising the safety of the child. But in a lot of instances, engagement and need is not a safety-related need. It may be about something else. And this is an opportunity to think about that something else. Washington, D.C. is using trusted community organizations that they've set up in each of their wards. They've looked at the data to see where are we removing the highest number of children, who are the community providers in those jurisdictions, and how do we work with that community provider to engage with those families before we have to come in and remove. What can that look like? And then in Indiana, families can self-refer. And this is an area that's really one to consider and think about. We have a lot of parents who talk about the fact that when they went to an agency looking for help, the only help they got was to lose their child. And so Family First is about saying, if you come to us for help, we're going to work with the community provider to get you that help. And we're going to try to do all we can to allow that child and you to stay safely together. So what are some of the considerations for Kansas, I think, as this work is continuing and we're really looking at Family First? Again, first and foremost, I began at the beginning talking about this idea that this is really about, in every situation, determining what's in the best interest of the children. And the data will tell you why children are coming into care. They will tell you what the challenges are that family is experiencing. I think what we're just continuing to ask is to constantly be looking at that data and wondering about the experience and opportunity to intervene and engage in a different way that isn't always removal. And what does that mean? The other thing is really, again, understanding when you have a family who needs help, who needs an intervention, how are they accessing that? What does that look like? Kansas is really beginning to lean into a model of family resource centers. Their Family First Prevention Plan really talks about the development of this hub around research that really shows providing resources to families and the communities can really be just an incredibly appropriate way to engage and intervene. How are families experiencing the family resource centers? Are they responding to their needs? What needs are being unmet, right? The data will help drive you and tell you what's happening. And I think there's just an emerging opportunity here to keep thinking about this mind shift change. And so before I turn to comments, I wanted to just reflect on a story that has been sitting with me. Washington, D.C., unfortunately, like every other jurisdiction, is right now at the cusp of understanding and thinking about how they could have responded differently in just an awful fatality that the newspapers are reporting on. And there was an 18-month-old little girl who was found dehydrated and starved to death in an apartment alongside her mom who had overdosed. And the stories were about, you know, what could the Child Protection Agency have done differently? Where did they miss their opportunity to help the little girl, right? How did this little girl starve? And I was struck by the stories talking about her, but no one talking about her mom. No one talked about how the mom was not connected to resources, how the mom didn't get the resources she needed, and what that meant. And that's the mindset shift. I can sit and think about all the different ways we might have, as a system, identified that little girl sooner or thought about it, right? And all of it comes down to more of a government engagement, more of a identification of risk. But if we don't begin to recognize that she was with her mom daily, And what might that have looked like differently? And where did we miss the opportunity to continue to connect that mom to substance use resources that might have engaged differently? Where did the community miss an opportunity to recognize and see that mom and her little girl and respond differently? And I think that's where this system wants to go. There may have been a really important need to remove that child, but all of that was missed. And until we begin thinking about it in a much more holistic way that brings the parent and the mom and the community into it, and doesn't just have a lens of saying, well, we should have done all we can to get that child out of that scenario, we're just not going to get to where we want to go. And that's what we're trying to do with Family First. That's what the prevention services, I think, are really centered around. And that's the important conversation we want to continue to have. So thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Christine, for being here. Questions, committee? Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. I'm sorry I was a little bit late, Madam Chair, also. Just a couple of questions. So I actually went to a Family First NCSL thing in 2018, so really early. So have been a fan for that whole length of time. Thank you for everything. But my question, and it has to do with Kansas, particularly a bill we had last session that had to do with group homes.
Okay.
And so my question is, can you, and this might be for research, but I'd like to go back to your research that shows, you know, children thrive better in a family setting. Because, yes, we believe that generally, but we all probably know of situations where children have thrived in group homes. So I'd like to know that research, where that, you know, more about that. And then also, what exactly is the Family First stipulations about group homes? Because I know there were some states that had a large amount of group homes and they weren't able to implement Family First as quickly as Kansas was. So, you know, those two things, the research about that, and then also what exactly does Family First require when it comes to group homes? If we could, I mean, you can disseminate that later, or maybe you know offhand, I don't know, but.
The first part of your question, what I would like to do is share with you all the research on what we know about outcomes and lengths of stay in children who are placed in group homes. So the research is something I would want to provide in a little bit more detail, if that's okay. We have an incredible research service, and I'm happy to work with your research department to talk about that. The latter part of this, again, for children who are age 13 to 17, largely within the child protection system, the majority of the children who come into care are coming into care for mental health or behavioral health reasons. That's actually typically nationally the largest percentage of kids. They're struggling with behavioral health issues. And so the idea of the connection to child protection when that child needs an intensive mental health service is something that Family First supports. What's happening and what Family First says is, if the federal government is going to partner with you on placing a child in a residential group home, one, it needs to be an evidence-based program that provides wraparound services. A judge needs to determine this is the appropriate placement for that child. And family needs to be involved in making sure that they're also aware of this placement and a part of the conversation. What's made this hard for a lot of jurisdictions, one, is we have timelines associated with all of that. And so a 60-day determination by a judge that this is an appropriate placement is something a lot of the states couldn't do. And then the other piece of this is it requires, if you are going to draw down federal resources, that these programs have to be accredited. And accreditation can be a lengthy process. It can require a lot of research and resources to determine that. And so a lot of the group home and placements that youth are being put into are not accredited. They're not trauma informed. They're not designed to meet the resources. And so at the federal level, we said we were only going to partner with you if this group home is necessary for a reason a judge agrees to, and you've placed that child in an accredited service. And so it's just been an ongoing journey for so many jurisdictions, like you've said, in terms of trying to get there.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was really helpful. And just a quick question on the referrals, or, so we don't have that in Kansas right now, where a family can self-refer or refer someone else. And how is that, would you say that that's worked well in Indiana, the way they're doing it? And would you recommend that for Kansas?
So, the idea of a self-referral was, again, a recognition that oftentimes parents know best what they need. And so it works well when the service is there to address what the challenge is. And so the self-referral in Indiana is tied to Healthy Families America, which is a home visiting program. I think determining what works best in Kansas is understanding, again, how are we listening to parents and getting them resources in a way that doesn't trigger us doing out-of-home placement, right? So the challenge here is, because we're always going to want to make sure we're protecting children, understanding what we're asking of the parents and when they're coming forward is always going to be challenging. I think that's why it's a little bit I'm struggling with saying, like, the self-referral work. What we know works is a pathway that allows families to get services as early as possible. If the only way they can get services is to ask for it via child protection, it may not be the pathway that's best for self-referral. So the self-referral in Indiana doesn't happen at a child protection agency. It happens at a community level. And so we're engaging with them differently than we would if a child protection worker showed up on their door, if that makes sense. So I think the idea of allowing a family to ask for resources is one that the research would likely say should start at a community-based organization and not with necessarily them identifying themselves to a child protection worker, if that makes sense.
So in Indiana, they have to refer to the child protection agency. They can't go straight to the communities.
They do. They
do.
go right. Yeah, that's the self-referral is like.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And so I hear you saying you like that, but
Right.
that you're not sure if you like it for Kansas.
If we don't know who they're, I would, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be like mincing my words, but we want families to feel free to come forward and ask for help, and that's what self-referral is. So yes, I like it for Kansas. What we would want to make sure is that asking for help isn't one that is going to require child protection to be the place that comes in and provides the first level of help.
Yep,
Does
thank
that?
you.
That's what
Thank you.
I think that's what
yeah.
what I was trying to kind of
Okay.
center my remark around, is that when, I was talking on the way here, is like, when you have an ingrown toenail, we don't call the doctor who can cut your foot off, right? Like, you go and
I
see a
understand. Yep.
podiatrist, right? So that's what we're trying to think about is, if you bring an agency in whose responsibility it is to remove children because you're in need of resources, the engagement's going to look different.
Yep.
And
Thank
so-
you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kaplan. Halpin.
It's okay.
Thank you. I agree with you 100% that in order to help the child, we help the entire family. So, Madam Chair, my questions are on the same lines, similar to Representative Humphreys. So I heard from this gentleman, 37 years old, who said that he spent 10 years in group homes, and his problem was that he didn't get that individual love to be successful. And so do you have data of just Kansas of if group homes work or not, or what the radius of successful kids? And then do you follow those children, or have you had a case study where you followed children in a group home to see how well they are integrating into society and being successful and productive? So that would be my situation. And then I'll end with this, Madam Chair. I do personally know a situation where when I first came into the legislature, a well-known, highly respected educator, school teacher, her sister in Wichita had diabetes, and she needed to go for dialysis quite often, and she wanted her two sons to have after-school programs, and so she reached out, and they removed her children, and she was just asking for the help. So I appreciate your comment on that as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, thank you so much. Let me follow up with you on the actual data in Kansas related to group homes and care, and make sure that we can be responsive to your question, and happy to continue to talk about that. Thank you.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation being here. So the story you told about, the tragic story of the little girl and the mother, where was the father?
It's the right question, and that's what we, the dad was in the newspaper article, and that's the only resource I have is what the newspaper story talked about, and he was not, they weren't living together, and he had been texting the mom, but had not gotten any responses. And so ultimately, I think after 2 or 3 months of not getting responses on text, that's what warranted having someone knock on the door and see what was going on.
Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, just trying to think through that. So my question is, in Kansas, so we have, specifically in Sedgwick County, police are removing for 72 hours, and you were talking about the removals early on in your presentation. Could you share anything about that, where the kids are removed for 72 hours and then they're sent back home either with or without services? Like, what are your thoughts on that? I'm just curious.
I think this is, thank you for asking the question. I think when we, what we're trying to understand from the research and data is, one, if we know that removing a child for any period of time is traumatic, then first and foremost, we would want to do everything we can to avoid that removal. And when we are removing children and returning them in 72 hours without any resources, it does have us begin wondering from a data perspective what warranted the removal. Like, why did we decide that removing was what needed to happen in that moment? And how do we talk to folks and understand what informed that decision? Like, why was removing that quick? I will say at the federal level, it's something we're really concerned about, right? Because we do see children removed and returned so quickly. And so the question is, why, right? It warrants a question of, if we felt that 72 hours later that situation no longer existed, what looked different 72 hours ago, right? Why did we decide that was it? I think that's the question we struggle with.
Thank you for that, if I may, Madam Chair. I'm asking that question to everybody. I've spent my summer asking this question, just really trying to understand all aspects of what is going on from all different perspectives, right? Child welfare, police, children's home, just really trying to understand what is going on in Kansas. So I appreciate your input on that. And then just to follow up on Representative Humphreys, I'm a process person, I'm sorry.
No.
So with the community pathways, where does that initial referral come from? Is it still from DCF, or like when they self-refer, what happens to pull down that federal, like the specific pathway? Like, who does what?
It's a great question. The law requires that in order to submit for reimbursement from the federal level, the data has to come from the Child Protection Agency, which means ultimately the agency will have data on who is receiving the service, what's the service, and for how long. However, in terms of who first engaged with that family and provided the resources, that's what can look different, which is the agency is ultimately going to have to show the federal government that this person met eligibility criteria that the state determined as a candidate for imminent risk, and that they received the service. But how the jurisdiction decides who provides that service, who talked to the family, is left to them. And that's what Connecticut is doing. Connecticut is saying, we're letting you at the community level have someone could walk in the door and say, I'm struggling, I need help. Talk to them, determine what's going on with them. If you ultimately identify a mom who really needs a mental health service, right, to help support her, and you provide it, and that keeps that child with that mom, send us that data. We are going to resource you as an agency to do that, and we're at the agency level going to get money from the federal government to help us do that. Does that make sense? They're sort of like it's sort of like the bank. I don't know how else to put it, if that makes any sense, right? Like they have to be, they're the person to do it, but whether the family ever even knows that child protection was ultimately the resource is left to the jurisdiction.
Okay, and that's my concern. So regardless, like, I agree with community pathways, self-referrals, doing it on grassroots level where they need help. But ultimately, they're still connected to child protection.
Right.
And trying to just navigate that where there is no connection. That's what families need to feel safe, right? That's what they want. And it doesn't matter what job or how well you do your job, it's still child protection, and people are scared of that. So, thank you. Yeah, just trying to
No,
be clear.
and
There's no way around that, right?
Well, if you don't mind, I mean, you're asking the absolute right question, and why is that? Because we're having a really important conversation about what surveillance means, right? And again, when an agency that has the authority to remove your child has information on you, it is scary, right? It is just something that we have to be mindful of. I think, though, it's part of the challenge, though, is we've created a dynamic where, with the families, we only use that data to remove children, instead of recognizing that, as an agency, we have an ability to choose how we respond. The challenge has been, as an agency, sometimes we lean too quickly into the response of foster care, and that's what's created the distrust. We wouldn't be concerned about the agency having the data if we weren't worried that that data was being used in a way that wasn't helpful, right? And so how might we change the expectation of what the agency is allowed to do with that data? Because the only thing they need to have on behalf of that family is the case record information that allows them to submit the claim. There's no requirement that they have to be doing any engagement with the family. There's no requirement that they would have to be doing any follow-up. The mechanism they are is just the reporting agency of sort of capturing it and sending it along to get the money. So, but how do we do that in a way that doesn't make a parent? If I was, I mean, I'm a mom. I have a son who's just about ready to leave for college in 3 weeks, and a daughter. If someone came to me and said, I'm going to put the Child Protection Agency is going to have data on you, I would not sleep it. I mean, like, you would wonder why. And why is that? Because I know this is an agency that removes children. I would wonder what they were using that data for. But we have the ability to think about how we put the responsibility around that data and how that data is used. And so I think if we can put, there are protections, there are abilities, there are things to think about this. And we are really interested at the federal level. By we, I mean members of Congress and staff are asking us what's working well, what's not working well. And this is one of the things we're talking with them about, to say, look, we get it. We love our data at the federal level, right? We want to know what's working. So how do we do that? But how do we do that in a way that we're shifting this idea of, like, we want to help you, not we need to make sure you're keeping your child safe, right? Like, and that's a conversation that we need to be having. So I just wanted to expand on that a little bit, because it's the right question. And though I think we're just, because we're in our old way of thinking, we're not necessarily realizing that and pushing the question of, but why? Like, what could that data they have look like? Sure, the agency has to draw the money down, but what do they need? And what does that mean? And how can we think about that a little differently?
And I'll just say, some of this is generations.
No, exactly.
Of past experience and assumptions and, newspaper articles. So it's not just like the last 5 years. It's
Yeah.
going back 20, 40 years. So thank you.
No, and again, it'll take us a long time to do that differently. And it's important that I appreciate, and I think I have said the same, which is these parents have a right to know who has their data. And so I also do think it's important that we're not saying that we manage all of this.
Thank you. I have one last question for you. On the slide that says allow states to receive open-ended entitlement funding, can you explain open-ended?
Sure, that largely means every dollar that Kansas spends that that meets the federal eligibility requirement will be reimbursed. There's no cap on it. So if you spend $100 million, you will get reimbursed for, sorry, I don't know, is your FMAT 50%? Whatever your FMAT is, that's what prevention is reimbursed at. So you will get that reimbursed for every eligible. There's no cap on it. And that is in addition to foster care. So there's not a set amount of federal money that you will get. Foster care, adoption, and prevention now are all open-ended. And open-ended means if you spend $1 and it meets eligibility criteria, we're going to reimburse it. We're going to reimburse you for it.
And reimburse up to FMAP, you're saying,
Up to
which is
FMAP,
closer
yes.
to 60%
Yep.
in Kansas.
Okay,
Thank you so much
Sure.
for being here today.
Thank you so much.
We have just a moment, and I'd like to invite Ed Klump, who's in the room, to come up. And there's a bill that we passed last year, and could you address how you feel that that is working as far as the department goes with law enforcement? Thank you, Ed, for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. Appreciate the question and the opportunity to respond to that. Of course, the bill we're talking about is the one that created the immediate report to DCF by law enforcement, which was existing, but then a 24-hour response by DCF to assist those families overview what law enforcement was seeing, and then a 24-hour response back to the law enforcement agency so they understood that action was taken and that things were being taken care of. So I was asked about this last week. So in the middle of last week, I honestly, reluctantly sent out an email to our chiefs and sheriffs and asked, how's this going? And I say reluctantly because we're only 30 days into it. And I thought, oh my goodness, we're going to get bad reports and it's going to look like it's not working. I was shocked. We got very good reports. We had one agency that was seeing problems with it, and that was the outlier. And that was the only one that had a negative thing to say about it. The agencies were reporting they were sending in the reports immediately. I know in talking to DCF, we have some that are not, so we're going to be addressing that with those agencies. We're working together on those things. And so the questions I asked was, are you reporting? Is DCF responding in 24 hours, and are you getting feedback? And the answer was yes on every one except for that one. And so I was really, really glad to see that. So that one agency, what we're doing is we're reaching out to that chief and we're having him get in contact with that DCF regional director. And my direction to them is you need to get this worked out because you're the outlier. And we know that it's working when you do that. And that's one of the things that I got the feedback on. The chiefs and sheriffs were extremely pleased at the contact they were receiving from and when they contacted the regional directors. Building those relationships is important. You know, in the past, I've spoken to this committee and others about every place that we see a problem in this process, there is a lack of relationships with DCF. Every place it works well, we have good relationships with DCF. So those relationships are critical, and DCF has went, I think, to extraordinary efforts to help us build those relationships and put us in contact with those regional directors. And that was spoken about in several of the responses that we got. So there's a lot of good things happening there. After that bill passed, we put out numerous communications to our chiefs and sheriffs about what this bill was, what it meant, how it was supposed to work. The difficulty in doing that, as you know, I'm up here all the time, hearing all the things, all the concerns, what we're trying to fix. And it's hard to relay all of those things out to the end user, as you know. And so what they get is the product, and they don't have the full understanding like I get by being up here of exactly what it is we're doing. And so I was really pleased with the responses that people did understand, and they were sending those reports in quicker and things like that. We tried to explain the why, the how, and we're continuing to work on that. I'm happy to say that we've been working with DCF on a training program through Kansas Law Enforcement Training Center. It's an online program. It went live Friday. I think it's going to be a wonderful training program. Ironically, as we work through that with DCF and we started seeing things that weren't quite right in the original drafts and stuff, KLATC learned that there were some things they even needed to change in their recruit officer training along these lines, an update. And so the byproduct has been we're even getting a better product out to the regional officers, the recruit officers that are coming into law enforcement. So we're getting good feedback. I was really pleased to see this kind of progress in 30 days. It just amazed me that we're that far along, and I credit DCF with that primarily. I mean, we've been working together. There's things we've done also, but DCF has done a good job of laying out a pathway to make this a reality of what was intended in that legislation. And so, it's early. It's like, okay, we're in the first inning of a baseball game and we're ahead 8-0, but there's a lot of ball game left yet. We don't know what's going to happen, but certainly the early signs are that we're seeing a really good response and good relationships being built. And ultimately, as you know, our goal in that legislation was to get to a place where officers would feel comfortable leaving a child in the home for 24 hours while DCF professionals who were trained to deal with that specifically can come in and assess that situation without removing that child immediately. And I don't know if we're there yet or not, but with this kind of feedback, I feel like the mindset in the law enforcement anyway, and in DCF, is that we're on a good path to achieving that, and I think that's what we were all after. So happy to report that. I appreciate the opportunity to report that to you. I'm just really excited with where we're at right now.
Thank you so much. And yes, first of all, I wanted to tee it up for our next speaker, Tanya Keys, which is why I asked you to come up here first. If I could just tell you, for all of us on the committee, when you sit in the seat of a legislator and bills are brought to you and you work really hard to pass them, you often don't hear about the results of those bills. And so I appreciate you sending that difficult email and saying it's only been 30 days, and I appreciate their being candid with you about how things are going, and cooperation is the best thing that we can have with DCF and with our law enforcement, because we're talking about prevention this morning, and it sounds
Absolutely.
like that was a major step. Thank you for bringing that bill. Committee, do we have any questions for Ed Klump before we go to our next speaker? Senator Falscado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for those listening in, Ed, can you tell us the bill number?
Oh, I don't remember the bill number. 2075, is that it? I have so many
Okay.
bill numbers running around in my head, but I think it's 2075.
And Madam Chair, Ed, do you think it would be helpful? Christine Calpin made a statement of the children that are removed and that 72 hours of why they go back home. Do you think it would be helpful in law enforcement interaction to kind of keep a tally of whether the children were removed for domestic violence, neglect, etc.?
Well, data is always good, but data is always time-consuming and difficult sometimes to gather. And in this, you have that data of, what was going on, but you also have the data of what happened afterward, which oftentimes law enforcement doesn't get. And so it's kind of a multi-layered thing. With the data that I've been seeing over the past 6 months, from the advocacy office and other places, I think we're getting there with understanding when we have those short-term things. And sometimes those are necessary because they're not necessarily neglect cases. And I'll give you a quick example, one that happens on a regular basis. Both parents get arrested. for drugs or whatever. And so you have to take some action with that child. And I'm not going to go into it here, but I went into great lengths with the committees last year on police protected custody and how complicated it is, and those situations in which we need to. And one mindset that I'm trying to emphasize with our law enforcement people is that there's a difference between police protected custody and removing a child from the home. Those are two separate things. Removing the child doesn't happen without police protected custody when we don't have that court order. But we can have police protected custody, and sometimes that lasts for minutes. Sometimes it lasts for an hour, and then it ends, and there is no interaction with DCF directly or anything. And that's the way it is in those arrest cases. You have to take that child into safekeeping where you figure out where can we place that child, hopefully with a relative or some other safe place. Police protected custody is often equated to taking the child out of the home, and it's not. Hundreds of times we'll take a child into police protected custody that never results in taking the child out of the home. So,
Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ed, for being here. And we're always going to have a need for police protective custody.
Yes, we
I
will.
get that. We're not going to do away with that. I just wanted to publicly say I was very concerned about the rollout from DCF, and I've talked to Secretary Howard and Tanya about this, and I think they've made changes, they've adjusted it. I think I'm really, really glad to hear that it's working well. And I hope that this continues. And the partnerships that you guys are building is so incredibly needful.
It is.
And it will make a difference. So I appreciate all the effort that's been made. I'm
Well,
excited to see.
We worked very closely with Tanya and
Yeah.
other people in DCF along this path, and it's been a very good working relationship, very open to ideas and concepts and communications, and I think that's a great deal of why it's being as successful.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for being here and for coming
welcome.
forward.
Thank you for allowing
Committee, we are now going to hear from Deputy Secretary Tanya Keys.
Hi, Madam Chair. Hi, Committee. I'm glad to be with you here today to talk about the Family First Prevention Service Act and a few other prevention programs. Last time I talked to you in June, I gave information on our front door or front end of assessments and investigations with families. So today is a nice follow-up in that what we're talking about is a family, the agency received a report, we assigned a report, and we're working alongside them to think about what their needs are, what might be the best service match, and specifically with Family First, as you've heard before, this family, in this instance that we're alongside, their family and their child is at risk, imminent risk of foster care. So that's who we're talking about in this presentation. So I'm going to give you a brief background, although you've already had quite a bit of background. I'm going to go through each of our grantees so you can see in those four main categories, talk a little bit about our other prevention programs so you get a landscape. And before we end today, I'll give you a little bit of information. I appreciate your questions on the community pathway, so I'll wrap up with that. You've already heard a lot of the background. All this transformation started in 2018, and there are four main areas that Family First sort of organizes the types of services. So for example, substance use disorder, Kansas has 4 of those programs in our grants. We have 6 parent skill building grantees, 2 mental health, and 1 kinship navigation. Big picture, I'm starting kind of big here. Our overall budget is $20.8 million all funds. Of that, 12.3 is state general fund. And then we have a couple of slides on the budget later, but just to give you a sense of where we're at, it's $20.8 million. And again, Family First is to prevent the need for foster care. So you heard earlier a little bit about a candidate for foster care, and that's a federal term term of art we use, but it's really about the child who's at imminent risk of foster care. We also use the term in family preservation, but for this presentation today, a candidate for foster care, they need to be at imminent risk And as we heard earlier, this is about, and we're serving their parents. So we're considering what those needs are. That could be a variety of living situations. So for example, this could be a child who has not experienced foster care before and is at risk. Could be post-reunification, post-adoption. Also, in terms of who is eligible, it could be a pregnant or parenting youth in care. So that's who might be eligible in this federal program. I'm excited to tell you a little bit about the Kansas timeline, right? So as you heard earlier, in October of 2019 is when Kansas was able to start this amazing work in Family First, thanks to a lot of planning that occurred in 2018. Kansas was ready to start that when our federal partners were ready to have states start those programs. So we, in our first iteration of Family First, awarded 17 agencies, and at that time, we are just under $13 million all funds with that. In July of 2023, we were able to award 11 agencies, and the budget by then, with the grace and advocacy of others alongside families, it had increased to the $20.8 million. And that helped us have 15 unique programs. Of the 15, 7 of them are evidence-based, and we're able to draw down that federal financial participation at a rate of 50%. And as I go through the list, I'll kind of let you know which ones those 7 are. So we have, Kansas has a collection of programs that some we get federal financial participation in, and some we care about, and they are meaningful for Kansas, and we fund with the state dollars. We also have, with Family First, we do have a research and evaluation design through KU Center for Research. This is just a little bit of slide of some context around recent funding. So I mentioned that we started out at about $13 million in the 2019, and then we were able to increase that to our current 20.8 all funds. That increase that we experienced a couple of years ago let us increase so that we had multi-systemic therapy statewide, and also increase some of the jurisdictions for Healthy Families America, which is parent skill building, and also, some of you know, available in communities, as well as parent-child interaction therapy. So that's just an idea, and gives you a sense of when we were able to increase, how we were able to augment services that were evidence-based that we know would be good for Kansas. Over time, some of the grantees that we've had have realized that, you know, maybe they submitted a budget in their grant application. Sometimes they're not able to spend that, or something happens and they don't really spend up to their budget. So any additional pieces that we've had in someone else's budget they didn't spend, we're able to distribute that to other grantees within the program to expand maybe the number of families they could serve otherwise. So we have that flexibility to do that. Just a very quick, someone mentioned that this sort of looks like Christmas trees with a lot of lights on it. But what this really neat map shows by region is what types of services are available in every county. Not every service that we have in Family First is available in every county, but we do have an array and an opportunity for different services in every county. And that's what this map shows us. I'm going to start to go through some of our specific grantees, and I know some of them are present today, so you may have some questions for them too later when they're able to connect with you and some of their testimony, but not all of them are here today. But we have, as I mentioned, we have 4 grantees in Kansas that Family First covers programs for substance use disorder. I'll just go through those. So this is DECA, and they have their START program. This START program is one of the examples of the 7 that we're able to draw down federal funds for. We also have KCSL with the Parent-Child Assistance Program, PCAP, and I know Gail is here too later, so she might expand on that, but just going through these 4. We also have Seeking Safety with St. Francis, and Strengthening Families with KVC. Those are the 4 for substance abuse, and I'm not keeping up with turning my own pages quick enough. So Let's talk about our 6 parent skill building. And again, parent skill building is like this overarching federal category that we have. So among our 6, we have a couple that do Healthy Families America. And so in this sense, it would mean that DCF would be able to be the driver of the referral for this Healthy Families America. But I think, as some of you know, Healthy Families America, and I'll mention parents as teachers a little bit later, those are otherwise available for community services, but we also, DCF uses it as one of our evidence-based programs that we fund through Family First. But Healthy Families America and Parents as Teachers is available otherwise as a community pathway. So we got KVC and KCSL who do Healthy Families, and each of them have their different counties. Foster Adopt Connect, who also is here today, has fostering prevention in a number of counties in the east, mainly. And Child Advocacy and Parenting Services, CAPS, has a family mentoring program that they use. So those are our parent skill building. And, oh, one more, sorry. Kansas Parents as Teachers Association, KPATA, is one of those. And that is, again, one of the 7 evidence-based. All right. You guys ready for mental health? We have 2 mental health, and both of these are part of those 7 evidence-based. And we have, through Community Solutions, we have multi-systemic therapy. This is, access to this service for families has been wonderful. For Kansas, it is the singular program with the most referrals that we have in Family First, and it is evidence-based, so we're able to draw down that federal financial participation. We also have parent-child interaction therapy. TFI calls it their growing, nurturing families, and it's also a part of that mental health umbrella. It is evidence-based, so it's one of our 7 that we're able to draw down. We have one provider of kinship navigation services, and that's Kansas, I almost said Kansas Children's Service League, sorry about that, Kansas Legal Services with that. And it's a wonderful program that can help families connect for legal assistance on guardianship and other matters for family navigation. And they call it Kids to Kin. That kind of, I'm going to go through in a minute the budget for Family First, but that sort of wraps up some of the detail with Family First. So I'll give you the Family First budget in a couple of slides, and I'm going to talk about the community referral pathway in a moment. But before we did that, wanted to provide the context that we have other prevention services in our array or our continuum. We also have, for example, through Kansas Legal Services, we have an ability to do pre-petition, high-quality legal services. And you all, as a committee, have heard ideas about this from Iowa and others, that the idea is that when we have a family that we're alongside in an assessment or investigation, we give them information in these counties that if they wish, they can contact Kansas Legal Services to get legal services that could help them maybe with debt, landlord-tenant issues, other concrete pieces that they need help with, and we just give them that information, and it is the family's choice whether or not they follow up with that or not. We do not follow up, but we make sure that we're securing the service for them, and if they wish for it, they can go ahead and pursue that relationship with Kansas Legal Services, and those costs are covered by DCF. So that's an example of others. We have a really neat partnership and have for a number of years with Sedgwick County Sheriff. They have a community support specialist who is an employee of their sheriff's office. This is an example of a community referral program. They manage that employee's time and where that employee prioritizes their works based on what they hear from their sheriff's office. So this could be a self-referral or it could be a community referral, but technically it is in our Family First budget. So that's how we support a community pathway for that. Those are a couple of pieces. Wanted to talk a little bit about just some data. I'm going to start big on the data. I'm going to talk about since the beginning for a few slides, right? So since the beginning, we've served over 7,400 families. The most referrals are through mental health services, and again, our top individual service that has the most referrals is multisystemic therapy. The number 2 is the family-centered treatment in parent skill building. Then parents as teachers is a big one. And the 4th one is that kids to kin through Kansas Legal Services. So those are the top 4 in terms of the grouping. And that's, again, since the beginning. Those are the top 4. Since the beginning, we have some data for you on across the years on the number of families that have been referred. So if you look to the far right in that last year, over 1,500 families were referred. And you can see by color the different types of services. And the biggest component in this is red, and those are the parent skill building. So you can kind of see that as a trend, but that was last year. And again, since the beginning, want to talk about outcomes. There's a number of outcomes we have in our grants, and that's how KU, Center for Public Research, helps us do all that data evaluation for the outcomes. And this is what we know. Since the beginning, 90% of children who have reached, and this is the measure, 12 months from the time of that service referral, so that's what they look at, 90% did not have a need to enter foster care. And that's what we know for all those almost 7,400 families. They were engaged timely. About 73% of families are having that timely engagement within 2 days of when a referral happens. And then another way to look at preventing the need to enter foster care is that only 5% of children have entered care while they're actually experiencing the service. This next slide then takes us to a little bit more recent, right? I've been talking about since the beginning, but this next slide with the purple and teal is about the most recent fiscal year. And the most recent fiscal year has similar outcomes just in that 12-month period as well. 90% have not experienced removal or the need to enter foster care within that 12 months from the referral. About 75% engaged in 2 days, and it's the same. Only about 5% experience the need to remove.
Tanya, I'm going to stop you right there.
Okay.
Sometimes if we have the full presentation, people's heads are spinning and they almost forget
Yes, and
which
that's when it
questions they
happens,
wanted
is
to
data.
ask.
Yeah.
But I appreciate that you just keep going, but if it's all right with you, we're going to stop for a moment.
Okay.
Committee, do we have any questions at this point? All right, I do. We'll give them a minute to think. So, okay. Representative Howell.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Tanya. Just had one quick question as far as the Kansas Legal Services. Do you happen to know, with the Family First grants and things going with them, does that cover parents paying for parents, biological parents who have custody of the children or who had custody of their children and lost custody of their children? So their children were removed from their care and they want to fight to get their children back. Does that cover the cost for them to get their children back?
Thank you for the question. Thank you, Madam Chair and Representative, for the question. In this presentation about Family First and prevention services, this budget would not cover that type of service for a child who's been removed into the custody of the secretary, and if the family would be seeking help for that reason. The Family First kids to kin navigation is to help parents navigate custody or guardianship and family members to help with any custody or guardianship, but that is prior to a foster care situation. So it would not include families who are needing representation in a child in need of care matter once a child enters foster care.
Okay, let me get a little more complicated, and I apologize, but these things are often complicated. It's my understanding, I just happen to know the situation, so it's my understanding that the child was removed through PPC and was given to temporary custody of the other biological parent. So it's not under DCF. The child is not in foster care and is not under DCF supervision. But the previous custodial parent or biological parent wants to fight to get the child back and of course has no money. So how does that, so in that case, would they be able to have funding through Kansas Legal Services without them having to pay money when they have no resources to fight to get their child back?
Madam Chair and Representative, thank you for the question. A parent would be able to contact Kansas Legal Services to ask those questions if they could receive services otherwise or understand the capacity or perhaps get additional information or referral from Kansas Legal Services. However, I just wanted to be clear that the Family First Prevention Services grant that we have would not cover that cost, but certainly a parent can and do seek advice or information from Kansas Legal Services on a variety of topics. But yes, they would be able to reach out to Kansas Legal Services. It would not, the cost of that would not be covered through Family First.
Additional questions, committee? I have one for you. When we look at, and thank you for numbering your slides. When we look at the numbers for, I'm looking at slide 31, there were 7,414 referrals from October 2019 to June of 2025. And you were listing the ones that 90% of those were able to prevent foster care situation. But what I'm looking at here is, you know, we're responsible for the taxpayer dollars. And I want to make sure that we're providing the services that are needed, but doing that in a most cost-effective way. And earlier, it mentions that we had in 2019, one of the earlier slides, I'm looking for it, that the dollars that were spent have now been nearly doubled 4 years later. So it went from 12.95 million to 20.78 million. Could you explain that to us?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you for the question. I believe in state fiscal year 22, there were $3.5 million added to augment the Family First State General Fund budget. So because we were able, the legislature and through the governor's process and the approved legislative budget, that there was an increase in our funds for that budget. And then because of that state dollar increase of the approximately $3.5 million, we were able to get all funds in that almost $7 million. So that's why it was able to increase. That amount is, it was approved, it was advocated for and requested in the budget to grow and really build capacity for these prevention programs. And at that time, the will was, yes, this is a good program, we want to increase funds, and those funds were increased in the base budget for DCF.
So in the breakdown from 2019 to 2025, I'm not seeing anywhere the differentiation of the numbers of families and or children that were helped during that time. Could you get that for us, please? So we could say in 2019 there were this many served, into 2020, et cetera, up to June of 2025.
Yes, a little bit of, yes, we can follow up on that. A little bit of that information is on, I believe it's slide 30. By year, you're able to see the number of families, but we can follow up and get more detail that looks at between state fiscal year 20 and 25.
And those are referrals, so are we to then assume that a referral means that services were rendered, or that a referral was just that, a referral?
And thank you for the question. So a referral is a family unit. It's not a child, it's a family unit. And yes, they were referred and they were engaged in service.
So this is not just referrals, but it's referrals that were engaged in service.
Yes, for Family
you.
First. This chart is specific to the Family First grantees.
Thank you, and you may proceed.
Okay, thank you. I think, yeah. So I wanted to talk a little bit about Family Preservation Services. And this is a contract that we have. And this is a separate contract. And the vendors we have doing this are Cornerstones of Care, TFI, and DECA. And it is a separate contract from Family First, but it's a similar program in that a child's at risk for entering foster care. There's an urgent situation, and we want to get the family alongside the model of family preservation. This service is available in all counties. And you've got a little bit of information there about the referrals. And this is a similar map that shows where the service is available in all 105 counties through Cornerstones, TFI, or DECA. Family preservation has similar outcomes and really paved the way. What we have known for more than 20 years as outcomes in the family preservation contracts. That really paved the way for outcomes that we wanted in Family First. So in a similar way, we want to make sure children are maintained at home in this service. And so we've got a little bit of data. We have this data by quarter. And this measure for family preservation looks at families who are referred and engaged in the family preservation services will not have a child removed into foster care. So they won't have a need to enter foster care during the service or 30 days after the service. So that's the time frame that we're looking at the outcome. For family preservation, the performance in state fiscal year 24 was 91%, so they statewide met the goal. And you've got some information by quarters. Some of this information is incomplete. We just haven't had enough time. But that first quarter, 89%, the last quarter of last year, so it would have been October through December of 24. So performance to date for us this fiscal year is 88% as we wait for more data to come in so the measure is complete. Maybe I'll pause there and see if there's any questions about the family preservation contracts.
I have a quick question, and that is it funded through the Family First federal dollars, or how is this funded?
Thank you for the question. Family preservation contracts are not funded through Family First Prevention Service Act. Family preservation is funded through a combination of state and federal funds. And we can get that mix for folks, but it's a separate line item in our base budget. It's a separate program. It can use Title 4B, so it uses different federal funding, a little bit of a different mix in federal funding and some other funds, but it's separate from the Family First budget.
So it may be separate from the Family First budget, but as far as the reimbursement through the federal program, it's still that same FMAP. Is that correct?
I will need to check. I do not think that it is at the same FMAP or the federal participation of 50%, but we can get that for you.
Thank
on
you.
The Title 4B match.
Thank you. Additional questions, committee? Seeing none, please continue.
All right. Missed one. Also wanted to talk about in our prevention continuum. So in addition to Family First, in addition to family preservation, we have some community-based prevention. We do have currently 9 family resource centers that I'll list in a second. We appreciate being able to start a family resource center program and support some who had already been in communities a long time. And when we have Kansas Children's Service League, who helps us as an administrative piece to make sure that those programs can have fidelity and are with a national standard. So we appreciate all that. We also have through $1 million that was appropriated to our agency in our base budget, the Families Together, Family Advisory Support and Training, also known as FAST. And this is a piece where families who have a child who's living with a intellectual or developmental disability can receive specific services with the hope to prevent the need for foster care. And those can go through and do go through a community pathway. So that's another piece with it. And that's on this slide, it's listed as the Families Together, but their program name is FAST. And here's a little bit more information on who those resource centers are. We have 9 now. The evaluation around that is really around how are they providing concrete supports to families, connecting those families with resources based on what their community need might be, what's meaningful for their neighborhood or their community that they're serving. And I know Gail is here and may have a lot more rich information on family resource centers. And here's a little bit, just a little bit of information on the FAST program and how many referrals they've been able to receive and serve and really impact families. And so, for example, with Families Together, what they're able to do is really focus some of their work on families who have a child with special needs. So, for example, some of those supports they might be able to provide are blankets, vests, adaptive clothing, things that those families really need specific to their child's needs. So it's a really nice way to augment and make sure that we're paying attention to those families who have needs in that area. I'm ready to transition a little bit to spending. Any questions on family resource centers or the FAST program?
Seeing none, thank you, Tanya Newman.
All right, I've just got a little bit on the spending. This first one is overall, the current all funds for $20.8 million on Family First. So this chart, I think if you remember the chart I showed you, the red was the biggest in terms of the most funded with the parent skill building. So this has, like, for example, Healthy Families America, Parents as Teachers, Fostering Connections, and that's almost 10 million. So it's almost half, of the 20.8. And you've got information there on categorically where are those dollars going for most of the programs. The next piece that we kind of wanted to talk about was, like, what's next? We're really proud to have this array and feel fortunate to have and to continue to build our capacity for different prevention services, whether it's the FAST program or more recently Family Resource Centers, to augment our original design years ago or decades ago for family preservation services. So as we grow, we want to think about what's next. We'd love to think about and explore in communities how we can expand and support more family resource centers. Family resource centers are sort of universally available to anyone in that community. How can we make that accessible so they wouldn't need to call DCF? So that's something that would be really exciting. We're looking about how do we build capacity for more in-home supports. There's a couple programs we haven't talked about today that can be used in prevention. Children's behavior interventionist, and functional family treatment. Functional family treatment is used in by a number of providers in a number of communities. Department of Corrections uses it in their juvenile services. So it's an evidence-based program out there that's an in-home support that helps families. How can we, the next piece is, and that's a good nexus with, are there things we could be doing with juvenile intake and assessment services or centers in different jurisdictions? There's a natural intersection in statute with child in need of care and juvenile offenders, and sometimes that first contact for a family or the gateway might be a juvenile intake and assessment center. Could there be ways that we could explore augmenting or thinking differently about juvenile intake and assessment centers, knowing that much of their role and responsibility is set forth in statute? We want to support therapeutic family foster homes in a prevention model. We have a couple of providers who are exploring that and have grants to explore it. We want to build that. And then also, we are engaged in community dialogues and an advisory group dialogue around how would we start a community pathway. Highly summarized, there was conversation and questions earlier about a community pathway. We have some programs in Kansas that we're fortunate already have or already are a community pathway. For example, the Sheriff's Office program, Strengthening Families that KVC has, can accept community or self-referrals or community referrals, doesn't need a DCF referral. Also, we know in terms of our early childhood and how we're doing home visiting programs, Parents as Teachers and Healthy Families America, those types of referrals are available for others to be able to make for women who are pregnant and families who are expecting, also as infants. So there's really tremendous support in Kansas for the early childhood piece around parent skill building. So there are some things already happening in a community pathway. But more specifically, to get into some more technical detail about community pathways, DCF last fall spoke to our federal partners at the Administration of Children and Families because we had drafted what we call a state plan change. We wanted to build in and get approval for a community pathway. At that time, because it was still kind of a concept with Kansas and we hadn't mapped out all of the technical details, Administration of Children and Families cautioned us against including it in our plan last fall because we could be risking, with an incomplete plan, we could be risking any 4E reimbursement. So we appreciated their feedback to us that we weren't ready to get that in an approved state plan. So we mention it, but it's still in progress. And since then, since November when we got that feedback, on our prevention plan, we've been convening, there's a work group and it uses stakeholders through our Family Advisory Council and an interagency group that looks at policies, procedures, practice innovations. We've been getting some input from stakeholders. So I want to tell you what we've accomplished with that work group. So where we're at now, this is what's completed, is we've drafted a community referral form. We've drafted we heard earlier a lot about the candidate for care determination that needs to happen. We need that for the federal documentation. So we've drafted that so someone in the community could help fill that out so we'd know we could draw down federal funds. And we've worked out sort of a framework of how DCF would still be able to monitor safety concerns that are required in the federal act. And so that's what's completed. So that's the good news. We still have some detail to work out. We need to work out the detail to the extent that DCF might be covering the costs of that referral. We need to set aside or figure out what makes sense in terms of percentage to set aside. You know, for example, maybe 10 or 15% of multisystemic therapy referrals would need to be planned to be a community referral. No one else could use those. Those have to be set aside for the community. We've got to work through those details. And as Christine mentioned, we need to work through the federal reporting pieces around how would we get that information so that if it was for a service that was 4E eligible, that we'd be able to get all the federal documentation to be able to draw down those funds. Some ideas have recently surfaced that we'd really love to start trying in November with the pieces that we have. We have a form, we have a candidate for care form. We have, as I mentioned, we have a few programs that they're not federally funded in terms of an evidence base recognized by federal partners. We have some programs that are state funded. We could go ahead and try or start to pave the way with more community referrals for a few programs that are state funded. For example, the Kansas Legal Services Kids to Kin, or some of those other state programs. So the pathway we're on is to try or experiment with some of the state-funded programs late fall this year, hopefully in November, with the tools that we have and can use, knowing that we don't have an approved plan for it. But if we can start with the state programs and sort of pave the way with that, we could learn and share with our federal partners what we've learned from that and update and request our plan to be approved in a future year. That was a lot of detail about the community pathway, but we're excited and appreciate stakeholders' input so that we can be on a good path for it.
Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Tanya, for that update. You mentioned in that funding, set aside funds for community. So for community prevention services already existing, or for people in the community, can you just kind of clarify that statement you just made? Thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator. So to clarify, so that we can manage a budget over an entire year, we just sort of need to get a little slice of, and I'll use Kids to Kin as an example, because that might be something we want to try in November, state funded. But could either identify a percentage of their budget or a number of referrals. So we could say 100 of their referrals, DCF would not make, we carve it out in their budget. Or you could choose a dollar amount and say this percentage of their funds isn't going to come from a DCF referral. They get to reserve it and save it for a community referral that wouldn't require a report to DCF. But the community referral pathway for a Family First provider, one of our grantees, would only be the Family First dollars. Certainly, and Kansas Legal Services, as I mentioned earlier, they're available to all. Anyone can call them for any of their array of supports, but the carve out or the set aside would be, we need to make sure we're mindful of the Family First budget to make sure that we don't spend it all, that we save some for Kansas Legal Services to be able to refer it maybe from a school or another provider that's working with the family. It wouldn't have to come from DCF. Does that help?
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question has to do with when Christine from KC was speaking earlier, some of the concern is about the data, keeping data, because people, DCF involvement at all. So my question is, the community-based prevention, the Family Resource Center specifically, if someone utilizes one of the Family Resource Centers, is there data, is that reported to DCF?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Representative, for the question. The Family Resource Centers, as we've presented them here, are a separate budget item. They're state funded. They are not technically Family First grantees. They're not part of the Family First program, but they're part of our prevention continuum. Data is
when you say
not
part of
collected.
your prevention program, do you mean DCF?
Yeah,
So,
well, the
so they
state.
are connected. So their information is passed on to the agency.
No. Families who seek services or support through a Family Resource Center, for example, if they go in Lawrence, if they go to the Community Children's Center, that identifying data is not provided to DCF. There is some basic information that is tracked in terms of if their information, what types of concrete supports they received, if they received a service referral, but that family level data is not reported to DCF.
Okay. More anonymous, just more data of types of services rather than the specific names. Yeah. And so, and is that true also with the community pathways? How does that work? How is that, if you are able to implement community pathways with your new plan and you get that all figured out, how about that data that would go through that program? Is that part of, is that DCF specifically with the data?
Thank you for the question. Yes, if we wanted to use Family First Prevention Service funds for federal participation, that's one of the things we have to work through is how do we gather or gain the minimum information on the family so that we would be able to have accountability to tell our federal partners that they met the eligibility requirements. And then we would have to report that in a report format so that we can draw down the federal. And that's what we're working through. We don't know those details on how we would navigate that. But yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Additional questions, committee? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we talked a lot about states having the ability to do some different things when Christine Calpin was talking. So how does Kansas define imminent risk? To see if we
there's-
qualify for because we get to set those parameters, right?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you for the question. I was very briefly thinking about a statutory framework, and that isn't defined necessarily in statute. So how we define it is whether or not harm would occur, and we do the assessment with the family and talk to them about harm, or if there's a need for service. And it's really, is it the safest decision for the family that the child in her care? So relative to a presenting situation, for example, physical abuse and the age of a child, or if a family is facing worries that they don't have the capacity to meet their child's behavioral health needs. So imminent risk is defined as there's without an intervention of a service that's meaningful for the family, this child would need to enter foster care to be safe. That's how it operationalizes, that without an intervention, the child's option for the family would be to enter foster care.
So do you have that written down? Could we get a copy of that policy or assessment or what it looks like for Kansas?
Well, sure.
Okay, perfect.
I have a last question for you. You mentioned some state programs that you were saying maybe we could take a look at those state programs. I'm assuming those are paid for with state funds and no federal dollars. Is that right?
Yes, thank you.
And could you identify what those state programs are?
Yes, thank you. So the stakeholder group has identified the Parent-Child Assistance Program, which is substance use disorder, as a possible idea to set aside for community referrals or participate and make available through community referrals. Seeking Safety, which also is a substance use disorder program. As I mentioned, Kids to Kin with Kansas Legal Services, and Fostering Prevention, which is in a few counties on the eastern side of the state through Foster Adopt Connect. Those are the ideas of somewhere to start. It's not
And when
limited.
you say start to do what?
Start to, in November, see what it might look like to make those programs available through a communication process, through a referral form process, through a candidate for care determination. See if schools or other appropriate entities would want to start making referrals to those programs directly without having to go through DCF. So the community pathway could start for those programs. They wouldn't have to call DCF.
Okay, and then what is the funding vehicle for them if they don't go through DCF?
The funding vehicle within this proposal that we would want to start is it would be through our Family First budget. We would set aside funds for X number of families to be able to serve through a community process. So that would be through our agency's budget of Family First. We would be paying for the family to receive the services. The difference would be the referral wouldn't have to come from DCF. It could come from the family themselves if they want to self-register or self-refer, or it could come from another entity, healthcare provider, school.
Okay, so currently, though, they would have to go through DCF.
They
They would have to be referred from DCF currently.
Yes.
Okay.
For these programs to receive the service that's within the Family First grant, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm not following.
Yeah, I'm trying to be really careful about Kansas Legal Services. I just recognize that they, as an organization and an entity, have a lot more programs than what DCF contracts with them for. So, yeah, but we would want to carve out or set aside that maybe 100 referrals, that Family First could pay for 100 families to get services, but they wouldn't have to go through DCF to get that referral. The family could refer themselves, or another agency or entity working with that family could make the referral for the family.
So what I'm hearing you say is the difference is twofold. One is in funding, and that the funding could come from Family First with the federal partnership, or it would give more opportunities for referrals that are outside of DCF, so it could be a twofold purpose. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you for helping me with that.
No, that's all right. I just like to get things clarified. All right. Thank you so much. Any additional questions, committee? Thought I saw a hand up. All right. Seeing none, thank you very much. Committee, we are ready to move to our next presenter, which is Lindsay Smith, Executive Director of Radical Life. Lindsay, welcome to committee.
Well, good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. We are really honored and privileged to be here with you all, sharing information about what we do at Radical Life and the results we've seen. And we're super excited. To start off with some introductions, my name is Sydney Schrock. I am the Community Impact Director at Radical Life. I've been with Radical Life for about 3.5 years, and I'm currently working on my master's in social work at Washburn University. I'm going to hand it off to Lindsay.
Good evening. I got one word in and I messed up. Okay, lucky for you, when I'm nervous or terrified, like I am right now, I get real funny. So this might be a mid-morning stand-up, okay? But not to detract from the important business I need to share. I do want you to know why I'm qualified to stand here. So I am Lindsay Smith, and that handsome bald guy back there is my husband of 21 years. We are veteran foster parents who were really frustrated, and that's why we started Radical Life. It was born of frustration. Before that, though, I was a special education teacher in Emporia Public Schools. We have served as children pastors for our church for over 10 years, and Chad serves on the Citizens Review Board in Lyon County for child in need of care cases. So we've seen a lot of things. So what I'm sharing with you is firsthand stories. These aren't stock photos. These are my babies, okay? So I need you to know that. These are real Kansas families that things are happening to. And now things are happening for. And we're excited to share that with you. So have you ever been in a position where you felt like, man, something has to change, but you didn't know how or what? That's what I wanted to tell you. One story from my glory days of teaching. I got good ones. I taught adaptive special education. What that means, I wasn't just teaching math or reading or writing. I was teaching how to be a decent human. I was teaching why you shouldn't throw your shoes at people's faces or elope from the school building. I was teaching a lot of school readiness and life skills, not just to kids. We started teaching it to our parents. I remember one day I was sitting at parent-teacher conferences, and a mom sitting across the table from me informed me that she had been in this very room for special education when she was in this school. And she brought her mother to that meeting because it's hard for her to remember all the things that are said. And her mother informed me that she had been in that classroom for special education before her. I had her 2 children in my classroom currently, and their 3rd child from that family was at the therapeutic preschool, about to become mine, and you heard about him before you met him, okay? So I was blown away by that. I remember going home and talking to Chad and saying, we know about generational poverty. It's impacting my school big time. But I didn't realize special education was generational. And we started talking about our foster kids. Foster care was generational. Addiction was generational. incarceration, generational. And we had this like light bulb moment. If we don't disrupt these cycles, it's going to continue. So Chad, he kind of looks like a bouncer, and he's kind of a fixer at his work. He looks at what's going on. He makes suggestions for how to make it better. He's a fixer. It's really hard to be married to him sometimes because you can't complain about anything unless you have a couple recommendations on how to make it better. But 21 years of marriage has taught me, let's do that. So Radical Life was born. I'm not going to read our vision or mission or purpose because I can't even look at those slides. I'm all shaky, guys. But I snuck Sydney in here to give you a little relief from me talking. Before I hand it off back to her, I want you to know we use evidence-based, research-backed curriculum in our program because I'm a teacher and data matters. It's important. It drives all our decisions at Radical Life. What we're doing is based off the data in Lyon County, Kansas. We are a densely populated rural community, and poverty's hard. We're high up on Kansas poverty lists, okay? And it impacts everything. So using the work from Dr. Ruby Payne and Phil DeVol, we use a curriculum called Getting Ahead and Just Getting By World. And it focuses on 11 resource areas. So you can have the most money in my town, but if you're on the verge of divorce, you're in physical, emotional, mental, financial poverty, right? Being impoverished does not mean just financially poor. It means anywhere in these 11 resources that you are lacking. You can struggle in different areas at different seasons of life, and we understand that. But what we want to do when we talk about how to get families stable in our town is addressing all 11 areas because they interlap, they intertwine, and it's so important. We can't just treat people like a one-sided thing. We cannot just give people a case plan with boxes to check and then hand them their kids back and expect that change to last. We can't. It's foolish. So in our program, we work on 11 different resource areas, and the reason is it's holistic. You know the quote, we got to stop pulling people out of the river and go upstream and find out why they're falling in. That's what we're doing. We want to build barricades at the top of a cliff instead of a hospital at the bottom. It's cost effective, it's people-centered, and it's way more helpful. So instead of listening to you go on and on and on, I'll hand it off to Sid, and she'll tell you how.
So the logistics of what our program looks like, we meet weekly on Monday evenings with our families and invite them and our volunteers in for a family-style dinner. And this is just really a great opportunity to practice that skill with our families and also just to have healthy connection between our volunteers and our families and their kids. Just a great way to invite our community in to see our families and do life with them. And so we do that, and then after that, after we have dinner, we split off our groups, send the kiddos to childcare and the adults to their classes. And everyone is getting something out of Radical Life on a Monday evening. So we have our adults going through the curriculum with our facilitators. And we also have our kids who are going through social emotional curriculum because being a kid is hard and having big emotions is really hard, especially for our kids who have experienced high trauma. And so we have an intern through Friends University. She's getting her degree in family therapy. And so she's been very helpful helping teach our kiddos this social emotional curriculum. We teach it from to kids, toddlers and up. So we have a group of 3 to 5-year-olds who learn it, and then our 6-year-olds and older who are learning these key skills on naming and taming our really big feelings. And we have 3 phases on a Monday night. We have our first phase, the previous slide with the 11 resources, where they are hitting those hard and they're learning that. They're really setting that foundation and learning these resources to understand where they are at within them. And they essentially grade themselves by the end of phase 1. And then once they complete phase 1, after about 6 months, we have a graduation just to celebrate them because they've put in a lot of really hard work. And then after that, they choose if they would like to stay around for phase 2. That's where they continue on. That's about another 6-month phase, and that is really about building those resources. So we finish phase 1, and we say, okay, what are the resources you are lacking in, and what do you want us to talk about on Monday nights? That's where we bring in bankers. We bring in, we have someone we work with at the K-State Extension Office who's really great on the physical health. So cooking healthy meals for our families, but also doing it on a fixed budget. And we have so many supporters who come and teach those needed skills on Mondays. And then phase 3 looks very similar, but the big focus and the big emphasis we have on that is giving back. So instead of whenever we have our families who no longer qualify for Angel Tree, we tell them, now it's your turn to go ring the bell. Take you and your family to go give back to a resource who has given so much to you. It's where we start having our families teach on Monday nights through skills that they have learned and grown to be very strong in.
Before I go on to a little bit more about why we're radical, one thing I wanted to touch on was these 11 resources make a huge impact on our families because a lot of times they weren't taught these things at home. They didn't grow up in a home where these things were given to them or passed down to them. And so in sharing with them just a different way, we don't say it's right or wrong, right? It's just different. And so we show them a different way. One of our resources that we get the most questions about is language. My mom's watching this, so I'm a little nervous, but we actually call this when to say the F word. It's never, Mom, never. But it's not Spanish or English. It's understanding that you cannot talk to your friend at Walmart or when you're shopping the same way that you speak to the judge in court. You cannot walk into the school, flip a table, drop an F-bomb, and think that those teachers and that staff are going to give you what your kid needs. You're going to catch a restraining order, not an IEP. So we need to talk about how to use these things correctly, how to code switch, all right? I'm not doing a very good job of it right now. Here we go. Okay, so we're radically different because once you go through these resources in our phase 1 and you learn where you're at, we call it our baseline, right? We're understanding where we're at and then making plans for where we want to be. What we found is our families are living in their survival state. They're not able to think 2 weeks ahead from now. So asking them if they want to get their GED, that sounds like a prison sentence. Why wouldn't they say yes to that, right? That's too much time, it's too much energy, and they can't think that far ahead. And so instead, we figure out where they're at. Are they in crisis mode on their education level, on their mental health level? Are they thriving, right? And we let them decide what area they want to work on, and that's where we really see the empowerment come into place. It's radically different because in our program, everyone that would typically be called a client is called a leader. They are leading us in resolving poverty and getting their kids out of the foster care system faster, getting their kids out of juvenile justice faster, getting off parole faster. I have those numbers. If you're a number person, they're coming. But we let them lead us, and then everyone else who comes around alongside of them is called a learner. They are learning how to best support our families. I'm a learner. I can't be a mentor. I can't mentor you in getting your kid out of foster care because my kid was never in foster care. But I can stand beside you when it's really hard. I can sit next to you on the bench outside the courtroom and hold your hand and sweat it out with you, waiting for that determination to be handed down. We spend a lot of time helping our families know that we don't call it case management, we call it coaching. So outside of Monday nights, every single parent in our program gets at least 1 hour of time one-on-one with us. We apply for birth certificates. Linda down at Vital Statistics, I'm gonna have to drop by and say hi, okay? We have DCF appointments where we go to either case plan hearings or we go to fill out your stuff for child care assistance. That is hard. I don't know if you guys have ever had to fill out an application for child care assistance, but I have a master's degree in a 4.0, and I had to phone a friend for service, okay? It was hard. It's hard to do, and all the steps that they are given are hard. And so I loved what you said from Casey Families today. Like how do we help these parents? How do we support these parents? How do we give them the skills that they need to get through the programs faster? Because the programs, unfortunately, are needed. Foster care is needed in Kansas. And we want to make that experience for everyone just a little bit better, a little bit smoother. Okay, I'm way off my notes. When Chad and I were starting this, we talked with a lot of friends and family members. We went to churches. We talked to our friends at Kansas Legal Service or at different places in community corrections. And we said, would something like this work? We started this research in 2018. And we wanted Lyon County to have something to meet the needs of our families that were struggling. When we say, oh, we want to do something for kids in foster care, you get a lot of, oh, bless your heart. I could never do that. And then they walk away. And I'm like, yeah, but you could. I'm not asking you to be a foster parent. In fact, a lot of people probably shouldn't be foster parents, okay? But here's the deal. Every single person, oh, that was quoting my niece, Lily. She's watching too. Here's the deal. She says it just like that. Every single person can do something. So Chad, being the problem solver he is, we were going to create a program where every single person in our community could get involved in some way to a capacity, to a level that felt safe and comfortable for you. So we call it time, talent, treasure, and Tupperware. We'll take any of those things, okay? So give me your time. Come teach a class. Are you a banker? Perfect. I got a guy that needs help with budgeting, right? You're a used car salesman? Oh, great. I need some negotiation skills taught to this mama before she heads to this IEP. You're a doctor in our community. You're the Lyon County Sheriff. Perfect. Come here. Meet with my families. Tonight, the director of DCF in our county, I don't know if that's really her title, Allie Miller's coming, and she's just eating with my family. She's just hanging out, right? Because she wants them to know they're seen, they're valued, and they're heard. That's it. She's spending 45 minutes at my program. Do you guys know the impact that's going to have? It's huge. We have families who come quarterly and just eat dinner and say, you weren't here last time. Where were you? How's things going? And my families walk away feeling valued. We have teachers who come and serve dinner to my families. We've had the sheriff's department, the doctors from Newman Regional Health come. Cotton O'Neill has shown up. We have people coming in from all over just to be with my families. And so when they return, if they've been gone for a while, they walk in the door with tears in their eyes saying, Lindsay, this feels like coming home. I don't get this welcome when I go to my family, but here I'm home. Guys, that's a big deal. Not just for emotion's sake. I'm going to show you some numbers, okay? But we wanted everyone to know about helping. There's a way that everyone can help. On Monday nights, like Sydney said, we feed up to 75 people every Monday night. Sometimes we get stuck with cooking. That's fun. But that Tupperware helps, right? I can send food home that you can eat tomorrow for lunch. We wanted to provide the community with a lot of different ways to engage, so Sid is going to tell you about that.
Yeah, something that we have really learned through our program and just our time doing this is we meet needs by seeing people. And there's just so much value and impact when our families feel very seen. And so we just want to invite the community in to do that. And like Lindsay mentioned, whatever way works best for them, because there's this quote that we value and strive to practice. So when you look, you can look away, but when you see, you can't unsee it. And we think that's so true. You can look at poverty and look away, but when you truly see it, you see the person experiencing that, you see the single mom, single dad, the family impacted by that, you can't look away. And a lot of our volunteers, I think a lot of them come into a Monday night just expecting to come once, maybe twice, but a lot of them fall in love with it and our families and they don't leave and they're there years later. And that's something we love because yeah, these are real families that are impacted and real families who just need supported. So that's something we love to invite the community in to do. And when families experience that, they feel emboldened and empowered and they gain confidence. They know that they do have value and they are worthy and they matter in their community. And that is just such an awesome turn of events to see in their life. You can see the physical change within them when they learn that. And whenever our families learn this and they gain this, they they have opportunities and feel empowered to step onto committees or boards, or we have families who have been invited to speak at conferences about their experiences. And it's just really awesome to witness that. And one of our favorite ways to invite the community in, we actually have this event going on later tonight at our group, but it's called Community Assessment. And this is where we just invite key members of our community to come in and the Monday before our leaders just prep and go over our community in different areas and say, okay, where is our community thriving and where is it lacking? What are things we're seeing that we need changed? And we invite these people in and we just have a roundtable discussion about it. And it can be hard, it can be uncomfortable, but man, it is empowering and change comes from it. Some of our favorite stories that we've seen is we had a young mom one time who was experiencing deep loss and she was grieving and her family was not safe to go to at that time. And so she tried to call our local suicide hotline, but it kept hanging up on her multiple times. And that was the weekend before community assessment. And someone from that staff was there, and you know what? She came in pretty upset. She's like, this is what happened, and I needed that, and it wasn't there. And this staff member came up to her afterwards, was like, here's my phone number. I'm going in tomorrow morning early, and I'm going to fix this, and I'm going to call you when I do. And he did. And she felt so seen because of that and impacted. And if she wouldn't have raised her voice, he said they wouldn't have noticed that issue for a few weeks. So the lives she potentially saved too. So that is just a really awesome scenario that we witnessed. Another one that's not as serious, but is still so impactful. We have one of our dads who he was a part of community corrections. He had served jail time, and he, after our community assessment, just hit it off with one of our law enforcement officers that was there. And they were talking for probably 10, 15 minutes, and he came up to us afterwards, like, man, that's the longest time I've talked to law enforcement, and I wasn't cuffed. It's so funny, but these are this is the impact we get to see, is not only just those connections made, but healthy connections made with key individuals in our community.
So we do love the stories, and I could be here all day, but you have other much more professional presenters coming up after me. And so I do want to get you some numbers and some stats, though. When people start our program, about 97% of them are in significant poverty. So when you were talking about poverty not needing to be a qualifying indicator, I was like, yes. Do you know how many people in our program walk in and they need food, they need clothes, they need hygiene products, and I don't make them prove they're poor to me. I just hand them a Walmart sack, and I open up the cupboards, and they get to take what they need. Because if I have it and you need it, it's yours, right? It was so exciting for me to see and hear that. That's huge. Thank you. Anyway, numbers are easy to track when it's dollar signs, though, and we have an outside data manager, so they like money best because it's easy. It's easy to count, right? And so 97% of people who join our program are in significant poverty when they start. Within that first phase, that first 6 months, 80% of them are at least 100% above the federal guidelines for poverty. The reason this matters, right? I'm so excited. The reason this matters is you have to be 200% or more. With today's economy, so we're looking more like 250% above those guidelines to not feel broke as a joke, right? To not have your tire pop and the bottom drop out for your family for that month. Our families are building buffers. So when relapse happens, when something difficult happens, your hours get cut at Wendy's or Tyson in Lyon County closes down, you suddenly don't have the fallout you would have a year ago or 4 years ago. You have a buffer. You have community resources that you've built that you're able to utilize. This is important. Some other radical stats are, well, I'm not going to read this slide to you because, one, I didn't even bring my glasses inside, and two, here's the few I really want to hit. Across all our families that have graduated phase 1, they have increased their monthly income by over $22,000. I want to explain to you what this means, because it's not just promotions or bonuses. That's not something my families really have access to. What this looks like is they've expanded their social circle. They have safe community connections. So now when your daycare closes because somebody got lice, I have someone else I can call that I can trust with my kid, and I don't have to call out to work. I'm showing up. One of our resource areas was integrity and trust, and that you will do what you say you're going to do. And so as our families build that resource area, it allows them to trust other people more and to be trusted more. They are calling each other for rides to different things. They are showing up when they say they're going to show up. And because of that, income across the board is increasing. Another big one that I want to touch on is that over $77,000 in debt has been paid off across all my families that have graduated phase 1. This isn't paying off a home loan. This isn't paying off credit card debt sometimes. This is your back taxes, your garnishments, your court fines and fees, the payday lenders. Oh. It is understanding that financial predators are out there and they want to get me. So where can I go? What relationships can I build so when I do need a new tire and no bank is going to give me $300, I have access to something, right? At Radical Life, it's very important that you understand this. I don't do handouts. I was the mean special education teacher. I'm deaf and wearing my cochlear implants today. Without those, I wouldn't hear anything you're saying. So I don't give excuses. And if you have a bad hand dealt to you, you work harder. That's how life rolls, okay? So here, we don't do handouts. I don't pay your rent because I didn't live in your house. And if your lights get shut off, sorry, sister, I didn't use it. I'll come over with a scented candle, we'll sit in the dark, and we'll make a plan on what you're gonna do to get their lights back on. Because I know if I pay it for you, you're gonna be at my door next week. And if you're upset because you can't get a hold of your parole officer because you used all your minutes, I didn't use your minutes. So you can come to our office and you can use our phone and you can create your plan on what you're gonna do to get in touch with them, right? We can't bail people out. It's not helping. But what we can do is be preventative and proactive. So our families that are paying off debt are doing so on their own. I'm not giving them any dollars. So $77,000 in light of the 20 million Deputy Keys had, like, doesn't sound like much, I know. It's like the penny you found, you know, on the sidewalk. It's not much. But to our families, it matters so much. They're so proud of that. And they're able to do that on their own. And I'm proud of them. I'm like the biggest soccer mom. It's only because I love them so much. I'm here right now. We do have five individuals who have graduated with GEDs or diplomas and one with her bachelor's degree from ESU. We have 5 currently enrolled. And another big stat that I love is that over $2,500 a month has decreased in what my families are taking from government assistance. So they're able to make gains and they're feeling really good about it. So as I said before, these aren't stock photos, these are my people. And we're utilizing these resources to make huge gains. I have to tell you about my single mom who got her college degree, bought her first house. She's a homeowner, and she is making huge gains. She just got a promotion and a raise. Super proud, super proud. Okay, I have to tell you about another mom of 5 who got all 5 of her children out of DCF custody. We got to go to the court hearing where DCF jurisdiction was terminated. They were fully hers, and we ordered pizza. We got one of those fancy cookie cakes from Rebus that said, "Welcome back," and we partied like there was no tomorrow. Those 5 babies, since returning home, have been completely safe. They've stayed at home. Mom is working full-time and being successful. They're thriving. All she needed was community. All she needed was a place to build that resiliency. I gotta tell you about a single dad who started our program, homeless, without access to his kids, who now has a house, bought a vehicle, has both of his boys in his home, and he has a Christmas account, guys. It's not just a savings account, not just a checking account. He said I couldn't share his story unless I told you he has a Christmas account too. So when Christmas rolls around, he's not gonna be broke.
Another way that we are, providing support to not only our families, but families outside of Radical Life in Lyon County is through our partnership with Care Portal, which is a tech platform that connects community members with agencies who see needs within families. And this is so much more than just providing tangible needs, but it's also providing connection and opportunities for families. So there's one example where we had one of our churches, and they met a request for a single mom who was just needing some assistance, just needed a hand. We've all been in a time where we needed a hand and we had people to lean on. But these two, they hit it off right away, and the single mom was looking for a job, and this church, their place of employment was hiring. And through that connection, this mom was able to get that job and just have more stability in that area. That mom was working with DCF, and that just helped her case plan go along more smoothly because of that connection she had. So that's something that we're really excited to see. And since launching in July of 2023, we've seen lots of great results through our county. And the biggest thing we love to highlight is the economic impact. The economic impact is over that's a 5, it's really small down there, $75,000. And that is dollars alleviated off of our local agencies who see needs within families every single day, and also alleviated off the families who are in need and have these needs, and maybe it's beds that they need before they can get their kiddos back in the home. And whatever it is, they're in a place where they can't meet that and they just need a hand. And so those are dollars that are alleviated off of them through these requests.
I don't want to take up any more time today, so really quickly, I do want to say we have some awesome resources, not just in Lyon County, but across the state. I was so excited listening to Deputy Keys share about all these things. We love setting people up with Kansas Children's Service League. We love parents as teachers. I wish our wait list wasn't so long. My families are waiting 18 months to be seen. It's horrendous. It is needed. These programs she's talking about are fabulous. I know Denise, who runs it for our county, and she's a wonderful advocate, right? We have great measures in place. Too many of them are reactive, though. You call SOS after your boyfriend beat you up, but let me tell you, a lot of people knew that was a toxic relationship a long time ago, right? You get a court-appointed special advocate after the bottoms dropped out and the kids are removed. But those teachers, those Crosswind mental health case managers, Kansas Children's Service League, we knew there were issues beforehand, right? So what can we do to be prevention focused? You're gonna hear from other people today who have a lot of great ideas. So this is just one thing we came up with because we were frustrated in Lyon County, right? There are things that work, and it is always, always, always prevention. So I'm very excited to hear about the developments Kansas is doing. I'm so passionate about this work. We do have a lot we want to continue to do and continue to grow, but we do have some barriers because right now it's Sydney and I working with 18 families and we're tired, okay? It's exhausting, but it's absolutely worth it, right? Anything worth it takes work. And so this is worth it to us. So I'm very excited to be able to present to you guys today, to be able to share with you what prevention does. Dollars to donuts, they're right. Like it costs over $60,000 for one child to be in foster care in Kansas for 1 year. My program costs just under $4,000 for a family of 5 to stay with me for 18 months. It makes sense. Prevention makes sense. So thank you for all of your efforts. Thank you for having us. Sorry I rambled on. And, oh wait, I made a thank you slide. That one's my daughter, isn't she cute? So thank you so much for having us. We really appreciate it. And we will take questions if you're nice, because I'm nervous.
We will all be nice. I promise you that. I have been sitting here the whole time next to my friend Senator Faustido, fighting not to do this. It's fighting back tears for somebody. You've all heard my story, but 5 children, 2 parents, and a 2-bedroom house in Wichita. We didn't know we were poor because my mom always figured out a way to make beans different. And we never had ham, but we had a ham bone. And but we never were made to feel poor. But I remember one Christmas when my mother came to us and my sister, so our ages were 8th grade, 6th grade, 4th grade, 2nd grade, and kindergarten. And I started working when I was 10, babysitting and any odd jobs that I could do to help make a little extra money because I knew, but I was allowed to use that to buy notebook paper or whatever I needed. And I remember my mom crying in the bedroom and I said, "What's the matter, Mom?" "Oh, honey, it's nothing to worry about." And my dad had just come back from the neighbors across the street. Now, we used to go over and mow their yard. They're an older couple. And Mom would say, "Let's go pull their weeds or help in their garden or whatever." My dad went over, swallowed his pride, and things were kind of tough in the 3 jobs that he worked. And he asked if they could borrow $10 to buy Christmas gifts for their kids. And they said, "We just don't loan out money." And so Mom just said, "I'm afraid there won't be any Christmas this year. We're very sorry." We were like, "That's okay, Mom. You know, we're fine. We're fine." But Christmas morning came about 4 days later, and I found out later in my life that's the first time my dad ever did layaway at Montgomery Wards. But I got a doll that I still have. When you are taught to value something, and when you were saying how proud these families were So important to give people a feeling of pride, and hard work gives you that pride. And helping them, I was going through the curriculum that you said you used here, the Getting Ahead program. I'd never heard of that, and I wanted to see what it was. I love the statement, getting by is not getting ahead. It's important for people to get ahead. My father was a car mechanic for a plumbing company that my uncle owned. He figured out pretty quickly that the plumbers were making a lot more money than he was, but he was working really hard, keeping all these trucks running. So he decided to go to a friend in Fort Scott who was a high school friend who was a plumber, who said he could come there and get an internship and learn to be a plumber. In the early 40s, my parents started Castle Plumbing in Lawrence, Kansas, and it's still going 52 years later, run by my brother. And later, my mother had a lovely home. She got her GED my junior year in high school. And so the families that you are talking about, these are families with a lot of pride. They want to take care of their families. Poverty is something you can get out of. You can move out of. You can learn to make good choices. You can learn to make decisions that will help your families. And I didn't mean to make a Beverly Gossage commercial here, but I just want to say I appreciate everything that you're doing. And what I see in these pictures are happy, smiling faces. And when people feel like somebody's not giving me a handout, somebody's showing me how to get ahead. Somebody is showing me that I have value, and there are skills within me that I could do things, create a plan, for my family and not just get by for today. And committee, are there questions? And by the way, thank you to Representative Howerton for bringing you to us. Representative Howerton.
I just want to echo, thank you for being here. You're real, you're passionate, and it just comes through so clearly. So thank you. And I might suggest that you invite us to come see your program like you normally do. If you wanted to extend that invitation to us again.
I would love it. Like Sydney said, we have people who say, oh, I'll come by one time. I only can do it one night. And we eventually have to be like, okay, you need to take a break. We got other people that want to help, okay? I have worked in churches for over 20 years, and you are always begging people to volunteer. You can't get enough of them, right? The nursery always needs help. Nobody wants to be here. Sorry, Jesus. But listen, this program's different. We're pushing people away. A lot of nights our kids are one-on-one with safe, caring adults and playful connection. Guys, that's resilience. That's how we change the tide on these ACE scores. That's how we make an impact. That creates lasting change. So yes, every single one of you, we will feed you. You'll enjoy it. You might have to wipe a table down because we make everyone work. You can't get to eat for free. But, I'll try to go easy on you. But come see what we're doing because it's working. And I think it's worth viewing. It's worth the time. And for the record, I only bribed one of those children to smile with a popsicle. All those other smiles were willingly volunteered.
Senator Falscato.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Vice Chair Howerton, for inviting you. This is wonderful. So I usually drive through, I live in Wichita, so I drive through Lyon County. I stopped there once to visit Senator Jeff Longbine, and I'd love to come there again and see what you're doing. This is wonderful. This is so wonderful. My mother used to say, if a person asked you for something to eat, you could feed them for that day or give them the fishing pole and teach them how to fish, and then they could feed themselves for a lifetime. And so I love your concept here. I love the part where you said that when people come to you, you let them pick what they need. They know what they need best, or to start at the level where they're at to grow and succeed. And so I love this, and I wanted to ask, you gave us the amount that it costs to take care of a child in foster care, et cetera. And you said yours was a little less. And so do you get state funding now?
Most of our funding does not come from the state. We do implement Care Portal through the Global Orphan Project, and DCF gives funding to Care Portal, which is then sent to us, and part of Sydney's salary is covered by that because she is the Lyon County manager. We were the first implementing partner of Care Portal, and so that encompasses all of Lyon County, and we're working on expansion to the other counties around us in the coming years. But that's our only state funding at this point.
So what exactly do you need from us to help you continue your work? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, since you asked, we rent a space. We rent the second floor of a church in Lyon County, and we're like sardines. Like Sydney said, we had a wait list for our next group before our current group even started. We're not short of people to fill our space. We're short of space. We did recently locate an awesome church that, unfortunately, since COVID, has never been able to reopen with the capacity that they wanted to. But it's $200,000. That's more than my entire annual budget. You know, we've had some really great opportunities to expand, but we are really frugal because I have to raise the funds. I didn't even get paid the first year I ran this program because I would rather my staff have it. And that bald guy back there, he makes enough to cover my bills. So it worked out, right? We need funding. We need funding. We need a building. We need a space. We had a really awesome golf tournament and raised $21,000. That means 5 families for our next group are completely covered. A really great guy I know and love told me one time, you don't go out and build a tower just willy-nilly. First, you measure, right? You see what the foundation's going to cost, what the materials are going to cost, and you make sure you have enough money. Otherwise, people are going to make fun of you. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what we do. We are continually fundraising for the coming year because I'm not going to invite you and your family to join this program and promise you can get your kid out of foster care faster, you can get off parole faster, you can get all these promises that I can deliver on unless I have enough money to cover you the entire time. So we fundraise and then we start our next group.
Thank you so much for being here. Committee will move on. Thank you very much, girls.
Thank you for having us.
And you did a wonderful job. We're going to move to Jeremy Cagle, who's the Vice President, Growth and Strategy for Foster Adopt Connect.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair Gossett, Vice Chair Howerton, and the committee. My name's Jeremy Cagle, Vice President of Growth and Strategy, as the Chair said, with Foster Adopt Connect. I have Ashlyn Stiles here with me. She's our Vice President of Prevention Services. Let me see, I don't know how this works. Okay. Today we're just going to talk about a brief history of Foster Adopt Connect and go through 3 of our services, our prevention, kinship navigator, and behavioral intervention services. I wanted to start out by going through the phrases that I'll be using today, the definitions and dialectics I'll be using. I know that all of you are familiar with these phrases, but we use them a little bit differently sometimes. And we have people in the audience who may not be familiar with them. So OOHP is out-of-home placement. That would be people that are in formal foster care, group homes, residential treatment, people that are in custody of the secretary. When we talk about prevention, we're either talking about formal prevention services like Foster Adopt has or informal prevention. So this can be an intervention depending on who's saying it and the lingo they're using. So that can be if grandma's going to mom's house to take care of the kids in the morning to reduce truancy. So that would be a form of prevention that we're not capturing in that formal definition. Family of origin, that's the family that that the child's residing with before any sort of DCF intervention that's different from kinship. So that a lot of times you can think of that as biological family or natural family, family of birth, things like that. And then there's some cultural differences that come along with that. And then relative kinship is someone within the child's natural environment before DCF involvement. So that can be grandma, grandpa, mom's best friend, a faith leader. When we talk about formal foster care, that was like what I was saying a minute ago, those children are in the custody of the secretary. Informal foster care is someone raising someone else's child that doesn't necessarily have DCF involvement. At Foster Adopt Connect, our goal is to fill in gaps in the foster care system that have not been filled in other places. We support biological families who are at risk of coming in contact with DCF, kinship families, formal foster families, and adoptive families. We work to break the cycle of generational abuse and neglect. We try not to duplicate services that are being offered by any other organization, and 40% of our staff are foster adoptive parents. So the entire organization is run through that lens of understanding what it's like to be a foster parent, and the needs that the families have. We also do have people on staff who've given their children up for adoption, and people who've come through the foster adoption cycle and have come back as social workers. So we have all the different lenses in the process. We are celebrating our 25th anniversary. We started as a small support group in a church basement, and now the company has grown to over 300 employees. We have 17 locations across Missouri and Kansas, and last year we served 15,000 individuals. We have 18 support programs. We're going to talk about 3 of those programs today, and most of our services, families can self-refer through our Get Help button. Through our Get Help button. And they can also, community members and teachers can also refer. All of our families are free to, all of our services are free to families except for one of our clinical services in Missouri. We try to have a very low bar entry. These are our different services that we have, excuse me, on the Kansas side. We opened Wichita and Lawrence locations earlier this year. We opened Leavenworth last month. We're scheduled to have Hutchinson open next summer and Topeka this January. And then and Hayes in 2027. We do have statewide contracts for Adopt Kansas Kids, K-Park, and the Kansas Post-Adoption Resource Center. Okay, so this is our formal fostering prevention services. There's 3 pillars. It's to keep kids with their family of origin, provide education and skill building for parents, and support families with referrals. Many of those referrals are things like mental health, housing, education, and increasing natural supports and reducing dependency on support agencies. So kind of what you were talking about earlier, Madam Chair, increasing those connections for independence. What we help with is a variety of wraparound supports. Whatever the family's needing to safely keep the children in the home. So we connect them with resources. We help them meet their basic needs through our, we have a Sammy's Window clothing closet that we use, food pantries, and then we also use community food pantries because not all of our locations have those. We help them navigate health resources, build social supports, employment supports, and crisis intervention. We do have some dollars set aside for emergency assistance, and I'll get to that later. We use a nationally recognized nurturing parenting curriculum. And so we use an adult-adolescent parenting inventory to create a measurable outcome for where the parents start in the process. The parents go through monthly lessons and are kind of completed at their own pace. It depends on where they measure on that adult-adolescent parenting inventory. And they are assessed in 5 areas, which are expectations of children, empathy, discipline, family roles, power, and independence. There's 15 different competencies. Some of those include developing empathy, communication, managing stress and anger, discipline, and routines. The requirements for the program are families of origin. The child must be 0 to 17 years old and still residing with the family of origin. The meetings must take place in the home environment. It's 100% voluntary, and families have to be willing to commit to completing the entire program. The timeline is 1 year. The program is 1 year, but that can be customizable based on the family's need. So we had a family where the mom got cancer, and they needed a little bit more support in different areas, so the timeline was different. And then there's also 6 months of aftercare if needed. These go to some of the questions earlier that the committee was asking. Referrals come into, we have prevention services in 3 cities. We have them in Pittsburgh, Kansas City, and Wichita. In Pittsburgh and Pittsburgh and Kansas City, referrals can only come through DCF. So there's a report of abuse, neglect, or exploitation. DCF reviews the case and decides an out-of-home placement is not needed, but more supports are needed, and they refer to us, and then we start our fostering prevention plans. Wichita is a little bit different, and I think this has to do with what the Deputy Secretary was talking about. There's different funding mechanisms, and I believe Wichita is funded differently than the other 2. In Wichita, we're able to get community referrals, and so there's different paths with that. If you're an educator and you suspect child abuse, neglect, or exploitation, you have to do your hotline report. But then separately, you can work with the family to do a self-referral to foster adopt. And then if the family consents, they'll start working with us. And that's kind of working in parallel to DCF doing their investigation. And then our staff will collaborate with them. So there's that path. But then there's also a secondary path. If I'm working with someone and I know that they have a need, but I'm not suspecting that it's abuse, neglect, or exploitation, then I can self-refer for prevention services without doing a hotline report. So an example with that would be is if a school counselor knows that a child normally has clean clothing, and all of a sudden they start coming to school with dirty clothing. That's one of the referrals that we had a while back. So our staff received the report and started working with the family, and come to find out parts of their washing machine and their dryer were broken. So we were able to get those fixed and get the family back on track, and then offer them other services. And then the family completely stayed off DCF's radar. So that's kind of the difference between doing a hotline report for neglect for those poverty-related things and not having to do one. This gives a route that saves everyone time and money without that stressor of having to be investigated for something that's not necessary. But then there's also a third route where if we did get that referral and our staff go into a home and they do find something that they're suspicious of abuse, neglect, and exploitation, then they're still mandated reporters. So it's still important that they do their hotline. I know that some people have asked this question before, like, how do you know when to do that? And it's really, the great thing about our staff is most of them have either worked for DCF in the past, they're licensed social workers or former educators or former law enforcement. So they really have a lot of training around hotlining and what needs to be forwarded onto DCF. So one of the examples would be if our staff went into the home because of the clothing hygiene issue, and then identified that mom had unhealthy discipline practices, then she would do the hotline. Our staff would work with the family to do the hotline, and then would still continue to try to work with the family as DCF investigates. So personally, this is my preferred method, is the community being able to do referrals, and because it gives the family so much quicker access without feeling like they're being investigated. But our staff still do have to do hotlines if there is suspicion. So is everybody up on that? I know that's a lot of really detailed information. Good. Any questions, Representative Howell? No? Okay. Cool. And kind of related to that, our staff are highly trained on mandated reporting. I've noticed as we've been working with our peers throughout the state that there's different interpretations happening. And so one of the examples that I wanted to give, that 20 years ago when I was a new social worker, I hotlined everything because everything was suspicious. And I know some of you are educators, and so you get that if I suspect something I'm hotlining today, I'm not going to get in trouble for it. But some of the national training venues have been giving really great trainings on the questions to ask, because we were told 20 years ago, you don't investigate, you don't ask questions, and you still don't with abuse, you still don't want to further ask questions, but any of those poverty-related things, there's great trainings out there to teach you how to ask those questions. So some of the examples are, I didn't eat last night. Me 20 years ago, I would have hotlined that. Me today, you start asking questions like, well, what happened? Why didn't you eat? And you try to suss out if, did you not have access to food? Did no one feed you? Or did you not have your preferred food? I think we've all been there, right? And so, so those relationships between the teachers and the children, being able to ask those questions, and doing hotlines that appropriately meet the needs of the children instead of just assuming, empowering our staff to be able to ask those kind of questions. So the next slide, I'm nervous. Representative Humphreys, to show you this next slide. So our data team did some return on investments, and this number has actually changed since I saw y'all last. They did a workup of the return of investment for our prevention services. And this return on investment is not designed to be perfect. It's just supposed to be like an overall projection. If we were doing a contract negotiation, we'd need a lot more information. So basically what they figured out is that our prevention staff have the capacity to serve 10 families. Last year, they were around 9 families each. And they have a 96% avoidance rate with foster care. So kids that are come into our service, even through that self-referral, 96% of them are not going to go into foster care. Those 4% are probably ones that definitely needed to go to foster care. Those are ones where you're finding the abuse where they really aren't safe in the home and need to be out of the home. But the value that they're finding is that when you take that $60,000 per child, that yearly cost of foster care, each one of those staff members saved the state $2.9 million. And so I asked them to run full capacity. This is confusing. We can meet separately too if there's more questions, but nitty-gritty questions. But I asked them to wave a magic wand. What does it look like if you wave a magic wand? What do we need to our data team? So we serve 50% of the areas of the state that have out-of-home placements. We have a presence there, but not necessarily prevention services. And so I had them pull the data from 2024 of out-of-home placements, where we're located, and how many staff we would need to get 96% of those kids out of the system. So they said we would need 64 staff members, and over a 2-year time period, it would save the state $200 million. That's because there's a 96% success rate. If you look at the number of staff that we used for this report, it's really low, but we have that same 96% fostering avoidance rate on the Missouri side, where we have more locations. So the 96% avoidance rate is still consistent across the whole agency. But why we have to give this a grain of salt is we can't assume that every area that we would potentially start a program is the same culturally. Those kind of things, and it takes time to build capacity. Does anybody have any questions about this slide? No? Oh, good.
Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the full capacity, just so I'm clear on that, that's how many kids you can serve?
This would be if we were to get every area that we're already serving.
Every hour that you already serve, okay.
If we were able to intercept those kids from going into care, it would take 64 staff is what they were brainstorming, yeah. And part of the challenge with return on investment is for the program costs, they used our actual grant dollars spent for that. but we're supplemented by private funding too, because our development team does a ton of private funding. So, but this is based on what it costs the state and how much it saved the state based on actual dollars. If you're looking at 2024, full capacity would need quite a bit more negotiating to get perfect, but it's just kind of painting that picture that there is money there if we can shift it to the right places.
Jeremy, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
So the inference here would be if the organization received more referrals to your particular organization. Is that right?
Yeah, if we receive more referrals, but each of our contracts are for certain areas and for a certain number of staff, a certain capacity. So right now we have 6 specialists in 3 different cities. So for us to be fully functional, we would have to be able to fund 64 of those positions.
And so it's not to infer that there are not other providers who offer these services and to which there could be referrals sent in these same areas. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Yeah. Okay, now we're going to talk a little bit about our kinship navigation services, and we consider this to be similar to prevention because it keeps kids with their family members, with their relative and kinship family members. Let me see here. I lost my place in that. With our kinship services, we have an 86% to 100% placement stability rate. And that's huge because, as some of you know, these kids get moved around a lot. And so I know some people have said up to 7 different placements. And so there's a little bit of cultural variation based on region. That's why that 86% is a little bit lower in some areas. But some areas where we provide support is basic resources, referrals to government agencies, and parenting resources for child care, education, behavioral health concerns, healthcare, and social supports. So like the referrals to government agencies piece, when I was a foster parent, I didn't know, even as a social worker, I didn't know for a very long time that we were WIC eligible. So those are the kind of things that the kinship navigators can help them with, connecting them with things like WIC, which then in turn helps keep those kids with their aunts and uncles longer with those supports. So we help them navigate the child welfare system. We have some emergency financial assistance that we can help. So kids unexpectedly get placed into grandma's house in the middle of the night. Grandma might have a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment, no extra beds, things like that. So they can help find resources to find beds. We do a lot of advocacy, legal referrals, and a lot of trying to help people meet their basic needs like transportation and housing, employment. Sorry, I skipped too many. Our requirements for Kinship Navigator is the children have to be living full-time with parents that are not their own. They can't be with in the home of the family of origin, and they have to be living 200% below the federal poverty level. Okay, I'm going to switch gears a little bit here and talk about behavioral interventionists. Some of you know that I'm a huge fan of the behavioral interventionist program. That is where we send staff into homes for 15 to 30 hours per week to help support kids so that they can stay in their family home. In Kansas was the first state to make it Medicaid billable. Thank you, Secretary Howard, for that. So families that have Medicaid, we're able to work with the biological families to keep kids from coming into care. We work with kinship, foster, and adoptive parents in that program to assist with developing long-term coping strategies, providing education and support to the caregivers, and collaborating with the care team. So the average length of time with behavioral intervention is 6 months to 2 years. They work around 4 shifts a week. It's typically nights and weekends when the family's at home. The majority of the work is done in the family home, but can be done in the community with or without the family present. Some examples would be going to church with the family, going to community events with the family. If kids are in extracurricular activities, they can go along with those. Here's the return on investment for that program. So we have an 80% residential avoidance rate with that program. So 80% of those kids will be able to stay in the community. And 91% of those kids will be able to stay in the home they're living in. So whether that's with their biological parents, the foster parents, adoptive parents, that's why that number is so important when we think about kids moving throughout the system. I know we've talked about before that when we're adopting sibling groups and one has really big behaviors, that having a behavioral interventionist can really stabilize all of those kids to make sure that they're not moving from home to home. And then when you compare the cost of residential treatment to having a behavioral interventionist, it actually saves the state $33,000 per child in care. Receiving service, sorry, not child in care. Sorry, I know I went through a lot of information. Very dryly. Mine was much drier than Lindsay's. So.
Thank you so much. And committee, are there questions? All right, we have a question from Representative Howerton.
So thank you, Jeremy. And I have enjoyed touring Wichita's new office. I really love that. Is the interventionist, is that the only in-home program that you guys are doing, or are there other options for maybe less time?
We have, so the prevention services is in-home. Mm-hmm. The behavioral interventionist is one-on-one. Let me look at our other programs to see anything.
And you had a lot of programs, and I thought that was great. There's a variety.
Yeah, what we try to do is start with our staples programs when we go to a new community, and then based on what the community needs, then expand into other.
And then while you're looking at that, you might want to just talk about, if you could, the waiting list. I think you guys already have a waiting list in Wichita.
Yeah, our hiring practices for behavioral interventionists, we really like the staff to be a good fit for the family. And so we hire the staff for the student that they're serving. So if we're serving a young child that is experiencing suicidal ideation, but may be creative, really into art, then it's great to get a young adult to work with them that might be into art. And be able to teach them, like an art student, someone like that. And if we're working with an older youth that's athletic, that might have some physical aggression, then it's great to match them with a staff member that's able to handle that and keep up with them and maybe play sports with them. So the capacity is always ongoing and growing. It's just a matter of, as referrals coming in, finding those correct staff to match them with.
I have one last question for you, and that is, you mentioned on one of the slides about the parenting curriculum. You said it's a well-known curriculum. What is that?
It's the Nurturing Parents curriculum, and we can forward you some of the information, Madam Chair. It has like 4 different workbooks to it, pretty thick workbooks, and it works through the different parenting systems. So if someone is using corporal punishment on their kids, not necessarily abuse, but spanking their kids, then there's sections on that show the cultural history of corporal punishment and how corporal punishment is present in every socioeconomic society. It doesn't matter how much money you have or how much money you don't have, what nationality you are, what race you are. It's present in all cultures. But this curriculum shows, based on you, like the questions that it asks you yourself, how are you more or less likely to use corporal punishment with your kids based on your life experiences, your own culture, things like that. And then it teaches alternative methods. So when you take the test, you say, oh, my parents use corporal punishment with me, but here are the other options that we can use. So it just does, and Ashley can provide more information too, but it does that through every subject matter, So if you're looking for employment supports, those kind of things. Did you want to add to anything, Ashlyn?
So when you take that, when they take that AAPI at the beginning, the Adult Adolescent Parenting Inventory Survey, it, like Jeremy was just saying, it really shows, it's trying to break that generational cycle. So the corporal punishment, the fostering prevention specialist comes into the home and they're saying, we are going to teach more of a healthy and appropriate way to discipline. So just really trying to break that generational cycle of, this is how you were parented. This is how corporal punishment was handled when you were a child. And so that's all you know how to parent. And so we're going to try and break that cycle and teach more healthier and more appropriate ways to parent.
Great, thank you so much for coming up to the mic. And would it be, former teacher here, would it be possible to send the name of the curriculum that you're using? Great, thank you, and thank you both for being with us. Committee, we're going to move to our last presentation of the morning. Gail Kozad, correct me when you get up here, the CEO of Kansas Children's Service League. How do you say the last name, Gail?
Kozad.
Kozad.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Gossage and Vice Chair Howerton and other committee members. I realize that I am standing between you and lunch. I also see a couple of people here of your staff that are shaking because it is very cold in this room. So I will try to move us along as quickly as I possibly can. But I'm excited. Thank you for inviting me to come and talk about prevention. I'm going to take a little bit of a different tack with this today. So, oh, boy, that goes fast. Okay, so who we are, first of all, we are a statewide nonprofit organization. We have been serving Kansas families for over 130 years, and we are the state chapter for Prevent Child Abuse America, and we serve as the member agency for the National Family Support Network. Because of our roles with these national organizations, we have access and information to the promising practices in the world because of around child abuse prevention. At KCSL, we believe every child and every family is filled with remarkable promise. We also believe that we have a shared obligation to foster their potential. KCSL works to create, repair, and restore healthy parent-child relationships, which are the foundations of a strong family. And we accomplish this through a whole family approach, ensuring the well-being of the parents or caregivers and the child. We know that by paying attention to well-being, we have a greater chance of preventing child abuse or neglect from happening in the family unit, while building the skills necessary to bounce back or be resilient when adversity does happen. And why is this important to you as legislators? You have heard and continue to hear a lot about the challenges for parents, caregivers, and children in foster care. It is the reason why you are here today, but I want to give you an additional reason. In a recent report of America's Health Rankings, Kansas ranks 29th in overall health out of the 50 states. And this represents a continual fall during the past 30 years, as Kansas was a top 10 state in the early 1990s. But we also know from over 30 years of research that overall health outcomes are related to adverse childhood experiences. I know many of you have heard this. You've probably actually seen me present about adverse childhood experiences, so I'm not going to go over this today, but it's always a good reminder, so I threw it into the slideshow. I also want to highlight that in more recent studies, there has been the inclusion of separation from a parent, including removal of a child from their home to enter foster care. And while foster care is necessary for some children, we should be working as a community, as Kansans, to utilize foster care only when absolutely necessary. Because we also know that the impact of adverse childhood experiences can be significant. Since the original study of the adverse childhood experiences, we've learned more about adversity outside of these household experiences that are listed on the screen, and now understand that chronic stress caused by generational traumas or disparities in educational opportunities, employment, a lack of adequate housing, and food instability further contribute to these health outcomes and behaviors as adults. And the increasing numbers of communities experiencing generational stress is the reason the CDC has declared adverse childhood experiences as a public health issue. These health outcomes are often chronic and costly to us as taxpayers, but we also know that there are increased costs associated with special education, juvenile justice, foster care, and even adult incarcerations when we do not prevent or mitigate adverse experiences for children. So what does it look like for Kansas? Well, the good news is we are in alignment with the rest of the nation. So we're right there with everybody else. But this data was obtained from KDHE as a part of the project called Essentials for Childhood. This data is collected through the BRFIS, or the Behavioral Risk Factor Survey, which is conducted every couple of years. Why is this important? One, it normalizes that adversity in childhood. In Kansas, over 50% of Kansans have experienced some sort of adversity before they turned 18 years old. But it also paints the picture about the need for supportive services, because we know that if a child experiences adversity, they have a higher risk as they become adults for experiencing poor health outcomes if they do not have the supports to build that resiliency. We also know that the more adversity a child has without supportive relationships increases their likelihood of those poor health outcomes on the previous slide. So many times our thought process is to say, I had a tough childhood, I grew up fine, or this fierce sense in Kansas about they just need to pick themselves up by their bootstraps. But I want to challenge this thought process by asking, who was there for you? Who was there for your parent? Who have you been there for? There has been more focus in the last 10 years of research on what builds and supports healthy outcomes. And as a result of this research, they have identified these key items in the form of a question. What positive relationships did you have growing up? Were you able to talk with your family about your feelings? Did you enjoy participating in community traditions? Did you feel supported by your friends? Were there at least 2 adults, other than your parents, who took a genuine interest in you? So I ask, who was there for you? Maybe it was a grandparent or an aunt or an uncle. Maybe it was a teacher or a coach. Maybe a neighbor or a church friend. More likely than not, there was someone in your life that encouraged you, someone to guide you and mentor you. I would further state that many of the programs that you heard about today and that you'll hear a little bit about from KCSL, that is the role that we play. We become those positive, caring people in that parent's life and in that child's life as they begin to build those skills. We know that adverse childhood experiences contribute to toxic stress, which has been shown to lead to poor health outcomes when left unmitigated. We also know that the positive childhood experiences protect against and likely disrupt the harmful health effects of toxic stress to promote healing and build resilience, leading to improved health outcomes. So, healthy outcomes from positive experiences. The more that we are able to provide these experiences for children, the more likely that they will learn the skills to build resiliency, and that they will lead to healthy outcomes both for their physical health, their mental health, their financial health as they become older and as they become adults, parents, and contribute to society. I also want to state that adults have the healing power that can help, and that healing occurs through those positive experiences. If you remember, the questions I asked were all around relationships. It is the key to healing from when trauma has happened to you as a child, either during your childhood or as you become an adult. This is not something happening over there and has no impact on my life. The stress and trauma experienced by families reverberates throughout communities, but we can turn the tide. It is a public health issue, and it is important that we are all involved in this solution. That's why I'm so happy that I'm here today. Starting with the belief that every child and family is an asset and can be a productive part of our communities. To help them reach that potential, all we need to do is shore up the ways we support families. And I want to thank DCF and our Kansas legislators over the past years who have contributed to the solution by investing in prevention, not only through DCF, but through the Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund and the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. We know that by connecting children to early childhood services, we can promote the overall well-being of children. And through the efforts of state government leaders in Kansas and funded through our Kansas legislative body, we have seen a steady decrease in foster care since state fiscal year 2019. So I know you learned quite a bit about this already, so I'm going to kind of go quickly over this slide, especially the information about Families First, because you heard extensive information about that from Deputy Secretary Keys. But I want to highlight Southeast Kansas, where we have seen the benefits of a federal demonstration project that's called Family Strong. And this project increases access to case management, legal services, and streamlined communication between providers through IRIS, which is a closed-loop referral system, and 1-800-CHILDREN, which is managed by KCSL. In state fiscal year 21, there were 890 children in out-of-home placement in the Southeast region. As of December 2024, there were 633, a 29% decrease. And just last year, approximately a 20% decrease in the number of children removed into out-of-home care between state fiscal year 23 and state fiscal year 24. This is very localized. It was to Southeast Kansas with 16 counties of that DCF region. We also know that through KU's Center for Public Policy and Research that they conducted an evaluation and determined that families who participated in early childhood services reduced the likelihood of removals into foster care by 28%. And this determination was made from data from both the Department for Children and Families and the Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund. So they really looked at programs that were funded under the Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund and correlated the number of children that were removed into foster care. So while I love speaking about the larger role of prevention, I would be remiss if I didn't take advantage of this opportunity to talk specifically about how KCSL is contributing to the solution as well. So I'm going to talk about 1-800-CHILDREN, Healthy Families Kansas, Parent-Child Assistance Program, and Family Resource Centers. 1-800-CHILDREN is funded jointly by DCF, KDHE, KSDE, and the Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund. It is a universal prevention approach, meaning it is available for any parent, any caregiver, any professional, and honestly, sometimes we get calls from older youth, middle school, high school age. Multiple state agencies have included information about this resource on their websites and in employee training, including the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. We know kids don't come with instructions, and any parent at any time may have questions or need help. And so we have developed a phone app that you can download onto your smartphone. And you can look up resources in your community by zip code, by a keyword search. It's also available through the website. And then obviously we have the ability to take phone calls as well. So as you can see, we had over 35,000 inquiries during state fiscal year, our fiscal year, so calendar year 2024. Over 1,600 phone calls. And so the average cost for a constituent of this service is $11.22. Oh, and it is available 24/7, 365 days a year. Healthy Families is our parent skill building program that serves pregnant women and parents that have a child aged 0 to 3. It is funded by DCF and the Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund primarily, although we do also have some private funding and some foundations. It is a targeted prevention approach, which means that families have to be at risk in order to enter the program. We identify at risk as single-parent homes, parents struggling with mental illness, undereducated or underemployed. They may have experienced abuse as a child themselves, and then, of course, isolation as a parent. It is a whole family approach working with parents to accomplish their goals around education, employment, and improving their well-being, as well as ensuring the child has opportunities to grow and develop at their fullest potential. Visits are completed in the home, and we spend 60 to 90 minutes per week for at least the first 6 months, with a gradual step down in the frequency of visits as the family meets their goals. Our goal is to serve the family up until the child turns age 3, where we can get them connected to a preschool program. We focus on building positive relationships, including opportunities to meet other parents, and develop positive peer-to-peer support for when KCSL is no longer in their lives. As I said, one of the risk factors is a parent who is isolated. Sometimes they come to us choosing to be isolated from their family. Sometimes they come to us because they've moved to Kansas and don't have extended family here or available. In 2024, we served 827 families with over 1,100 children, and 96% of those children remain safely at home. And the thing that I would like you to know is that the average cost for one family for a year of service is $10,000. Our Parent Child Assistance Program is very similar to our Healthy Families Program. The key difference is that it is targeted at parents who are utilizing substances at the time of either pregnancy or at the time that they come to us. And so they are struggling with substance use. Many of the families that we receive referrals from now are families that are struggling with fentanyl, meth. Those are probably the primary drugs of choice. Yeah, I know. 10 years ago, the program would primarily have served families that were utilizing marijuana. But because it is a program that I would say is more intensive, the intensity of the drug use has changed as to what we are serving. But as I said, we are always working with the families on the goals for the parents as well as the goals for the child. And in this particular one, the biggest thing that we're working towards is, well, two. One is connecting them to treatment. Most of the time, these are single women that are trying to raise their children. And so inpatient is difficult when you don't have a lot of inpatient facilities where you can also bring your children. So intensive outpatient is typically where they land, but that still requires some navigating, especially if they have children that are not school-age children. And so looking at childcare, who's going to watch the children, how do we make sure that they're safe? The other thing that we do with them is a safety plan for relapse. We know that part of recovery is relapse, and so how do we make sure that when they feel the urge to use, who are they calling, and who are their children going to? Because we don't want the children being left or being taken with them when they relapse. In 2024, this is a very small program at KCSL. It is one that we are excited. I heard Deputy Secretary Keyes state that we're on the list for potential community referrals. We are excited about that. It is a small program. It is only available in Shawnee County. But in that time, we served 58 families in 2024 with 108 children. And what I'm happy to report is that 99% of those children were able to remain safely at home and not removed into foster care. And then finally, I'm going to talk about family resource centers. So KCSL provides, our role with this is twofold. We do provide training and technical assistance to the 9 family resource centers funded by DCF, and there are at least 3 additional resource centers in Kansas that are part of that larger collaborative. So we serve as the member agency for the National Family Support Network, and our role is to help convene those family resource centers, provide training, technical assistance, and help them as they're kind of navigating this new work in Kansas. Family resource centers are community-based. Sometimes they're school-based. They offer activities that are no cost or low cost. They're designed to be multi-generational and family-centered. They build communities of peer support and develop social connections that help reduce isolation and stress. And the most commonly offered services are parenting support, access to resources, things like food, clothing, and other household items, child development activities, and parent leadership activities. And they are co-designed with parents. And as a result, each Family Resource Center looks different in every single community. What I want to share with you about Family Resource Centers is that the body of research is continuing to grow. So in Alabama, for every $1 invested, they have realized $4.93 savings to the state in immediate and long-term financial benefits. In Orange County, California, the reduction in child maltreatment cases in the Westminster Family Resource Center saved the child welfare system $1.8 million in 2017. For every dollar invested in 2016 and 2017, the Orange County child welfare system saved an estimated overall $3.65. In Teller County, Colorado, after a formal partnership between child welfare and the Community Partnership Family Resource Center, they saw a 63% reduction in its child maltreatment rate and saved an estimated $2.5 million. So for every dollar invested in community in that FRC in 2018, they saved an estimated $2.92 in child welfare. In Kansas, KU's Center for Public Policy and Research, they're in the early stages working with DCF on evaluation of the Family Resource Centers here in Kansas. And preliminary information indicates that they have a significant impact on family functioning, nurturing and attachment, social supports, and improving the relationship between the caregiver and their practitioner. In state fiscal year 2025, over 2,500 families were served, and with an estimated cost per family of just under $500. So, I want to leave you with this final thought. Prevention efforts are underway in Kansas, and they are making great strides, as you heard today. Prevention is more cost-effective than serving children in foster care. Prevention is foster care is necessary, but we should be working towards only utilizing it when there are no other options. I hope from what you have heard today, you will not only continue current investments in prevention services, but will feel the same sense of urgency and obligation to support these efforts and expand their reach and impact. As a reminder, from a cost-effective standpoint, we spend about $60,000 a year for one child in foster care. And my quick math, just based off of what I was looking at earlier from Deputy Secretary Keys, that for the Families First funding, we are spending less than $5,000 per year for an entire family. So I just want you to remember that. Most families are not a single child. Most families have at least two in the state of Kansas. And so, you're looking at $60,000 for one child, $120,000 for a family, and we're talking about $5,000 for an entire year for an entire family. Prevention is cost effective. It is what we should be doing. And I will stand for any questions. And I got you ready for lunch just in time.
You did a great job, Gail. Thank you so much. Committee, are there questions for Gail? Yes, Representative Howell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Gail.
Yes.
I just had a question on the slide about the 1-800-CHILDREN. You said, sorry.
Oh, you're okay.
If I understood correctly, you said this includes the toll-free phone number and then also the app. And I just wanted to clarify that last bullet. It says average cost per constituent. Would it be accurate to say like per user or like instead of constituent? So like if they're making a phone call or using the app, the cost is $11.22?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Other questions, committee? You were very thorough. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Committee, we have lunch provided today for our committee members and the staff by Cornerstones of Care. and we are going to be on a recess until 1 o'clock. And we're going to go ahead and start the meeting. Before you, and I think it was also emailed out, you have the draft of the minutes. And if there are no objections or no corrections to the minutes, we will consider these approved. Any objections? All right, the minutes are approved. We're going to go on to our next speaker. And this is testimony from individuals, providers, and organizations. The first verbal testimony will be from Peter and Kimberly Barazak. Thank you for joining us.
Adults. Our adopted children, Anna and Jamie, and their brothers and sister, Gabriel, Natalia, and Sage, would like to thank you for the opportunity to tell you the story about their baby sisters, who we will call Emma and Cora. As you will discover, the biological family has been involved with this case from the start. DCF and TFI Family Services did not go beating the bushes or finding family that lives states away. The family, to include grandparents, cousins, and siblings.
Excuse me just one moment. Dave, would you mind shutting those doors for us so we could hear better? Thank you. Please proceed.
The family, to include grandparents, cousins, and siblings, had a strong bond with Emma, which was purposely destroyed by the actions of the child welfare case manager, Ms. Sherry Wampler of TFI Family Services, and Judge Nicholas St. Peter of Cowley County, for their own personal motives in direct opposition to Kansas state policy regarding reunification of siblings. Our previous written testimony outlines a series of lies, obfuscations, coercion, and gaslighting we experienced in advocating for Emma's best interest. It fell on deaf ears because the TFI Family Services case manager, Sherry Wampler, had a plan. And it was not to do what was best for Emma, but to reward her friends over what was best for the multiple children involved. We stayed engaged in the case, but it was obvious the Cowley County Judge, Nicholas St. Peter, was only going through the motions, allowing visits, allowing case delays for termination of parental rights, and conduct of the best interest staffing. The DCF liaison, Ms. Larissa Lewis, and the guardian ad litem, Mr. Matt Metcalf, both were unconcerned and inconsistent in the BIS and simply rubber-stamped TFI Family Services positions and put zero effort into reuniting biological siblings. This allowed the argument of bond being greater than blood to be made. This was, of course, presented in the court as fact, and Judge St. Peter refused at every request to reunite these children from our legal counsel. He ultimately decided, for the needs of permanency, to accept the flawed BIS recommendation and refuse any further argument or hearings. Judge St. Peter went on to read from his pre-written script that even if the BIS had chosen us, the Berezics, over the Pachalas, he would have ruled for the Pachalas. We attempted every legal avenue to have the course of this case be evaluated and corrected in favor of reuniting Emma with Jamie and Anna. We contacted the Office of the Child Advocate, and Elizabeth Falgraf conducted an investigation. She told us that she can only advise. We contacted the Department of Children and Families and discussed this with the Director of Permanency, Rebecca Gerhardt. She told us that I cannot change the past. We spoke with the Kansas Foster to Adopt Connect Advocacy Group, Crystal Fox, who told us that it all boiled down to who had possession of the child longer. All of them listened to our story. Some said they would do what they could to help, but in the end, all of them were unable to or flatly refused to assist. In early May 2024, Cora was taken into state's custody. At this point, TFI Family Services, DCF, and Judge St. Peter were not taking any chances in placement of her. With no regard to the policies of placing children with biological relatives first, they placed Cora with the same family that had Emma. Then, to force the point home even harder, they told the foster family not to let anyone know about the relationship between Emma and Cora and any of their siblings. Ms. Wampler, with the full knowledge and consent of Judge St. Peter, refused to allow siblings to visit or any type of contact between Cora and her extended biological family. We offer the following points for action by this committee to avoid and prevent future tragedies like this story. Section 5237, sibling placements and connections, is not clear on when the child welfare case management provider is required to evaluate and document sibling splits when a child in state's custody has been placed with a biological sibling that is not in state's custody. Section 5234, relative home placement, provides clear guidance for informing, considering placement with grandparents and adoptive parents of siblings and half-siblings that needs to be enforced. When there is a question of the conduct of the BIS or the permanency decision by a judge, there needs to be avenues of appeal and review by truly independent parties. Lastly, the Office of the Child Advocate and the Department of Children and Families need to have means to make corrective action. It's clear that the Child Advocate has no means to correct measures, and that DCF has great leeway to refuse to act even with founded allegations of misconduct. Anna asks us regularly when Emma will come home. We will have to answer and explain about this to her for the rest of her days. The TFI family case manager, Ms. Sherry Wampler, who effectively human trafficked Emma to her friends, will never have to explain why. Judge St. Peter will never have to explain his decision to these children, why he refused multiple requests to reunite biological siblings, supported a manufactured bud over blonde argument, and discounted the impact his decision has on multiple other children and the trauma it will cause them for the rest of their lives. None of these people will ever have to answer for their misdeeds because a current Kansas statute provides no means to appeal the decisions once permanency is ordered. So other children do not experience the trauma that Gabriel, Natalia, Anna, Sage, Jamie, Emma, and Cora have. We pray this committee finds the means to reinforce and correct the policy and statute in Kansas at the soonest opportunity. I stand before you a broken man. I'm telling the story of an abused family. That family is forever broken. This story is the one that you hear, but this has happened to multiples of families in Kansas. We're sentenced to life explaining and dealing with this trauma the rest of our days. I will have to explain and answer for the sin of loving a dying child that the state gave us and asked us to love. I beg the members of the committee to act so that other families do not have to suffer. You want to add anything, sweetheart? Thank you.
Thank you, committee. Do we have questions for this family? Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I had the privilege of speaking with the Berzucks back in session. And I do want you to know that I did go to the secretary and ask them about the BIS appeal and how that worked, and said that we cannot have that. And for those the committee members that do not know, so when TFI makes a BIS, a best interest staffing decision, if you appeal that, TFI, another team on TFI or any other provider would review that. And so they are essentially reviewing their own work. And even if it's fair, it has the appearance of evil. And so I know that Secretary Howard and some others are working on that, and I'm hoping that she'll talk about that. So we are looking at changes being made. I don't know if it needs to be legislation. It can be just rules and regulation, and so that's what we're hoping to accomplish with that, but that is on my radar. And so that appeal process does need to be fair. It cannot be by the same agency. That's just, it's conflicting. The second thing, it concerns me Because there, and I asked our advisor to look up the statute. Our laws are very clear that you are biological because you adopted. And so why that wasn't considered concerns me. We can dig into it more. If we have your permission, I would be happy to advocate for that, to try to figure that out. I think I read, so I think you were here last time, was that correct? And
Spoke in March, ma'am.
in March,
In
and
March.
you connected with TFI. Did they follow up with you at all?
They did not.
At all?
No, I spoke with Ms. Tabitha Gibson after the March hearing, and I asked for her to make contact with us, and we received no contact.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions, committee? Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So your story, I remember hearing before, and it's still sad. So, so how old are the children? And
Do you wish to finish more of your question, ma'am, before I answer the first part?
so how old are the children, and will you guys move forward, or are you just done?
So the child that we will call Emma, the results of the BIS were accepted. We asked for directed placement. We asked for a continuation hearing. Judge Nicholas St. Peter refused it and said, this is done for permanency. She will be adopted by the foster parents. So there's nothing more that can be done than for us to try to have some other type of relationship with them. However, okay, go ahead.
Currently, the foster family is refusing. They've made it very clear that they do not want Emma or Cora, and now there is another new baby, to have any relationship with their siblings. They reached out to us initially, and every time we have reached back to them and said, yes, we could come meet, they have been too busy. This was a concern of ours that we brought up from the beginning. And TFI won't even reach out to we're foster parents. They will not even reach out to our foster worker. Our foster worker has reached out multiple times to Sherry Wampler. She has reached out to Melanie Paplin, and neither one of them will even return and this is one of their own people. They won't even return a plan. Judge Nicholas St. Peter has refused multiple times to even allow sibling visits between Cora, who is a year old. So to answer your question, Gabriel is about 10, Natalia is 8, Anna will be 7 starting next month, Sage is 5, Jamie is 4, Emma
Will be 3.
will be 3 this month. Cora is about 18 months old, and then we believe mom had another one sometime within the last month.
Thank you for that information. And, you know, so Madam Chair, committee, individuals online and in the audience, my family just celebrated our 110th family reunion in Indianapolis at the end of June. And so family is important, to know where you come from and how you're related, et cetera. And we do know that statistics show that even children who grow up in loving foster homes, children who are adopted and grow up in loving homes, financially love, everything you can imagine, when they get older, they still seek to find out their biological family. And so I think it's important for those children to kind of interact at some degree. And again, I look forward, Representative Howerton, of your legislation or working with DCF to address this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Committee, I've allowed 5 minutes for each of these testimonies, and that includes questions I know throughout the year, we've always had such a packed schedule, and we have to go by how many testimonies were submitted as to how much time. Sometimes we're kept left with 2 minutes or 1.5 minutes. So giving 5 minutes for both presentation and questions was very special to this particular meeting. Next, we'll have Rebecca Bryant, and she's on WebEx, correct?
Come on. Okay, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, Rebecca. Please go ahead. Did you hear me say we'll have 5 minutes for presentation and questions?
Yes. Okay. Hold on 1 second, I'm trying to put this. I'm having a little bit of difficulties here, so I do apologize. This is, my case is out of Barton County, Kansas. And the children involved in the case is.
And Rebecca, I'm so sorry. We're getting the feedback, and it's usually because the person speaking on WebEx has their microphone up too high as you were listening on WebEx. So if you could turn that microphone down, we could still hear you.
Okay.
I think she's got 2 devices she's doing.
Yeah.
Are you using 2 different devices?
I am clicking out of this one.
Okay, please, yeah, you're getting out of one. Great.
Okay. Can you still see me?
Much
Can you hear
better.
me?
Thank you. Please go ahead, Rebecca.
Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good. I do so apologize for this. Okay. So this case is out of Barton County, Kansas. And the parties involved, in this case, are children 1 and children 2. They are my grandsons. I am the maternal grandmother. Barton County District Courts, Judge T. Marie Walters, Gail Carpenter, guardian ad litem, St. Francis, Barton County, Great Bend, Kansas, Tammy Thronesberry, Stephanie Galusha, Larissa Richards, permanency case manager. She is no longer with St. Francis Ministries. Piper Crombie, family support worker. She is no longer with St. Francis Ministries. Aaron Bryant is my husband, maternal grandfather, Rebecca, myself. April Briney out of Ellis County, St. Francis Ministries, kinship supervisor, Sandy Honus, kinship worker. KL is the mother that resides in Barton County, Kansas. JH is one of the fathers, child number 1's father. BF is child number 2's father. I have contacted Mary Dean, who is the president of Kansas Justice Advocate. Great Bend, Kansas would not, the judge would not appoint me and a court-appointed attorney. I had one in Ellis County, reached out to her. She appeared in court via Zoom. The judge told her since she did not know who she was not allowed to be in her courtroom. I reached out to Office of Child Advocate, reached out to Kansas Appleseed, Foster Adopt Connect. I also, when the children were in my care, I had them with Western Kansas Therapy Associates here in Hayes, Kansas. On October 2nd, 2024, I drove from my home in Victoria to pick up my daughter, KL, and my 2 grandsons, child 1 and child 2, to come for a visit to our home. Prior to bringing my daughter and the children to our home, she used drugs at the home of JH, the father of child number 1. She was up all night at our home screaming about voices. I called the Ellis County Police Department for help. They came out, ended up having to take her into police custody and placing her in a mental health facility. Child 1 and child 2 were placed in our care. November 24th, the case was transferred to Barton County, Kansas, where KL and JH reside. Father BF of child number 2, was not a willing participant at that time. Judge appointed attorneys for parents and guardian ad litem for child for both children, denied attorney for me with response from the court clerk. The judge does not provide court-appointed attorneys. However, with all of this going on, that is when I reached out to Mary Dean on January 23rd, 2025. Once the case was transferred to Barton County, St. Francis Ministries became involved. Incidents started occurring with the family support workers and case manager with St. Francis Ministries and the parents, KL and JH. The family support worker was late to almost every visit. JH was ordered in October 2024 to do a drug hair follicle test. Per St. Francis Ministries case manager, JH showed up in court in December 2024, entire body completely shaven. Visit with the children in the home of KL, St. Francis Ministries family support worker, and a St. Francis Ministries trainee were also in the home. I was there. The visit with the parents happened in the bedroom while the St. Francis family support worker and the trainee sat in the living room. I monitored what the parents were doing and with the children in the bedroom. I noticed a syringe in KL's sink, showed it to the family support worker. She did nothing, later stated, how do we know it was used for drugs? And the children could not have reached it anyways. KL had a visit with children in St. Francis Ministries office in Great Bend, Kansas. JH was parked out front to give KL a ride home. The family support worker handed Karen JH's mental health handed KL the health and drug eval, violating HIPAA laws. The paperwork got left in my vehicle when my daughter was saying goodbye to the children. I reported the incident to the child's therapist. I reported the incident to St. Francis Ministries, my kinship worker, and my kinship worker, she in turn reported it to her supervisor. I later received a phone call from the St. Francis Ministries supervisor in Great Bend, Kansas, wanting the evals returned to them. As time went on, incidents with St. Francis Ministries were still occurring. I was reporting them to the St. Francis Ministries supervisor and my kinship worker. On January 24th, 2025, I took the children to Great Bend for a visit with the parents, KL and JH. JH had his usual visit with child number 1 in the morning, and KL had her usual visit with the children in the afternoon. About 30 minutes into the KL visit, I get a phone call from the St. Francis Ministry supervisor screaming at me, telling me that I violated a court order on January 17th when I got the children their second flu shot. The only shot I was told not to get the children was the COVID vaccine. They were behind on all their other vaccinations. Everything was caught up except for 1 or 2 that could not be done due to the age of the children. The St. Francis Ministries Great Bend office supervisor kept telling me that they were removing the children. I was hysterically crying, and she was telling me to stop yelling. A few days later, I received a PFS and a PFA while I was on the phone with Office of Child Advocate Intake Officer. They were, the PFS and the PFA were not granted by the judge in Barton County. However, the Office of Child Advocate Intake staff stated that this was very typical of St. Francis Ministries to do this once they remove children from the home. I spoke with an Office of Child Advocate investigator. She stated that they'll do an investigation, make reports with recommendations. However, that's all they do. They are not allowed to go back and do anything. They don't hold or correct St. Francis or any other agencies like them accountable. I did speak with the regional reintegration manager for DCF. She stated that DCF does not hold St. Francis or other agencies like them accountable. I spoke with the St. Francis Ministries vice president. He stated that they like to allow their case teams to make their own decisions, whether it hurts people or not. They will not step in and hold workers accountable. I ask you all, who does hold these agencies accountable, and how many other families has St. Francis Ministries done this to, and other agencies like this? And how many are they doing it to now? And how many more will they do it to in the future? I understand that the reintegration, I apologize. I understand the primary goal of child welfare system is reintegration, working towards safely reunifying children with their biological families whenever possible. However, there comes a point when the child's best interests must take precedence, especially in cases where there is repeated patterns of instability, neglect, or harm continuing over the course of years. While every effort should be made to support and preserve families, ongoing exposure to unsafe environments can have lasting effects on child's well-being. This has been going on for a long time with my daughter, with BF, and nothing getting done to help these children. There is another one of my grandchildren that is in his
Rebecca,
custody
can you hear me?
that has been exposed to the drugs.
Chesser,
Back
the
at the
microphone turned
beginning
on.
of June, the 2-year-old, once he was returned to BF, or
Rebecca.
placed in his care, they found meth in the 3-year-old system. They placed the program Seeking Safety. They put that in place and said that he has to comply with that. I have known my daughter her whole life. I have known these people for many years. They know how to play the system. They know how to get around things to make it look like they're doing what they're not doing. What my grandson
Can we email her,
one of my
text
grandsons in
her?
JH's custody has been breathing meth for 8 years of his little life. And now my 3-year-old grandson is breathing meth it's in his system as well.
We're going to go ahead and cut this feed now since she can't hear me. And if you would let her know that we thank her for her testimony. And I gave her a little extra time because of the technical difficulties that we had. Rebecca, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
All right. I'm so sorry. It was more than 5 minutes. I gave you extra time because of the technical difficulties. But keep in mind, we do have your written testimony, and thank you so much for taking the time to speak to the committee today. Next, we'll go to Ashley Crago.
Good afternoon, committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Today, I would like to discuss DARVO. For those who aren't familiar, DARVO is an acronym for Deny, Attack, Reverse Victim and Offender. It's a manipulation tactic often used by abusers to avoid taking responsibility for their actions. This is relevant to how the state has been abusive to my family and I. Deny. The abuser denies that the harmful event or behaviors happened. They might minimize the situation or claim the victim is making a big deal out of nothing. This is gaslighting under a governmental guise. We have repeatedly proven the false billing with corroboration from numerous providers who did truthfully work with AJ. We have proven St. Francis never paid for AJ's funeral, as they stated, both of these with receipts. We've been asked, what do you want us to do? And Winstead accusations that my little brother was just an addict. He was my brother, a son, an uncle, a friend, and so much more than the way he died. Hearing his entire essence get reduced to one word that is not even remotely encapsulating is revolting, and I do mean that in every sense of the word. Attack. The abuser shifts from denial to attacking the person confronting them. This could involve questioning the victim's character, motives, or threatening the victim to make them back down or feel intimidated. We are asked why we didn't do more. We have been called angry and bitter. I have shared screenshots of St. Francis staff watching my social media accounts. I have had more than one testimony left out due to technical issues. We had to get a cease and desist to stop the relentless questioning about AJ's autopsy before we ever had him in his urn. We've dismissed the implications that we're advocating for financial gain. A child died. My brother is dead. No dollar amount will ever bring him back. Some of you have been indelicate enough to speak exclusively on that aspect while blatantly disregarding the actual point of why we are here. Reverse victim and offender. The abuser flips the script, positioning themselves as the true victim and accusing the person who confronted them as being the real abuser. They may claim they're being unfairly targeted or lied about to help gain sympathy for themselves. We're told how short-staffed and underqualified some of these agencies are, the agencies responsible for protecting children. Imagine when they attempt to gain your sympathy with statistics about their own incompetence. If every one of you gave them the same level of compassion that you've given my family. John Thurston, the attorney for St. Francis, can tell the world that I'm lying about the billing of my own little brother's funeral from his personal Twitter account. But I can't defend my point on any St. Francis social media because I'm blocked? How is that fair? How is that not taunting the family of a deceased child? Mind you, I did not get blocked until I started sharing their own conflicting billing documents in the comments section of their own posts. If a parent was using Darvo on a child, it would be considered emotional abuse and potentially grounds for removal. What happens when the state is your abuser? Who watches the watchmen? I thought it was this committee.
Thank you, Ashley. Next, we have Cheyenne Dorsum and Dalton Comstock. Oh, that's written only, I'm sorry. And so we'll go to Sarah Goebel. Committee, please note the testimony from Cheyenne and Dalton.
Hi, thanks. I had no idea I had 5 minutes, so I will be as quick as possible. Chairperson, members of this committee, thank you for your time. My name is Sarah. I'm here not as a legal expert or a medical professional, but as a mother whose life was shattered by an all too common false accusation of child abuse, enabled, in part, by the CARE program you oversee. Our story was recently covered on the front page of The Star. You may have read it. On October 2nd, 2024, my infant son, you may hear him in the hallway, was taken to Children's Mercy in Kansas City for a vomiting episode. We took him to Children's Mercy after getting an all clear from our neighborhood St. Luke's urgent care and speaking to his pediatrician for hours the morning of the incident. He wasn't eating. We were worried. My son loves to eat. We were trying to do what any caring parent would do. Instead, we walked into a nightmare without warning or any consideration whatsoever of medical alternatives. A child abuse pediatrician, or CAP, involved in the CARE program, diagnosed our son's abnormalities as abuse. We then told them about our own complex health histories and asked them to look into underlying bone issues. They laughed in our faces. We were not allowed to get a formal second opinion from a physician outside of this hospital or challenge the assumptions being made behind closed doors. CARE funding supported that exam. Within minutes, we went from concerned parents seeking care for our son to monsters who needed to be watched 24/7. After a week in this hospital, both of my children were taken from me without 1 ounce of due process, a fundamental right granted by our United States Constitution, but apparently not in family court. Let's talk about the Kansas CARE program. HB 2024 attempts to formalize and fund abuse investigations through the CARE program by centralizing funding via the state treasury for CARE exams, reviews, and provider training. It attempts setting clear administrative oversight via the Secretary of Health and Environment. It attempts to ensure that all medical providers are equipped and trained to conduct these sensitive evaluations. And it attempts to include broader child welfare reforms like the Foster Care Bill of Rights, signaling a broader child-centered legislative intent. But here's where the CARE program and HB 2024's support of it raises some serious red flags, especially for falsely accused families like mine. There is no independent oversight built in. CARE evaluations are deeply influential in child abuse investigations. Yet, HB 2024 provides no built-in check-ins or appeals when a medical conclusion is wrong. If a child abuse pediatrician makes an error, which appears to be happening a lot, or sees trauma where there is in fact a medical explanation, families are being devastated with little to no recourse. financial incentives and lack of transparency. The bill doesn't explicitly prohibit double billing, meaning providers who receive care funds are also billing private insurance or Medicaid like the CAP did in our case. This opens the door to perverse incentives. Diagnosing abuse now ensures continued funding and justifies this program's existing, creating a clear conflict of interest. This program brings bias in bounds. The very existence of a scan clinic and a child abuse specialty within a children's hospital brings bias into every single case it touches. The reality is these doctors are pediatricians and their specialty is pediatrics. They can and will find abuse in anything they look into, as they did when they tried to repeatedly say my son's birthmarks were signs of trauma. These are the people who then go to DCF, KVC, legal teams, and judges, furthering this bias upstream. Let's talk about the lack of protections for accused families in HB 2024. Within this bill, there are no requirements for second opinions by independent physicians, notifying the parents being accused of their rights during a care evaluation, or disclosing how care findings may be used in court. Because Children's Mercy would not release our son's full medical file, they still haven't, it took us months to get a formal second opinion from an independent physician whose exam could have saved my family from trauma. In fact, the independent radiologist on our case was able to discredit every abuse finding from the Children's Mercy scan team. But by the time we were able to get this report, my children had already been ripped from my home and passed through 4 separate homes in a single month. I would like for you all to imagine the kind of trauma that created for my children who had never known anything but a loving home. The care model is often used as a diagnostic hammer, treating signs of medical fragility like bone disease or metabolic disorders as indicators of abuse. I heard that timer, so let me just skip because I like to bring solutions. How we succeed. First, we make independent reviews of all care findings mandatory before a hotline report is made. This is an imperative step because the DCF investigator, I use that lightly, assigned and later fired from our case, lacked any real investigating skills, didn't understand basic medical terminology, and later lied in a petition to make the judge believe our son's health was more dire than it actually was. If a doctor hadn't misdiagnosed abuse, this unskilled caseworker would have never had the opportunity to tear our family apart. Second, we insist on a mandatory review of all prior medical records by accusing physicians before a hotline report is made. Individuals are sitting in prison right now with an explainable health history for their child that landed them in that ER. Next, we need transparency in how care funds are used, including detailed billing practices and transparency in who is deciding how much money CMH is getting for this work. I'm not an expert in ethics, but one who is might find it troubling that the head of the scan team...
I'm so sorry, we're well past your 5 minutes, but we do have your written testimony, and I was following along with you, as I know the committee was. Thank you so much for that report. I remember passing this bill, and it should have been a good thing, you know, for families, but it definitely has caused us to take a second look at that. Thank you very much, and sorry for what your family has gone through. Next, we have Hannah Grace Gorman.
Hello, my name is Hannah Grace Gorman, and I serve as the administrative manager of So Home Kids Foundation, a group home in Neodesha, Southeast Kansas. We serve youth in the foster care system, especially those considered high needs or hard to place, by providing trauma-informed, loving, and faith-driven care. I was adopted as an infant and raised in a family of 6 other adopted children. My story and my faith in Jesus Christ are the reasons I stand here today. I believe deeply that every child deserves to know they are loved, valued, and created with purpose. At So Home, that's exactly what we do. On behalf of our board and team, I am here not just to advocate for So Home, but every group home in Kansas that is fighting to be part of the solution. Since opening in 2023, So Home has served over 100 children. Nearly 95% of them transitioned successfully into long-term placements, reunited with family, or have been placed into independent living. These are not just statistics, they are lives changed through consistency, compassion, and care, rooted in faith and integrity. But for the past 7 months, we've been unable to accept youth due to a Tier 1 hold, triggered by a single staff incident. That employee was immediately terminated. To our knowledge, there is no ongoing investigation from CPS or the KBI, yet our license remains restricted. Because of this, we have had to lay off staff, people who gave their hearts to these children. And as you are well aware, the number of children entering foster care continues to rise. There are not enough placements, and caseworkers are overburdened. There are many children in the state of Kansas sleeping in offices and on couches, not because there's no one willing to help, but because programs like ours are being blocked. We have worked tirelessly to address every concern, improve our internal processes, enhance training, and consult with experts in this field. Despite that, we have faced ongoing barriers, particularly including individuals like Gayla Reese, Olivia Hunt, and Mary Dunbar, whose decisions have severely restricted our ability to serve youth. Placement extensions are withheld, guidance is inconsistent, and our mission is repeatedly blocked without clear justification. Additional to this, we have received a contract termination notice for August 24th. We're not asking for funding, we're asking for a chance to do what we have already proven we can do. Together we can make a meaningful difference, we can maintain or improve the 95% successful placements with SoHome, we can reduce the number of youth lost in the system, and we can give these children a real foundation to thrive. Your support is not just an investment in our program, it is an investment in the futures of children who deserve every chance to succeed and belong. I am one of those children. I'm standing here today because someone gave me a chance and believed in my future. I am asking you to give the same chance to the next child who walks through our doors. SoHome is more than a building. It is a home. It is a place where young people, often hardened by trauma, begin to heal. Where boys who have been in 10 different placements or more in a year and consistently can find guidance and love in our home. Where faith, patience, and structure, we work together to offer real hope. We are ready. We are willing, and we are called. God has sustained us this far, and we believe He is not finished with the work we're doing. We're asking for your support to lift the hold, reopen SoHome, and give these kids the safe, loving environment they deserve. Thank you, and God bless.
Committee, are there questions for Hannah Grace? Yes, Senator Osgood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wonderful presentation. Is the reason, say what your title is again, and did you choose that profession or career?
So I left my job as a banker to come do this full time. It is a nonprofit, so there was no funding involved until we opened. Yes, I did choose this. This is what I long for, and this is my purpose. So.
I'm going to go back to a question that was asked by Representative Humphreys, and I think you probably have a question here too, do you not? Okay, go ahead.
So I'm unclear on why your license is being revoked. Do you know, I mean, did they give you adequate
We do not
documentation?
have, we currently actually have an attorney involved because they did not give us any explanation. It was a 3-sentence notice that it was being terminated due to Section X, which actually has 12 different reasonings, and we have not been told we have broke any of those reasonings.
And so is that an appeal? I mean, is there an appeal process, or are you taking it to the court?
Yeah, we were told there was no appeal. That is why our attorney is involved, because there should be a 30-day appeal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Additional questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we go to Sherry Lesher.
Good afternoon. I just want to let you guys know that before we even got here, I am upset. I'm still hearing all of these stories from St. Francis. Nothing is getting better. I'm angry. There's been no resolve for us. There's been no solution for us. I've been told, third party, that it's going to come as a suggestion from you guys for us to go to special claims against the state. We started this here. We're going to finish this here. Special claims against the state, and I watched you, Aletha, and I'm so proud of you. I'm so freaking proud of you. It's a joke. It's nothing but a joke. People get in there with valid concerns and valid, you saw it. I watched you. You stood up. And I appreciate that, and that's what I like. Fraud, we have proven. Forgery, we have proven. False narratives, we have proven. Failure to act, we have proven. Wrongful death, here he is. It doesn't get any more clear than this. And yes, I'm mad. This is my boy. His ashes are in here. This is my son. This is what St. Francis left us with. You guys act like we're up here just for money. I've asked for respite care. We've got no respite care in Wichita. St. Francis has it in Salina, where they take their stakeholders, because they're so much better than us. We have 500,000 people. Salina has 50,000. We sat during that roundtable meeting and listened to Matt actually say, I called that funeral home and that bill has already been paid. You know what happened in my head? I was like, I need to get, as soon as this is over, I'm going to call them up. I'm going to find out who paid that bill so I can call them and thank them. It's only $200, but I'm going to call them and thank them. Call them up. That was never done. That was an outright lie. And we proved it up here in committee. How much more do we have to go through before there's some kind of resolve and settlement? How much are you guys going to make us go through? Half the time we come in here and I watch all the testimony givers, half of the people are on their phones. I don't disrespect you guys like that. I don't disrespect the other conferees like that. That's rude. That's absolutely rude. People are coming from 6-8 hours away to come up here, and they wait for this moment in time to get up here and say something to you guys. Do you know how long that builds? It builds and builds and builds until you get up here and you're like, oh, finally somebody will do something. And then nothing gets done. Nothing ever gets done. I'm waiting. I'm still waiting. Back in November, it was passed that you guys resolve and settle with us. We've still yet to get a phone call, but I'll be damned if I go anywhere else but here. It's going to be settled here. That is your job. I'm finished.
Are there
you
any
for your
questions? Thank you very much. And next we have Joe Petty on WebEx.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
Okay, well, Sherry's hard to follow because I feel about the same way as she does. This is the grandmother's worst nightmare. Thank you by chance listening to me. Like she states, I don't know how much you'll listen to us, but I never in my wildest dreams ever would have imagined my 3 beautiful grandchildren going through what they're going through. So my daughter, Cheyenne Dorsum, is not available today because she's working. But Krista Pence, Colston Comstock, and Baker Comstock are in a situation now that I would never have imagined. Beginning on the first part of May, my grandson made a statement at school. Well, how it used to work is the parents were called in, talked to the counselor, talked to the kids, and resolved it. Not taking him from school to the police department, which led to a nightmare. The police came and picked them up, all 3 of them, fearing for their safety. If there was doubt of any safety for my grandchildren, I would be there in a minute. So they picked them all up, took them down to the police station. I will not say what my grandson said because it's really irrelevant. He's 8 years old. Kids are back and forth every day of what they state. While he was in police custody, he also stated that he'd been kicked by his dad, which is an out lie because the oldest grandchild was there. And if something like this would have happened, there would have been bruises, there would have been fractures, there have been breaks. There was none of the above. I've worked in the school system. I know how it works. We over and over again tried to report abuse and they did not listen. So, and a 200-pound man kicking a little bitty child, there would have been something. So The police evaluated the situation, said he was running around like a banshee, nothing wrong, but they kept him. However, they sent my 2 granddaughters home. So now this brought DCF on board. However, no professional exam was ever done by a doctor, but DCF began their investigation on abuse. My 2 granddaughters were released. They got to go home for a few days. But then there's accusation made by someone, Robert Walsh, the prosecuting attorney, that they weren't safe at home. The girls were pulled from the home, kicking, screaming, crying, and trying to hide as they neither one wanted to leave. Doesn't sound like an abusive home to me. So now that DCF is involved, but only briefly or minimal, because they contract St. Francis Ministries to try and run the process. So here comes the biggest and the most frightening nightmare of all, St. Francis Ministries. I do not understand and will never understand this ministry group at all. They definitely do not have my grandkids' best interest as a priority. For example, shortly after placing my grandson in his first foster family, he stated he wanted to die. Sounds like a better environment, doesn't it? They shipped him off to Wichita for a mental evaluation. And while the therapist said that he was a happy little boy while he was there, he was then returned and separated from his sisters and placed in another foster home. This is the second one. So it doesn't sound like St. Francis is doing what is best interest of my grandson, does it? I would like for you to answer that, but I know you're not going to, because it's not in his best interest. She was also informed, my daughter was, that the girls were going to be placed in a second foster home because there was the foster mother was having surgery and there was a conflict. So they had to place them in another foster home. San Francis makes demands for my daughter and the father, and they are doing everything that's reasonable, as San Francis is most one-sided, uncooperative, unorganized, incompetent, fraudulent religious organization I've ever heard of. They finally got parent meetings set up for after 3 months so my daughter could finally see the kids. And all the kids, when seeing mom and dad, want to know is, when do we get to come home? My oldest granddaughter said, this is ridiculous. I want to come home. As far as grandparent visitation rights, which I do have them, I've got none. They keep giving me excuses after excuses. It's been 3 months, going on 4 months, and I still have not seen my grandkids after being ripped out of their home. I'm supposed to be able to have, let's see, I'm sorry, I've already read that. Okay, so I'm supposed to have visitation rights, which was stated by Jenny Spees several times about calls, visits, and it's always an excuse. Once again, they are irresponsible and inconsiderate and aren't thinking about my grandkids and the way they feel. Not speaking with family and seeing other family members is unnecessarily being taken from their home, and they were unnecessarily taken from their home. They want to come home. And Baker
Joe, can
told
you
me
hear
while I
me?
was talking to her on the phone.
Joe Petty,
She
can you hear
hugs.
me?
Yeah, I
Can
can
you hear
hear
me?
you. I guess
All
my
right,
time's up.
you're right, it is, but we've been following along, and I just wanted to mention, something was said about being on their phone and that being disrespectful. We are following along with the testimony that we can see online, or that we can, on our phones, or on our computers. So I just want you to know we go right along with you. In fact, I was even ahead of you on that, but thank you so much for your passionate testimony. And we are out of time for any questions, but it's time for Amanda Recogno.
Thank you. Please hear us.
Chairperson and senators, thank you for letting me come today. My story for me is hard. Our case is currently still active for my granddaughter and my son.
St. Francis has committed parent alienation. My granddaughter was born January 1st, 2024. 2 weeks after she was born, we were notified of her arrival. I worked with biological mom and my son to buy a home DNA test, as it was well known that he was one of a couple of different potentials. We went to where biological mom was at, and I personally swabbed my son's mouth, my granddaughter's mouth, and biological mom's mouth in front of her roommates. Sent it away. The day my son got those results back saying he was the father of this beautiful little girl, she was removed by Concordia Police Department, placed in protective custody. We got notified to go to a meeting with DCF in Concordia the following Monday or Tuesday, I believe. We go to this meeting, and that's where my son has found out that not only is he this beautiful little girl's daddy, but there's been involvement already from DCF. At that point, she was placed with the biological mom's adopted dad and his new wife. We go to court, and St. Francis is awarded this case to oversee for reintegration and what they could do. I'm trying to make this as fast as I can. At the time, I was a St. Francis employee as a kinship worker. I go to my supervisor and tell her what's going on. Am I able to be the placement grandparent? No, it's a conflict of interest with your employment. Okay, I trusted St. Francis as I was an employee there. So I told my son, let's go to these meetings. It's going to be fine. He had not even had a chance to be a father yet to this little girl. He was not the person that was accused of anything, any harm, placing her in harm. He had only had maybe an hour with her of her whole life at that point. So we go to the first meeting, and we're told that he too has to comply with all these requests that they're asking the biological mom to do. So we go to court. The judge overseeing the case appoints him an attorney. We talk with this attorney. The attorney said this is going to be easy. The judge told my son that day, if you were on the birth certificate, you wouldn't have to do any of this stuff. Your daughter would go home with you. We'd work the case with the mom and see if she could reintegrate to the mother and go from there. But because he was not on the birth certificate and his DNA test was a home test kit, not done by a lab, not court ordered, not DCF ordered, we had to wait. So I talked to my son and I said, do the test. I, again, had every faith in St. Francis that they would do what was right by not just my granddaughter, but my son as well. So he goes to court. We finally get the test ordered. He goes and does the paternity test. Results come back. We're excited. We're going to go to the next court date. Surely they will just place my granddaughter with him and work the case with the mom, as my son, again, had done nothing wrong. My son hadn't even had a chance to be a father. We go to court. Results are in, officially. And the judge said, well, we're going to go ahead and have you work the case simultaneously with the mom. So my son begins working this case. I had a hard time staying employed at St. Francis at that point. After speaking with my supervisor on 2 different occasions about whether or not I could be a placement option, it was a conflict of interest. Then I was told by my supervisor that I could not disclose in the case to the judge, any of the attorneys, or the other grandparents that I was a kinship worker at St. Francis, because that was a conflict of interest. And I was told I was not allowed to disclose that. From the beginning of this case, myself and my husband were allowed to have our granddaughter from Monday to Thursday at our home. We continued to do that. My son worked the case. Everything was going great. My son lived in our home for a huge portion of this case, where St. Francis, Jenny Spies, whatever you say her name, knew my son was living in our home. My granddaughter was allowed to come to our home and stay from Monday to Thursday. But I was not allowed to report any interactions other than an hour out of that time between my son and his daughter. Last June, my son backtracked just a little bit. He had a panic attack. He was 19. The day he found out he was a father, this was the same day that she was taken. He had a lot of emotions. So he asked me, Mom, I'm not sure if I'm ready to be a father 100%. This is a lot. I still had faith in St. Francis. And I said, let's talk to your caseworker when she comes. We were set for her to be placed with my son in June of last year. And I thought St. Francis would sit at that table with my son and offer more services, more reassurances, because he had done everything they had been asked. They were ready to move her in, and instead, it was a complete 360. She pumped those brakes. She went to every attorney and said, he doesn't want to be a father. He doesn't want her. And that's not what he said. So then my son went into a depression for about a month. Myself, my husband, his 4 brothers, and significant others reassured him, we have your back. And he finally started working the case again. We are a year past that June. He is just now getting unsupervised visitations. He had every box checked in March that St. Francis wanted.
Amanda, I'm so sorry I let you go on as long as we could, but in fairness to our other testimonies, we have to stick to the 5 minutes. Yes. I see that you said that you scheduled a meeting with the governor. Did that happen?
I requested one, and she said, well, the response I got was that there was not time available, but they did assign it to be investigated. I did file a complaint with St. Francis as well, and I have had some communication. They are doing an internal investigation. What the results of all that is, obviously, they can't discuss a lot of it with me. And then DCF apparently has also done an investigation. I don't know what those results are either. This is just a very active case. My biggest thing is my son was not ever given a chance to be a father, and he is fighting to be a father and never really given that chance. And she is 19 months old now. The most crucial time of bonding has been ripped away from him and his daughter.
Amanda, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Committee, I would draw your attention to other written-only testimony that has been submitted. And next, we will go on to our family preservation and case management provider updates. We'll begin with Crystal Hedrick.
Nope, she's at the end.
Oh, and I knew that. I was told by Representative Howerton that Crystal does a wonderful job of summation and filling in some gaps. So we're going to instead start with Justin Horton. Thank you, Representative Howerton.
Good afternoon, Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Howerton, Ranking Minority Member Pascadeau, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Justin Horton. I am the Chief Programs and Innovation Officer for Cornerstones of Care. Walking through my testimony, I always appreciate these days. I take a lot of notes as I go along. It provides brainstorms, and I try and create some lines of connected tissue to my testimony. So page 1 doesn't change for me a lot when I come and testify in front of you. Page 1 kind of stays the same. I give you a history of our organization, and it's probably boring and repetitive to you because I nonchalantly point out we're a trauma-informed care organization, and something that we're proud of, and something that is a bit different about us, not better, not worse, but a bit different. But you started to hear some things about that today. Representative Humphreys asked about group care, and you got a response from Christine about trauma-informed and those requirements to be a congregate care provider under FFPSA. You heard Lindsay talk about resilience and ACEs. Our trauma-informed model is built on the ACEs study, Adverse Childhood Experiences, talks about resilience, and really is the ethos about how we interact with our clients, interact with our partners, community members, and everybody. So I'll talk a little bit more about that later on. But moving to page 2, I normally don't talk much on page 2, but we are a provider of about 8 different services in Kansas and 49 counties. That's a lot of counties, but there's a lot of areas we don't do work, and I would just say to you that's intentional. I'm a believer of you find what you do well, you plant roots in communities, and then you sort of layer on to those communities. Being certified in sanctuary and trauma-informed care, I'm very cognizant of stretching ourselves thin and just expanding to other areas unnecessarily, because you have to live, eat, and breathe sanctuary to work for me and work at our organization, and that gets harder the more that you spread out. It's also a bit of trust, because there's a lot of community providers who do good work. So I don't know Garden City, other than going on a college visit there when I was much younger. I don't know Garden City. I don't need to go to Garden City and do work, because there's other people that do that work. So our map is intentional, where we layer on our services. Page 3, we talk about family preservation. You have our office and our contact information. You have our data there on page 3. Deputy Secretary Keys showed some data early about family preservation. The data at the bottom of the page is consistent with what she displayed. We routinely exceed expectations on keeping families together safely, successfully closing cases, and having satisfied clients through the surveys and the feedback that they give us, and serving about 100 families a quarter in our 2 different areas of the state that we have, and we're the provider in the Northeast and the Southeast. So flipping over to page 4, we had 2 requests when I was here last time, one of which was from you, Chair Gossage. You had asked for the cost per child and cost per family for family preservation cases. So at the top of page 4, I provided that information to you, and then just as a compare and contrast, I threw in the price of a foster care case, and I think you heard some of that today. I think at least 2 people talked about this adage of it is cheaper to keep a family together and serve them than it is to care for someone in foster care. So this is a 3-month snapshot. It might change if it was a different 3-month snapshot a year from now, but it runs pretty consistent to this, that it's always generally going to be cheaper, unless there's a whole lot of more money put into prevention, to keep a family together and serve them. The cost per child might fluctuate depending on how many kids we're serving. Some families have 3, 5, 2, 1, but you can see sort of there in black and white that that's what it costs for us and what we do.
Just a quick question. Am I to assume then that the NE and SE stand for what?
Northeast and Southeast.
What I thought, just want
Yes.
to verify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Continue.
Okay, I took out the section that I had last time about some challenges that our families are facing, because it hasn't changed. I'll bring it back next testimony, but I did want to specifically point out some things that are going well. As the calendar turns to July and the state fiscal year ends, there's a lot of reporting that goes on. All of our grants and contracts tend to run on that July to June timing. So you've heard over the past year, whether it was myself, some other providers, or the Deputy Secretary, talk about treatment family foster homes, and we are one of the providers who uses it as a prevention model in Northeast Kansas. So we essentially have dollars from DCF to be able to provide to respite families. So a family is together, but there's a time where the children need to go stay somewhere else to be safe, or maybe the family needs a break. Normally, without these dollars, those 2, 3, 4, 5 kids would go to that home, and there'd be no financial payment provided to that family, despite food costs, utility costs, things like that. So we offer these respite families payment, training, therapy, and in-home support. The rest of the details are in there, but we are focused on a 9-county area, and the goal was to have a reduction in FINA entries, family in need of assessment, that you've heard talked about in testimony. We, through our work, through the work of the community and our partners, a 25% reduction compared to state fiscal year 23. And on page 4 at the bottom in blue, you can see that through work of a lot of people, not just us, there was a reduction by 27% and 33%. So it is a model that I think DCF is interested in exploring and doing elsewhere in the state, because it is showing to have positive effects when you can help out communities and citizens who are helping out their neighbors. It makes a difference. It helps them say yes to being able to do that. Moving on to foster care, on page 5, you have our numbers served. The number of children in custody as of the end of June was 424. Not that you need to care about 6 years ago, but when we took over this contract, there were 842 kids. There's now 424. That follows a statewide trend. We're not unique in that, but it's a lot of work by a lot of great people, a lot of entities. So as I share data with you on page 6, the way that you make that happen is we had 23 kids enter care, but we had 50 exit. So if you can keep exiting kids and less come into care, your number goes down. Of those 23 that entered, 77% were placed with relative or kinship, which is always our goal, as you've heard a lot of people talk about. We had 29 kids go home and be reintegrated, and we had 10 adoptions happen. We didn't have any sole permanencies, but I put an asterisk in there that I know one has occurred in July, and 2 are scheduled for August. So we're happy that will be our 3rd and 4th when those occur in August. For permanencies, those 10 adoptions, 3 were by foster parent, 7 were by relative. And my second request from the last time I was here was from you, Representative Humphreys. You were curious, out of the youth adopted by a foster parent, were the youth ever with relatives kinship, and if not, why? So in that 3-month snapshot of my testimony, April to June, we had 3 kiddos who were adopted by foster parents. 2 of the 3 were placed with relatives or kinship at that time. I give you more detail in my testimony on page 7. I actually thought, I mean, I can't make these cases up, they are what they are. I thought it actually gave a decent snapshot of kind of what we face, which is sometimes we take for granted that there are relatives on the next block in the same town, in the same county. That's not always the case. One of the youth had no other in-state relatives, and given their age and ability to give input on the case, didn't want to go out of state, but was ultimately adopted by someone who had cared for their oldest siblings. So a little bit of a kinship connection. The other 2 cases we did place in another state, but that home did not pass the background check and the home study process through that state. Anytime you place across state lines, you don't just place and nobody looks at it. That state has to go do an investigation, do background checks, and that state said that the child could not stay there. And then the last one, they were placed with a relative, but there were safety concerns with that home, and those kids needed to be moved to. In most of those cases, there were relatives explored, but for one reason or another, for life circumstances, they opted not to be a placement, just to support. So, but there's information in there for you. Wrapping up, page 8, what's our program and our family struggling with today that we need help with today? Page 8 is the same as my testimony, but I gave you unique case examples ranging from 7-year-olds to 17-year-olds. I won't go through those, but those are all within this year, within the last 6 months. Some kids coming into care, why they're coming into care, and related to mental health, truancy, running away, and just behaviors that they have. Ending on page 9, some things that are going well. We stood up a high acuity caseload. So this is the theme for the day, kids who have behaviors that are coming into foster care. So DCF had an idea. We liked the idea. We said we'll opt in, and we started a high acuity caseload with there's 2 specialized case managers, 2 behavior interventionists, similar to what you heard Foster Adopt Connect talked about. And they are caring for case managing those youth who have those behaviors so that we can have a really low caseload, well below accreditation standards, to give those kids a lot of attention to try and help stabilize them. We have a regional youth advisory council, which is kind of cool. My team wanted me to mention this. So we have an independent living unit. So that's a unit of workers who focus solely on older youth and those that might age out of foster care. We routinely have classes with them. We invite group home, whether you're RCMP or not, we invite kids from other CMPs just to talk about things to help them, whether it be jobs, cars, relationships, banking, apartments, how to talk to a judge, things like that. And I will end with, last quarter, since it was timely, we were recertified in our trauma-informed model. So you heard accreditation talked about earlier. You have to be accredited. Generally, you need evidence-based services. We check both those boxes. We just take it a step further. We go through formal certification of the sanctuary trauma-informed model. So we had guests from Arizona and Florida who come. They look at our programs. They look at our facilities, our policies, our procedures, and our Kansas foster care team and family preservation. I didn't want to leave them out. We're both certified for another 3 years. We'll have guests come back and check us out again.
Thank you. Just one moment. Committee, do we have questions? Yes. Representative Howell.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So on page 8, one of your cases there with the truancy runaway, you have the example of the 14-year-old, and it says all the family members who were potential options refused to have these in their home.
Yeah.
I am just curious if one of those family members had been willing, or let me rephrase it. would you be able to provide free services to those family members if they had accepted this child, support and wraparound services on an ongoing basis if they had taken this child?
A simplistic response is we would not have not, because they wouldn't have come into foster care. So in the example, if a relative was willing to say, yes, let me take care of these kids, they don't need to go into foster care, then the case never comes to us, so we don't have that opportunity or obligation to intervene.
And do you know of any services that would have been readily available to them from another source?
It would have been connections with DCF if DECA had been working with them for family preservation to try and keep the family together. But then you move to your community mental health centers and you're just community-based providers, of which DCF could help assist with identifying those for the family. But you see how support for respite families becomes a big deal. It's not nothing to take somebody into your home that you weren't prepared for, who might have behaviors that you're not used to, and might cause damage to your home that you haven't experienced. But oh, by the way, please do that with no compensation and support that may look different depending on where you're at.
Exactly.
Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Madam Vice Chair. So to Representative Leah Howell's question, Secretary Howard, when you come up, if you could answer the question, if that child already was receiving benefits, food stamps or medical card, wouldn't that follow the child? That's just that question you put on my mind. But to your presentation, sir, you said that your percentage of children going out is increasing, and that's what we want. What do you accredit that to with your particular program?
I don't know that it's much different than what you heard other folks testify today, in that continuity, stability, and relationships are a big deal. When we took this work in 2019, we'd never done foster care in Kansas, and we had 842 kids handed over. It's more methodical than that, but nonetheless, it takes time to assimilate staff to your culture, find good leaders who know what they're doing, and build relationships with, whether it be CASA, commissioners, judges, family court. So anyone in this room will tell you continuity matters. If you change workers, it slows the case down 6 months. You can have the same worker, the same supervisor, who are doing the work as they're supposed to in a trauma-informed way, you get those outcomes.
Madam Chair, can I just, Vice Chair, I don't want to give her job away, follow up. So no, seriously, understanding everything that you just said, still the original reason remains the same, that the child came in contact with you or any other agency or DCF or whomever. And so I guess I'll reframe my question. So when the children came to you, what was, I'm trying to get everybody to be on the same page. I think we heard today there are 3 different reasons that children come into the system. So I'm just kind of trying to, you mentioned Northeast and Southeast or something, in your area, the children are coming there. Why? Because they're poor, because of drugs, because of physical abuse.
Yes.
I introduced a bill years ago called the Grandparents as Caregivers Act, and that was due to help my sister. She passed away and had 5 children, and then her husband was killed in a motorcycle accident. So there was 5 children. So my mother struggled to raise 5 grandchildren, and so the Grandparents as Caregivers Act was kind of to help grandparents raising grandchildren. So a lot of times we just think that kids are in foster care because of drugs, or it could be because family members have passed away. So I'm just trying to really narrow it down in your neck of the woods of why you're there on the boots on the ground, kind of, and when you hear these cases, what is the majority of the reason that you hear that they're there?
Yeah, I'd want to double check the data to not mislead you, but I don't think there's anything, every county is unique, but I don't think there's anything different about Leavenworth, Wyandotte, and Atchison as to why families are entering, which is where we do foster care, compared to the rest of the state. as you heard in testimony earlier, it is still largely neglect. It is not sexual abuse. It's not physical abuse. There are kids who enter for that, but it's still largely neglect due to poverty, due to drug use, due to mental health issues. So it's not unique to us. I would say in every case management provider who does foster care can be unique and has their strengths, but there's similarities. For us, we have a really good placement finding unit who goes and finds relatives and kinship. We have a kinship unit who then walks alongside the kinship provider so that they are supported, not just from the case manager. This is yet another support. We have a specified adoption unit whose job is to be mercenaries in adoption when a child reaches that point, an independent living unit. It's debatable whether specialization is good or not. It's how Kansas works. It is not how Missouri works. I could give you a whole nother day about how they're structured. It doesn't have that uniqueness. But that specialization and the stability of caseworkers, we've been lucky with stability in casework. When you have that continuity, when you're not having to teach people how to do adoptions in Kansas, how to support kinship, what independent living means over and over, you only grow and get stronger. And our job is to follow what the court-ordered goal is and be mercenaries in making that happen as quickly and safely as possible.
Committee, we have a lot of reports to get to here in the next 35 minutes, so thank you so much, Justin. We'll move now to Jeanette Owens.
Good afternoon. Chair Gossage and members of the committee, my name is Jeanette Owens, and I'm the Chief Child Welfare Officer at DECA, and I really appreciate the opportunity to share about our services today and more specifically about your guys' prevention focus for today. We know that prevention strengthens families. We know that the research shows that for every dollar spent in prevention, $2 to $10 are given back. We know that some programs yield $20 back for prevention services. And we know that prevention reduces costs in foster care, health care, juvenile justice involvement, special education, and lost productivity. In addition to the financial piece of that, we know that prevention brings a whole lot of benefits to it. We speak a lot about the reduced trauma and the stronger families that we have. It reduces the court times. It increases graduation and employment, and it makes us safer and healthier in our state. So thank you for the focus today. We greatly appreciate it. I'm going to start by just sharing just a little bit about our Families First program, and it's called START. So you've heard a little bit about it. You've heard about it from me before, and so I just want to point out it's specifically to come alongside families to help them get to recovery faster, and that coming alongside of them is typically with a dyad approach, where we have a case manager and an individual that has lived experience in both the child welfare system and in recovery. You can see on that next page one of our outcomes there for Families First, specifically with that START program, children maintaining safely in the home. We served 85 children last fiscal year, and 74 of those were able to be maintained in the home. And then for each region today, or each program today, I was going to share just a little bit about the targeted challenges DECA is specifically working on in those programs. And so for our FFPSA programs, we're specifically working on continuing to expand the reach and impact of this program by increasing referrals and working with more families through that. The next program I'm going to briefly mention is family preservation. And we are at 215 active families today. And for last fiscal year, we served 652 families. In June, when we met, I shared a little bit about the excitement about the continued change of Family Pres and how we're doing increased prevention focused. And so today I just included a chart that talks about those changes as we move in that direction. For family preservation, one of our challenges that we continue to focus on at DECA is just how do we come along and support that instability, that housing instability? How do we help those families when we get referral that don't have any housing for the immediacy response and then for the long-term piece? I would like to mention the written testimony provided by Mrs. Goodall, and she specifically in that talked about family preservation services coming alongside those with housing instability, and how it may be sitting there and helping them fill out applications. It looks a lot of different ways. And Mrs. Goodall does a great job of explaining how it changed her life. And one of the things she said, not only did you help me with housing, but you literally built a life for us. And that was pretty exciting to hear. And we know is a challenge that we're going to keep facing and continue to look at resources for. I also wanted to just provide a quick update on our family preservation pilot that we've been talking about. And since we met in June, we've had 3 more referrals, bringing our total to 10. And 9 of those children remain out of foster care. On the next page, you'll see just a quick chart, and we will update this ongoing. But our age range has changed just a little bit, where our youngest now is 12, with our oldest being 17. And we've had 4 females and 6 males. And even though we've served only 10 kiddos, we're getting a lot of great traction on different resources, different processes, immediacy, collaboration across programs. And one of the things I didn't quite expect was the number of requested referrals that were not specific to our program, but could this work? And so we're keeping the pilot what the pilot was intended to be, but we are regularly, multiple times a week, having people say, well, would this family work? So it continues to reiterate that the need is there. Next, I'll share a little bit about our therapeutic foster home program. We're up 7 more therapeutic foster homes from when we met in June to a total of 45. And our targeted challenge there that we're continuing to work on is, even though we have 45 therapeutic foster homes, we are regularly unable to meet all of the needs of the kiddos that need a therapeutic home. And so we're continuing to work with our homes that we do have that are just taking shorter term therapeutic kiddos and helping support them, where hopefully long term, in the long run, they'll be able to take longer term placements as well. Next is post-adoption services. And we're currently serving 64 families through that. We provided 120 respites over the past fiscal year. And our targeted challenge there that DECA is working on is really trying to reach these families, and you've heard me say this before, trying to reach these families before they're getting to us at this point. By the time they're getting to us now, they frequently had failed attempts for services or multiple crises, and the conversation often starts with dissolving adoption. And so we know if we can get upstream further, that this service can continue to be more helpful. Next update is for We Can Drive, and we remain super excited about this program. We now, to date, have 531 kids that have received some form of licensure. So it's always exciting to see that number and the impact that we know that licensure is making. And our targeted challenge in this program remains those 50 hours of supervised driving. And we have good partnerships across the state that help with that, but that is definitely a piece that we continue to seek on building more and collaborating more with. I'll finish with our child placement agency. We are currently sponsoring 415 homes, and I provided the continuum of care options that we have for our families, which is a pretty vast array of opportunities where we really try to meet those needs of those volunteers of their stage of life, whether it's just short-term respite or long-term care or anything in between. And I provided one more quick update about the DCF licensing changes that happened in June of 2024. And just highlighted a couple of the biggest changes for us impact-wise was an increase, or was a fingerprinting for alternate caregivers, and then the family assessment. And so I added those updates. For our child placement agency, our targeted challenge that has been on this list probably for a couple of years now is we're continuing to have that need for mental health services, continuing to have that need for PRTF stays, psychiatric residential treatment facilities, and that remains difficulty for us to get to the next level of service when that service is needed. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Quick questions, committee? Seeing none, that was very thorough. Thank you so much, Jeanette. Next, we'll move to Brenda Watkins with Ember Hope.
Good afternoon, Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Howerton, members of the committee. My name is Brenda Watkins. I'm the president for Ember Hope Connections. We're the new case management provider for Sedgwick County. We've been serving since July 1st of 2024, so we're now 13 months old. We certainly have a lot of unique challenges in Sedgwick County, so I'm going to go a little bit off script today. You have my full written testimony, and I provided all the data that you all have requested, and definitely will stand for questions about any of our data sets. We did report on April, May, June, quarter 4, and then we did provide our first state fiscal year 25, so you could see total numbers for the year as well. But I'll be concentrating testimony today on pages 1, 2, and 3. Because I want to make sure that we have opportunity to talk about what is going on that we're worried about. So the first thing I would like to say is we had a meeting with Secretary Howard, Deputy Secretary Keys. I think it was on July the 30th. We have a follow-up meeting on August the 21st to continue to brainstorm some of our ideas and our solutions. The court neutral on the McIntyre settlement agreement also reached out to DCF and requested to speak with us, Ember Hope Connections, to learn more about what is going on in Sedgwick County. We had that conversation with them on July the 9th, and they indicated to us at that time they planned to include some of our ideas and recommendations in their report back to you all as well as to DCF. Just to give you the magnitude of the size of Sedgwick County before the magnitude of the problem in Sedgwick County, we had out-of-home numbers as far as June 30th, 1,526 youth in care. That represents 26.8% of the total child welfare population in Kansas. Today, we started our day with needing to find placements for 34 children. There are days that we will start our day and that list may be 50 or 60 or more. So we have a very busy placement department searching for placements that do not exist today. We remain concerned about a placement crisis in Sedgwick County. We do believe that touches other parts of the state as well. And I want to provide some data around failure to place. First of all, fiscal year 25, we finished just in Sedgwick County 450 instances of failure to place. That was 95% of the total instances in the state of Kansas. So largely everyone else has solved FTP, but we have not solved it in Sedgwick County. If anything, it is continuing to grow and it is continuing to get worse. During that time frame, we served 120 unique youth that resulted in that 450 total instances of failure to place. In July, we had 115 instances of failure to place, 36 unique youth. And when we look at those 36 unique youth, in July, 11 of the 36 are juvenile offenders. That's 30.55%. As of August 12th, we already have had 12 instances of failure to place. The other thing I would draw your attention to is the correlation with overnights, which is something that DCF has talked with the case management providers and the child placing agencies in the state about ending. We are given a mandate by October 31. We are to reduce those numbers by 25%, by the end of the year, 50%, and to eradicate and eliminate by 2/1/26. We are worried about this because in fiscal year 25, we had a total of 8,235 instances of overnight placement in Sedgwick County that could have otherwise resulted in failure to place. So we want to continue to explore. We're on board with DCF's initiatives and their priorities. However, we feel we have to build the capacity first. And until we build the capacity, we are concerned these failure to place numbers will continue to go up. We are not resource rich in terms of wraparound services. We feel like we also need to build capacity around mental health services for youth, trauma-focused mental health services specifically, addiction services, ABA, applied behavioral analysis services for youth with autism. And we also feel that we need to identify more juvenile offender beds very, very quickly with services that are coming from the Kansas Department of Corrections. In regard to child welfare population growth in fiscal year 25, unlike a lot of other parts of the state, we grew by 12.5%. And another thing that we remain very upside down with right now is the number of entries, new children into care versus exits, children out of care, which again continues to increase that population overall. We had in fiscal year 25, 593 new removals, new referrals, and in July we had 39. In the period under review, April through June, we had 184 new referrals. I now want to focus more on some solutions and some things that we think are working well. And some of those solutions that we have identified is a partnership with Mental Health Association, and we are doing a therapeutic day services program. They have served 9 high acuity youth so far, and we're seeing some good efficacy and some good outcomes. We would like to be able to expand that partnership and be able to increase the capacity there for their ableness to serve children. Another one is our Hope Unified for Belonging team that's grant funded by DCF. That is time limited. We would continue to request or recommend that that funding be sustained. These are our boots on the ground people that are seeing youth at least 3 times a week. They're the ones going out to the day services, and they're the ones going to school. They're the ones going to placement that are intervening to prevent that disruption, to prevent that acute hospitalization. And that is going really well for us right now. We are looking at if it makes sense for that team to get certified as behavioral interventionist. You've heard a lot today about that's something that's working, is using the BI, the Behavioral Interventionist Services. You've also heard a lot about therapeutic family foster homes. Our sister agency, Ember Hope Youthville, has a grant for therapeutic family foster homes. That's going really well for us as well. We currently have several homes and 5 children placed in those 7 homes. And we are looking to build that capacity by 12 more additional homes by the end of the current fiscal year that we're in. Again, we're seeing good efficacy with that. You know, a therapeutic home can have no more than 1 to 2 children placed. It's usually 1, and they can do some really intensive work, and that's going well. You heard a little bit about DECA's pilot program in Kansas City to prevent children coming into foster care. We recently met with DCF regional leadership last week and community providers in Sedgwick County as well as DECA. We will be piloting that as well in Sedgwick County and try to get our number of new referrals coming in down. We know that a lot of the new referrals are parents' inability to cope, and these are just parents that are saying, I cannot meet the needs of my child. Either they're not willing, they're not able, or they're both. So we look forward to that. We're also talking to the Kansas Family Support Center through the University of Kansas about a pilot that would be placement for children with autism using applied behavioral analysis services. So that's another one that we look forward to. I'll stand for your questions.
Committee, we have time for one question. Senator Falscato.
Oh, I just remembered. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Question, you said they said that you had to be in compliance by October 1st. Who's they?
DCF, and I believe it's an agreement with the court neutral.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Committee, next we will go to Linda Bass.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Howerton, and members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. My name is Linda Boss, and I am president of KBC Kansas. I know, it's hard.
I know better, but I do it wrong every time.
In your defense, I think last time you had it correct. So I just wanted to first say that I really appreciate the focus of the committee on prevention. I think probably in every testimony that I've ever presented to this and other committees, you've heard me talk about the importance of prevention. And it's so near and dear to my heart because of having worked in child welfare my entire career. When I started out, I would work with families when their kids first came home from foster care and aftercare services. And they would end services, and it was a huge time of celebration. And then you leave the families, and you don't see them anymore, and you just imagine how life continued on, full of continued successes. And in 2016, Annie Casey put out some information on how to best engage biological parents in the child welfare system. And we created a work group with biological parents called Engaging Parents, Developing Leaders. So now we're almost to 10 years. This is a group that I run, and we invite all biological parents to join us to tell us how the system can improve and how they can have better experiences. And some families find the group because they had a really good experience in child welfare and they want to say thank you and they want to give back. And some families find the group because they had a really awful experience in child welfare and they want to change the system for other families so they don't have to experience that. So now I'm 10 years in with some families who I met in 2016, and I have had a glimpse into their world long after they're done with the system. And even though those successes continue for them and their life goes on, the trauma of removal and separation from one another never goes away. Many of these families now have adult children and grandchildren, and they will still share stories with me of the times in which they were separated, and those memories never fade. And so any opportunity we have to have one less family ever know the child welfare system, the better off that family will be. And there are so many avenues, as you've heard today, where we can intervene with those families at the right time, at the right dosage, with the right outcome, and families never have to know child welfare. So thank you for the opportunity to focus on that today. I won't go through all of my testimony, but I did provide all of the data that has been requested in terms of the template. And if there are any questions on that, I would welcome them. I will hit the highlights, and then I have 4 areas of challenges, but solutions attached to those challenges that I think could bring about continued improvement within the child welfare system. So we continue to serve just over 1,300 children in our two catchment areas. During the April to June quarter, which is focused on in this testimony, we served a little over 1,800 unique children. We have not had any experiences of failure to place, meaning that no children have been in the office, and that's primarily due to 2 drivers. One is that we no longer make any placements of children in any level of placement less than 15 days. So if a foster family, congregate care facility, relative is not willing to accept a youth for at least 15 days, so still a very short-term placement, we don't place. We keep them in our own facility. And our own facility is the other reason we haven't had any youth in the office, is because we have a no eject, no reject facility that we have autonomy over, and we can say if no one else is able to take this youth and provide care for them, then we will do it ourselves. It's not the long-term solution. The long-term solution is that we have a whole host of options for youth, and that we can select from a multitude of options. But ultimately, that is why since September 2024, we haven't had any youth in the office, because we've eliminated short-term placements, and we're using our own facility when needed. Our number of missing youth continues to remain fairly unchanged, about 10 to 12 youth every day. And between April and June, we had 47 unique youth that were missing for at least 24-hour period during that time. We have had 74 youth go home through reintegration during this quarter, 40 youth adopted. We did not have any sole permanencies. Workforce retention and recruitment, we ended the fiscal year with 70.4% staff retention. Our goal was 76% or higher, no more than 2% per month. So we fell a little short of our goal, still better than the national average, but not where we want to be as an organization. In April, we had about 1.5% turnover. In May, 2.5%. In June, just under 2% turnover. We do still remain in the top 1% of work well-being scores on Indeed, and continue to survey our staff twice a year, and then work with team meetings in between those two surveys to bring about individual and team level change to help promote staff engagement and continuity of their employment and their satisfaction at work. I won't go into the two stories I included in here, but I do have one story highlighting Caroline, which is a therapist in our outpatient department. And there's more details provided in there, but I think what's noteworthy is Caroline is approaching her 19th year in child welfare with us as an outpatient therapist, not as a leader, not as an administrator, as a direct care therapist. It's hard in Kansas to find a therapist who's approaching their 19th year. And this last year, she went on to receive adoption competency training because that was a growth opportunity. And I mention this because we don't have to provide mental health services at KBC. We can rely on the network of mental health service providers in the community, but we know there's gaps in the system. And ultimately, we need to help fill in those gaps. And so we have therapists like Caroline, who are almost 2 decades in the making, who are continuing to expand their skills so that when we have a youth and a family who needs services, they can't wait, and they need someone who understands exactly what they're going through and has expertise in that area, we can help make a match. And I also have a story about a really amazing set of foster parents, Stacy and Sean. They have, this is their own quote, their specialty is not giving up. That's amazing. If everybody's specialty could be not giving up, where would we be? But they're not giving up, and they're not giving up just on kids, but they're not giving up on families. Nearly every child who has been in their care has successfully reintegrated with their parent or caregiver of removal, which I think is amazing because it's one thing to take in and care for a child. It's not your own. That's an enormous challenge and something to take on for your family. It has its own emotional roller coaster attached to it. And then to support them and their entire family to come back together is a whole nother level of an emotional challenge that foster families and relative caregivers step up and do every day. So we're very thankful for Stacy and Sean. Okay, now getting into 4 areas that I think the child welfare system can continue to improve. One is around educational stability for youth in care. For most youth in care, the educational system works just as intended. Child goes to a relative or a foster parent, they enroll in a school district in which they live, and they receive amazing education. For youth who do not have long-term stable placement, they are slipping through the cracks. They move frequently, and oftentimes every move means they are in a new school district, a new school, getting their documents, their IEP, their transcripts, getting them enrolled timely, knowing which school is going to have responsibility to accept them if their placement and their living location on this Monday is not the same as it's going to be next Monday, and we don't know what it's going to be next Monday. These kids get pushed out and they don't get enrolled in school and they fall further and further behind, and these are the ones who came into the system already with things falling behind in their education. So I think this is an area that we can continue to do more work and make sure that youth who do not have stable placement have easy access to education, whether that's in person or online, whatever they need, but that we make a special carve out for them to say, this has to be a top priority for you, getting your educational needs met. The second area is removing barriers for foster parents and caregivers who want to support youth beyond care. So the best case scenario, if that youth doesn't reach permanency, is when they do reach the age of exiting care, whether it's 18 or beyond, that the family they're living with doesn't just open the door and say, good luck to you, that they say, if you want to go to school, get a job, you can keep living here, this is what it's going to take. Well, many of those older youth who came into the system with behavioral health problems have prohibitive offenses. And what happens in our current system is that youth can live in the home as a youth in foster care, but when they turn 18 and they exit the foster care system and they have that prohibited offense on their record, that foster parent has to make a decision. Does that young adult continue to live here and I cannot continue to be a foster parent because now I have an adult living in my home with a prohibitive offense, or do I ask that young adult to move out so I can continue to be a foster parent? This shouldn't happen. Today it was okay that they're all living together, and then tomorrow when you're 18 and you're on the foster care system, it's no longer okay. This is an area that I'd like to see us make some changes in the statute and the regulations so that families can continue to safely live together. And the third one is continuing to address mental health treatment gaps and safety concerns. I won't go a lot into that because I know you've heard that in my previous testimony, but it's still up there, and I know you've heard it from other conferees. And the last area is just continued foster parent recruitment and retention and all the support and wraparound that needs to go to those caregivers so that, much like the biological parents, that the right service at the right time is offered to those caregivers so that they can provide safe and continuous care for children in care. I thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you so much, Linda. If we have questions, we'll get back to you later. We've got to kind of move along. Thank you so much. And next we'll have Matt Stevens with St. Francis. Matt, if it's okay with you, we have your written testimony, and I don't typically like to do this, but if it's all right, we're going to ask you just to go briefly through that,
Sure.
one minute, and then address some of the things that were discussed earlier.
Okay. So
We'll give you that
real
opportunity.
quick, and I definitely appreciate that. I kind of want to definitely echo what everybody is saying, is that, this real commitment and the use of today's time thinking about prevention, I think, is very well spent. I just want to make sure that we don't pigeonhole ourselves either and realize that prevention is much broader than what's DCF contracted. There's going to be informal relationships in the community, formal relationships, mental health services, and so we're talking about a really small subset, especially, I think we talked a little bit earlier today about candidacy for care. But if you take it a step back, there's a lot of opportunities for communities to intervene before children potentially become candidates for care. And I think that's what we have to focus on. In addition to this work, which is ultra important, how do we get further and further upstream so that Kansas families and children have their needs met when they have them in a way that can change their trajectory for the positive. So again, I'm Matt Stevens from St. Francis Ministries. I'm our Vice President of Advocacy. You have all of my details, and as I skim it for you, I think the big thing, just for you to be aware, we had 11 children who were failures to play, so they slept in our offices, resulting in 21 overnight instances. And so for us, that picked up during this last quarter. I know that you heard Brenda from Ember Hope talk about their struggles as well. And so for me, what I see is the level of child that we have doesn't necessarily match the level of placement availability to them, whether that's PRTF or higher acuity placements, because it's really important that we ensure that, again, that children that are coming to us have the right placement. So that's what we have to continue to work on, building that capacity as we move forward. And so, Senator, obviously you asked a little bit about some of the public testimony. From my position, it's pretty difficult probably to talk, and would be inappropriate to talk case specific. So I want to start there. I know that everybody who came here today definitely spoke their truth. They, whether it was via WebEx or whether they were here in person, they were not satisfied with the services that they got at St. Francis. And there's a myriad of reasons why that may have been. Without getting case specific, it's very difficult to say this happened in this case. So I can talk a little bit about, some of the complexities that do happen. And so again, child welfare, unfortunately, is in some ways easy to enter and more difficult to exit. So once you get into our system and once the court has jurisdiction, they are going to have court orders and requirements that they expect for us to follow, they expect for the parents to follow. And so that's just a piece of that particular equation. So again, I don't want to necessarily talk anything really case specific, so maybe I'll just ask you guys have general questions about what you heard that we might be able to answer?
I do, and it's not just what was stated here today, but emails, letters that I receive. It's not just St. Francis. The concerns that I am hearing is just not understanding. And I hear a lot. I had one grandmother that spoke to me for 45 minutes over the phone about, I didn't understand this. I kept asking. We were trying to understand. We were trying to do what was required, but nobody could clearly state. You know, we heard somebody say earlier that they lost, I think it was certification licensing, and there were 21 reasons, and this is not you, but this has to do with DCF. So it's a lot of misunderstanding, or we think things are not clear, or I thought that if we called and said, my child is out of control, come and get him, that the state would come and get my child. And then we hear other times where that's what happened. And then we hear times where, no, we actually don't do that. So I guess, Matt, my question is not just for you, but just for our other providers to think about, in that, do we feel people who are receiving these services in your service area truly understand whether they're a foster parent and understand, you know, I have them who say, you guys passed a bill, foster parents' rights, but it didn't have any effect. I don't feel like I have any rights. They don't listen to anything I say. I care about the child. They act like we are just, you know, there, we're talk to the hand. So I know that I'm rambling a little bit, but just to pick any of those topics and address those, because that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, okay, so I can talk about kind of misunderstanding. And so I think when you think about a child who gets removed from their home and the parents that go through it, it's a very traumatic event. And so, you know, again, what we should be doing is communicating with them early and often and trying to make sure that we're putting ourselves in the best position. So ourselves being at this point in time the case management provider. They should be there to say, hey, your children just left with DCF, and the sheriff's office generally, or some law enforcement might take them somewhere. You're going to be working with me. We're going to have court in X amount of time. You will or did probably get served with some legal paperwork today. And then we continue the conversation to say, eventually what we're going to be doing is some assessments that tell us what are the reasons that it's unsafe for this child to be in your home. And then we're going to put services in place that address those. And all of that's really going to be driven by the court. And so we've got this, how we do this is DCF does an assessment, and there's a determination that's eventually made that this child is unsafe. And the only person that can do that is a judge in the state of Kansas. So they signed to say, it has come before me and this child is not safe where they're at. So I'm going to sign this legal binding document that then puts this child in the care, custody, and control of the secretary. So now they are then referred to us. Again, we need to start working with that family right away. At the same time, they're appointed an attorney, a court-appointed attorney who should be working with those families. Grandparents, again, depending on the situation, they might have access to their own attorneys. They could have access to potentially getting one appointed as well. Again, every case is a little bit different too, so I'm not trying to pigeonhole. There are lots of professionals who should be there to help try to explain through the process. You're not going to figure it out on day one because you just went through probably one of the most traumatic events of your life with your children being removed from your care, custody, and control and placed somewhere else. So I think it's ongoing and constant communication that's required. So there's that piece. The other piece is when you're doing a case plan and doing it well, you are getting information from all of the people that know that child and what's happening in their life. That would include our foster parents. So I think that's the other piece you talked about. You know, foster parents often don't feel heard. That should be happening. Now, it doesn't always mean that what the foster parents want is what they get. You know, the foster parent says, hey, this is what should happen. I'm really, because I've had calls with foster parents, I'm really, really supportive of reintegration. Just not now, maybe in 6 months or maybe in 9 months or maybe later. And so they might have a different timeline that the judge says, no, we're ready to move to reintegration right now. We think we've mitigated the safety risks in that home and that child can go home. So I don't know if because I kind of then rambled on, but I hope I kind of caught some of the questions that you were asking.
Matt, does this seem write to you when I have families that contact me, and maybe because I'm chair of this committee and the Bob Bethel Committee, that I hear often, I was told to contact you. So I listen to what people have to say, but what I share with them is, what does resolution look like to you? I think it's important that when they come to you, or whether they go to DCF or they go to Carrie in the Child Advocate's office, that they know what resolution looks like. Oftentimes, it's just we were treated badly. They just need to fix this. What does fix this look like to you? So I recall one of the testimonies from today that I had requested there be, if you will, a resolution get together. You may remember that everybody come together. What does resolution look like? Let's talk about this. And what I'm hearing from the person who spoke today, I won't name who that individual is, but that resolution didn't happen. So short of everybody having a come together, and unfortunately I had shared that I wasn't invited to that meeting, I wanted to go. So I would like to be invited next time if we do something like that. Can you, short of that, can you tell me, can you share with this committee, what should we be telling these folks that ask us, I don't know what my recourse is, there's nobody to appeal to, where do they go from here? What would you suggest?
I think you're obviously going to take it by case basis. There are some things, and I'm not an attorney, but they talked about there's no appeal process that's baked in. So that might be something that this committee or others would want to at least discuss. I'm not saying you should do it or not do it. It should at least be a part of the equation. I've offered for everybody on this committee before to take my phone number. I know I've talked to a lot of people that have talked to members of this committee before. The previous chair sent me lots of people, and it made sense at that time because we served in the same area. So that made a ton of sense. And I appreciate your perspective too. What does resolution look like for these families, and asking that question? And I think we can get to that. All of the providers, including us, we have our own internal process for evaluating and a grievance that they go through. They generally also go through DCF's process as well. I know we've had a lot of folks who also go to the governor. Usually those things happen in some version of a, not necessarily concurrent, but linear. They come to us, the provider. They weren't happy with the response. They go to DCF. They didn't get to resolution, maybe is to use your language. So then they go to the governor, or they come here, or they file their own lawsuit. I mean, those are really the steps that people can take. There's going to be, child welfare is difficult, it's complex, and there are generally going to be people that are not happy with the outcomes of the services that are provided to them.
Committee, are there other questions for Matt? Yes, Senator Falskadu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And a follow-up on the chair's question, Matt. So without naming names, so the situation, couldn't you just provide the proof? You know, something tangible to provide the proof that is being stated that hasn't been done? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Potentially is probably the right answer to that. And so, again, not getting into anything real case specific. If there's something real tangible that we can provide to people, we can definitely go about doing that. And I'm more than happy to talk offline at a different occasion to figure out kind of what that might look like moving forward.
Representative Howerton with the last question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. More of a statement. I just want to emphasize that you're seeing these people probably in the worst day of their life, one of them. And we have to give a lot of grace in that. And I've heard from people of Kansas that they are judged for how they react. Okay? It's your job to treat them fairly and across the board, everybody that's a provider out there, anybody dealing with children. The parents are in trauma. And I think that we have to remember that it's not just the kids that we are taking care of. And I've read the stuff on the DCF website. I've read all these missions. It's supposed to be families. And the families do not have an advocate. They are the only ones in our system. They have an attorney that meets with them right before court, to be truthfully, usually. They do not have people helping them navigate the system. And so I'm thinking that maybe we need to figure that out for Kansas. For families, for foster families, anybody that's involved needs to know what is going on. And communication is probably the biggest thing we hear, right? It's communication. It is so important. And it's building those relationships, not just with children, which I don't think is really happening, but it's the families or foster families or whoever you're serving. And so that is very, very, very important. And I just think that's a real challenge that we need to really start focusing on. And anything you guys have to bring us in October when we meet next, I think that would be a good discussion to have, how to foster that communication. So.
And our next meeting is October 15th. Senator Reese, Representative Reese, if you have a really quick question, then otherwise we need to go on.
Sorry, I was trying to get my video to work.
It's okay.
There we go. There we go. I just have to say, in the frustration that I have, I do not believe that Mr. Stevens' responses are good enough, and I don't know what we can do. I'm frustrated as a committee that we see the families, the moms, the aunts, parents, foster parents, biological parents, all these folks that have been coming to the committee and asking for resolution. And it's not clear to me what we as a committee have, what recourse we have, what kind of authority we have. But it's something that we would need to talk about, and perhaps, I don't know, dedicate a time just to try to resolve the issues with St. Francis. These are serious, and I was elected in 2018. My first committee meeting was in 2019. I have seen the same people since then. So we have got to figure out some kind of way to bring some resolution to these issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, that is something that I have been questioning. We are an oversight committee. What can we do? What should we be doing? And so I've got research, and the revisers kind of looking at some different states and what their oversight committee does. And so I'm open, and I have talked to you, Matt, on several occasions. Like, we hear all this stuff. What can we, other than going into an executive session and being judge and jury, which I don't think that's the right thing, right? That's not what we want. But we need oversight. We need to be a committee. So I agree with that. Thank you.
We have had discussions about that, and I 100% agree. Thank you, Matt, for being here. And we'll now committee move to Tabitha Gibson.
Good afternoon. I think that I would like to, if you don't mind, Chair Gossage, to touch on some of the same things that we've already been talking about. You guys do have my written testimony, but I would like to really quickly flip to page 3 where we can highlight some of the data, and then we can move to some of what I'm sure are some questions that you probably have. So I'm Tabitha Gibson. I'm the Senior Vice President of TFI Family Services, and some of the data that I would like to highlight for us is around our relative and kinship placement rates. We are continuing to really work hard to place children with family members or someone that is known to them the day they enter care. You can see for January to June, 48.8% of the children that entered our program were placed with a relative or someone otherwise known to them the day that they were removed from their parents' care. We average about 3 youth missing from placement on any given day. As of today, we have 8 youth absent from placement. 150 of our children exited care due to reunification between January and June. 73 exited care due to adoption. Of those, 49 were adopted by a relative or a non-related kin. 20 were adopted by their foster family. and then 4 were adopted by a family otherwise or previously unknown to the child prior to the adoption. We've also had other exits from foster care that include permanent custodianship and youth aging out, but we have also, which I should have put in this section as well, we've had, I wrote 5, we've now had 6 sole permanencies as of today. Areas of focus, I want to really throw my support behind the conversations around prevention. One of the areas that we are seeing as both a family preservation provider in Northwest and Southwest Kansas and a case management provider is what we believe could be a better utilization of our prevention resources. So in Northwest and Southwest Kansas, TFI Family Services holds the family preservation contract. On page 4, I'm trying to find the data here. In the Northwest region, we did not receive the anticipated number of referrals in the last fiscal year, which was, we had anticipated about 200 referrals. We served 187 families in the Northwest. We were able to utilize our Southwest Family Preservation contract to serve more families because we were not seeing the number of referrals we would have expected in the Northwest region. So we do believe that family preservation could be better utilized. We also have parent-child interaction therapy in Southeast, South Central, and Sedgwick County. And that is a program that I believe is being significantly underutilized. That's a Family First Services Prevention Act program, and at any given time we are serving about 30 families in that program when we have the capacity to serve close to 100. So I do think that that is something that we could shore up support for. Our staff have been meeting with DCF regarding referrals, but I also think that this goes back to earlier conversations about families' discomfort participating in a service when the referral has to come from DCF. So I want to just acknowledge that may be one of the reasons why that program is being underutilized. The other piece I want to touch on regarding our case management program and potential prevention services is the number of kids entering our care due to abuse or to non-abuse neglect reasons, for FFPSA reasons. So since 2020, the average age of children entering care in our case management contract areas has increased by more than a year. So our population in our out-of-home service provider areas is getting older. That's new referrals getting older, not kids staying in care and getting older as they're in care. In fiscal year 25, 43% of the referrals to our case management program were 12 years old or older. So almost half of our referrals are teenagers. 45% of all the referrals to TFI were for FFPSA reasons. So 43% were 12 and older. 45% of all the referrals we received in both our case management areas were for reasons other than abuse or neglect. Of those children that were 12 and older who were referred, 71.5% were for reasons other than abuse or neglect. So you can see that as our older population is being referred to us, they're coming to us for reasons that are not due to abuse. What we see often is mental or behavioral health concerns that their parents are not able to manage or don't have the resources to manage. Sometimes we see intellectual or developmental disabilities as the reason that parents aren't able to manage their children's behavior. Sometimes we see some criminal behavior on the part of the youth, and parents aren't able or don't know what to do to manage their youth's behavior. So I wanted to kind of just highlight that, bring some attention to those things before we moved on, so that we could really just reinforce the support for taking another look at that and what community programs can we get behind to make sure families have what they need to care for their kids in their own homes. And with that, let me double check that with that, I will stand for questions.
Any quick questions, committee? Representative Howerton.
And thank you, Madam Chair. So the family earlier said that you had not contacted them. What do you have to say to that?
I do, and
Thank
I
you.
do want to respond to that.
I don't know how to ask that nicely.
That's okay. Mr. Baruzik is correct. He and I did talk back in March, I believe, right after the committee hearing. And I had told him that I would look into his concerns with the case. And I owe them my apologies because I was then going to be out of the office and I had asked my team to respond, which they have had contact with my team. He did mention a few of them by name today. But that is my responsibility. I should have followed up when I got back, and I had let my team do that. So that is on me. I should have absolutely reached back out to him.
I have a follow-up question. And maybe we should take this offline, but I received some disturbing news from an authority. I won't mention who it is, but it's not a parent, it's not a citizen, it's not anybody related really to the child welfare area, about staffing and some concerns with staffing with drug use and different things like that. Do you have a policy in place that, I don't know, that can address those situations when they arise?
We do, and I think I know which situation you're talking about. I would be very glad to talk with you about the specifics of that particular situation.
Okay. I promised them I would ask you, and
Absolutely.
I'm asking.
Absolutely,
So,
yeah.
yes, we'll follow up.
Would be glad.
Committee, next we will go to Crystal Hedrick.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Howerton, Ranking Minority Member Falscadeau, and members of the committee. My name is Crystal Hedrick. I serve as the CEO with the Children's Alliance of Kansas. Like many that have been up here before me today, I just wanted to express some gratitude to the chair and vice chair for the agenda that was put together today and this focus on the good that is happening in our communities and really helping us find ways to let families like Lindsay's from Radical Life support other families. And it's these community level relationships and partnerships and connection that ultimately will help families to heal and thrive. So thank you for that. I'm not sure if you have my testimony you could pull up. The Children's Alliance is an association of 17 private nonprofit child welfare organizations that provide a vast array of services. Many of them are here with us today, and you've already heard from them. So I won't spend a lot of time talking about that. But the last time that I was here with you, I talked through our journey reimagining child welfare in Kansas. And we began that group with 4 goals in mind. Today, I'd just like to take a deeper dive into a couple of those. The first one is the idea that families and children can have access to a robust array of resources, services, and supports that they need to be safe, healthy, and thrive without child protective services intervention. A couple of weeks ago, I had the privilege of going to New Orleans and to a federal level conference, and I got to hear a lot of the folks behind me were invited to come to this conference and to stand up before and large groups of people in small breakout sessions and just talk about some of the good work that we're doing in Kansas around child welfare leadership and prioritizing kinship families and family first implementation. So I just want to share that before I talk about our next goal of identifying strategies that could enable Kansas to become a national leader in ensuring safety for kids and families, that regardless of the difficult conversations that we have in this space, there are really a lot of good things that are happening in Kansas child welfare. And other states are recognizing that and looking to the folks behind me to share with their states some of these things. And I would also contribute that to some of our leadership at DCF and moving that forward. Nonetheless, again, I want to move through this quickly, but some of the challenges that you've heard today are really challenges related to a system. Systems don't make good parents. And systems have black and white policies and procedures, and every scenario and every family is very unique. There are always opportunities for us to do better. So today, I hope to offer you a couple of suggestions around that. I don't know if this is... So you saw this last time, you might remember it last time I presented. We were talking about shifting away from foster care being its own entity, and rather it's one treatment option. And so I wanted to bring this up again just to talk about this sort of collaboration that we have to serve families holistically. One of the members of my executive team actually sent me an email saying, it's interesting that we're trying to transition to a child and family well-being system. Perhaps the family should be at the middle of that. And so next time you see this from me, the family and community connections will be at the middle of that vision on the right. And I think that we've had some of that conversation that applies to that here today, so I wanted to lift that up. On the next slide, you also saw this from me last time, but it's updated with the most recent data just around the types of kids that are coming into foster care. 61% of the time it's directly related to reasons due to abuse and neglect, but that other 39% is family in need of assessment cases, 968 kids. So on the next slide, you'll see we'll go down into those reasons for removal a little bit more. This is still consistent with what you shared last time, but some of these things make sense, right? Like it's not difficult to imagine how domestic violence, parent drug and alcohol use, things like that can lead to a child being in danger. But it is difficult to imagine a child entering foster care because of their own behavior problems or their caregiver's inability to cope with their behavioral problems or parenting a child with significant needs. So the reason why that's hard to imagine is because we should know that those behaviors and circumstances aren't going to change just because a kid is removed from that home. Their behaviors are going to go with them. Their needs are going to go with them, right? So the next slide. For years, we've been looking for a pursuit of solutions around those kids. You heard others talk today about older kids coming into care and the needs that they have, and we have some service gaps specifically related to families that are challenged with their kids' behavior, and sometimes that's criminogenic behavior. So we go all the way back to 2018 when the legislature created law describing and defining what juvenile crisis intervention centers should look like as facilities that provide short-term observation, assessment, treatment, case planning, and referrals to juveniles experiencing mental health crises or in situations where they might cause harm to themselves or others. So in January 2019, the statute required that these JCICs begin to provide access and provide this range of services to kids in Kansas that have these needs. So I don't want to read you every step of this timeline, but you can see the amount of work that DCF and others have put into creating a continuum of crisis intervention services to address behavioral health concerns for our youth. That being said, there are to date 0 JCIC facilities in operation per this statute. Go to the next slide. So I want to talk, a couple weeks ago, I had the privilege of touring a youth crisis stabilization center in Johnson County. I just want to share the program goals. Font is a little bit small. But if you can see the program goals here and how that aligns with statute around the juvenile crisis intervention centers and the requirements, you can see how closely those two are related. This is a community pathway that we were talking about earlier this morning. This youth crisis stabilization center fills a gap in Johnson County to address common situations that are happening all across our state. In other areas of our state, and still sometimes in Johnson County, this gap is filled by a default to foster care. So I had shared that in that data slide, 532 kids came into foster care because of their own behaviors or their parents' or caregivers' inability to cope. These crisis stabilization centers, or JCICs, can help support these families without the additional trauma of family separation. Because we know that the behaviors, like we talked about, go with the kids. So rather than these parents struggling to cope, right now we're transitioning them by default to foster care. And then it not only does that shift to foster care, but that trickles down to our workforce and some of the challenges that you've heard with our workforce today and the skills that they have and the different directions that they're torn in leads to stress for our caregivers, our foster caregivers and our kinship caregivers, who are then struggling to cope with these same behaviors that haven't shifted. So a little bit more about this Youth Crisis Stabilization Center in Johnson County. You can see all the significant number of program staff that they have that are directly related to addressing these situations. And that's a significant list of folks there and really high level of services that we're offering. But some of the common situations that you've heard, runaway, passive or low-risk suicidal ideation, thoughts of self-harm, stepping down from acute hospitals, helping families navigate conflicts in their home. This is that age group that Tabitha was talking about, 10 to 17 years old, capable of self-care. One of the things about this program is it is voluntary. Parents are the ones calling them and saying, we need help now. So since they've opened September 2024, they've served just under 300 kids. Some of them have been admitted more than once, but this project was actually funded through a KDAD's kind of creative grant on the front end. They seeded $1.4 million in startup. And now they're sustained on Medicaid funding. You can see a picture that I put there. This is a super trauma-informed space, and it is really a privilege to be there to see it. But I just want to remind you that this facility is not a JCIC per statute that I introduced. They chose to license with DCF as a typical residential care provider, group boarding home, residential care regulations, as opposed to the JCIC. Leaving, and what I'll talk about here in just a second, that JCIC funding is still untouched. So you saw this timeline. Some of you are probably like, why did Crystal have a duplicate slide? She didn't. She just wanted to bring us back to it. So this law became effective in July of 2018. In February 2024, KDOC and DCF entered into an agreement that $2 million of KDOC's funding, the evidence-based funds, would transfer to DCF budget for purpose of these JCIC beds. In June of 2024, the regs were published and became effective specifically for these facilities. Since this time, we still don't have any JCICs. I do think that there are some mental health centers, maybe 2 or 3, that have expressed interest in opening similar units, but they wish to operate them under the different regs with DCF as a group boarding home, as opposed to the JCIC regs. And some of that has to do with placement rates and just the requirements, but you can see the similar services that could be offered under that set of regs. So, again, one of our goals in reimagining child welfare was to ensure that families have a robust array of resources, services, and supports. The Children's Alliance would ask that this committee consider initiating a complete review of that JCIC legislation to improve access to this community pathway. So the next one that I want to focus on, and I already touched on a little bit, is identifying strategies that can enable Kansas to become a national leader in ensuring safety for kids and supporting families. You can see here the number of licensed child welfare practitioners in caseload carrying positions for each of the foster care providers. When I began my work in my career in social work in Kansas and child welfare, nearly 100% of caseload carrying child welfare practitioners were licensed. In fact, my first job was because someone couldn't pass their licensing exam. It was a competitive field, and it was sometimes you had to stand in line and you had to be a heck of an interviewer to get a job. That's not where we're at today. And you can see the numbers here of licensed professionals, and you've heard our providers numerous times before talk about how creative they're being in terms of HR work and recruiting and partnering with schools, and DCF has some initiatives around building that workforce up. One of the recommendations that the Children's Alliance would have is to fund and implement a child welfare certification program. So we're supporting those professionals across the board in child welfare who are unlicensed but truly have a passion for serving kids and families in their communities. You heard today Lindsay from Radical Life, not a social worker, right? She was in the school setting. She had a passion for it. Not necessarily a licensed professional. So what we need to do to meet these professionals where we're at, to hopefully address some of the issues you've been hearing today about communication, right? Like families aren't feeling heard, they're not feeling communicated with. We need to do a better job supporting that workforce and meeting them where they're at. So especially the skill sets have changed, but also the needs of our families have changed so much. If you just think back about the stories that you all have heard since you've been in this committee, but in a world where you can get a master's degree in social work with a clinical focus, 100% online, we've got a gap. We've got a gap. So this would be a way for us to offer practical hands-on learning opportunities for our workforce and to hold them accountable to a professional standard, even if they're not licensed practitioners. We can teach our workforce, and we do right now, how to complete forms. What checkboxes do I have to fill so that I can make sure that the feds are passing down dollars and we're meeting all of that criteria? Our documentation is where it needs to be. But simply shadowing someone in the workforce now who's been doing the job for 6 months isn't enough to teach the skill set of communication and meeting families where they're at. DCF has done a tremendous job implementing the Kansas practice model and really lifting up how we walk alongside families. This would be a partnership approach with them where we could cultivate curriculum for all child welfare practitioners across the board, and they could have that training. And it would be a core training delivered to all professionals, emphasizing prevention, kinship practices, cross-system collaboration, and really authentic work with our caregivers, our kids, and their families. Let's see, the last thing. The committee had asked that we talk about complaints and grievances. Each of the providers have systems set up so that families can engage with them in a number of different ways. I've included that information here collaboratively, and then also included their contact information so that folks know how to access that. But I also wanted to touch base on just a couple of things that came up today around best interest staffings and adoption work. We have recently, and the Secretary may speak to this a little bit, but have been partnering between Office of Child Advocate, the Children's Alliance of Kansas, and DCF to think through what it would look like to create some adoption consultation and support in a statewide manner rather than families not having an opportunity to be heard with their foster care providers, or the foster care providers reviewing their own work, which Representative Howerton, you kind of alluded to. Whether you're being transparent or not, it feels like it's not. And so part of our hope in that is to hopefully implement some sort of statewide team and practice by the end of this calendar year, so that we can report back to you how that's going, but mostly so that we can support our workforce in making some of those difficult decisions. And we have this secretary and deputy secretary were kind enough to help us bring some training and adoption competency to the state a few years ago. So we have some practitioners that are formally trained. I think KVC spoke to one of their therapists had gone through that program. So how do we tap into that resource and make sure that we're maximizing that, but also give families an opportunity to feel heard and to be able to walk through their experiences with us? So I'm happy to stand for questions at the appropriate time, Chair.
Questions, committee? Representative Howerton.
I just want to applaud you. I think it's great. I saw the JJOC committee where you toured it. I was on Zoom, so I couldn't see the tour, but just what I heard about that was very exciting. I love the concept, the crisis stabilization. There's, I think, lasted 3 to 5 days is what but even just having that just a little bit more long-term for some of our kiddos, that would just help them stabilize and then go back home, which is kind of what foster care is. It's just, it would work for some, it would work for others. Like, every child's different, so I love that. I love the certification. I think it's needed. I think formal training, our workforce. This is my theory. I'm just going to say this openly. I think social workers do too much paperwork. I think that's a problem with the social work. They get into it because they have a heart for families and for kids and for making a difference, and all they end up doing is paperwork. And that will burn you out faster than pay or anything else, right? And so if we could figure that out and just kind of formalize that, I think that'd be great. So
I could hear Representative Ruiz applauding from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Committee, we're now going to move to the DCF update and start with Secretary Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this has been a great committee hearing. I really have appreciated the focus on prevention, but also many of the things that have come up that I'll address a bit later. We're going to start out this part of the DCF presentation by giving you a chance to connect with our regional directors. You had asked us to make them available, and we actually have 3 of them in person, and then 3 will be on WebEx. And so not only will you be able to perhaps maybe connect a name and a face, but you'll also just be able to talk with them. They're kind of on the ground doing that collaboration. So when in asking them them to come in. I was just going to do that. Okay. Okay. They don't trust me to run the slides, so in asking them to come in, you'll now see kind of after that, I have just a few slides, kind of by the numbers, a few quick updates, and we also have a separate data report that you've asked us to do. But we'll start with the regional directors, and we've asked them to, in addition to just telling you a bit about their region, to talk about three things. One, implementation of House Bill 2075, which you heard certainly some good things from Ed Klump earlier today, but as they have said on the ground with that and have planned for that with their staffing and their community partnership. So that's number one. Two, with the focus study on prevention, we've asked them to talk about prevention strengths in their region. And then third, just a regional highlight. And we've asked each of them to stay within 5 minutes, knowing that our time is limited. So I'm going to start out by handing this off to Caroline Hastings, who is our regional director here in the Northeast region.
Thank you. Well, I'm Caroline Hastings. I am a social worker and I do paperwork, so I like the way your brain works. Thank you. We have 9 counties in the Northeast region, and then David, Pamela, and I are in person because we're closest. My office is 3 blocks north, and if you ever went to come visit, you could set it up with Andrea and we would welcome tours. So for House Bill 2075, we got really lucky in that we had 2 former full-time staff that moved on to school jobs but wanted part-time work. So they are our primary responders on Saturday and Sunday, which has worked out really well. And then if they were ever sick or if the volume was too high, we have all of the rest of our staff on a standby rotation. And at least for July, that's been working really well. Northeast has only had 33 House Bill cases, so that'll be much different than what you hear from Wichita or Kansas City. But I've been really pleased with how the process has worked, and I understand that Mr. Klump is also pleased, or at least he said so this morning, so thank you for that. Sorry. For prevention efforts, I calculated that Northeast has had a 24% decrease in out-of-home care. And I credit that to quite a few things. So the prevention efforts that you've discussed exhaustively today and the support from the legislature. And then also KVC and Dr. Boss's efforts towards permanency have been impressive. So we're grateful for them. Another celebration we have is our initial placement with relatives is finally over our 50% goal. Kids do better with people they know and places they know. So we're finally getting to the goal that we wanted to and hopefully going a little higher as time goes on. And then this last data point is my program administrator's favorite. It's showing that we have recurrent maltreatment numbers. So if someone is substantiated as a victim of maltreatment, if they happen again in 12 months, and we are only 2%. So we see it as we're able to make things better or make patterns change. And then, as our last regional highlight, we only have 2 child protection vacancies right now. And our student services supervisor, her name is Yesenia Ceja Ramirez. She has 7 students starting this month. So hopefully the math will work out in our favor. Very excited about that. Would you like questions now, or would you like to pass it on to the next director?
I think we'll just go straight through, and then we'll see if anyone have questions at the end. Thank you.
Madam Chair, committee members, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Pamela Beach. I'm the Northwest Regional Director. I've been with DCF since 2012. And when I came out to the regions as a regional director in 2015, I had the privilege to serve 65 counties. Now I have the 32 northern counties of what used to be the West region. So it is made up of a lot of hours of driving, but a lot of different communities too. And of course, in rural and frontier, the people, the agencies, the community work together to get the job done and do our best as we work to have strong families around our communities. So I office out of Manhattan, although I still live in Topeka. So we have had some successes since July 1st with House Bill 2075. Some of our staff, well, many of our staff now have had the opportunity to have a law enforcement referral. They are taking it as the approach. This is the normal work they do. They know the work. They do it Monday through Friday, and we just have the opportunity to partner with families and build safety with them on Saturday, Sunday, or holidays also. As experts that they are, we brought them around the table to devise a coverage plan. And for our 32 counties, we have broken it up into 3 zones where we have 3 primary practitioners that cover those 32 counties, as well as a couple of backups due to the distance some might have to travel. It has gone well in voluntary sign-up for coverage of those days. We have had a couple of staff that have changed their work week to include a Saturday or Sunday, and so they are covering in their area on those days. As well as we have taken a full-time position and split it up and are trying to recruit 2 part-time positions to help cover specifically Saturday and Sunday for those who might want part-time work like Caroline talked about. So the work with law enforcement has gone very well. We really appreciate our partners that we have in law enforcement across our 32 counties, especially since so much of it is rural and frontier. And so that partnership is greatly appreciated. We held various learning sessions throughout the month of June. We had 15 law enforcement agencies who participated in those sessions and dialogue around those communication needs that we had. We had positive comments come in during those time from our law enforcement agencies about the relationship that our local teams have with them, and so saw that it was going to work very well as we continued into working on Saturday, Sunday, and holidays. We have had success in one area where we believe when law enforcement showed up to a family's house that had a youth in this area, normally they would have gone into PPC immediately. The law enforcement officer saw the opportunity to send a referral into DCF, knowing that we would respond within those 24 hours and begin building safety with that family. And to date, that youth is still at home with the family with added resources wrapped around them. So we appreciate that opportunity. That is early prevention, and it definitely reduces trauma in our kids. So one note from a practitioner that had the first Saturday referral for our area. We have only had 2 so far on a Saturday, Sunday, or a holiday. They had to respond to an area that was about an hour and a half from where they usually office out of. And so they did not know the community, the law enforcement agency. But the law enforcement officers had told the family that DCF would be contacting them, which was different since it would be on a Saturday and Sunday. The family was ready for them. They communicated quickly with our practitioner. The law enforcement agency did to help them out with a few particular things they needed to know to be successful in working with the family. So I know I only have a few more moments, so I want to highlight some regional prevention work. We have been working to have quite a few presentations with key partners around our communities. That involved the 4 questions and bridging the gap, partnering with families and building safety, enhancing kin supports, and eliminating disparities. And KU was partnered with us in that work. That work also had the opportunity for a presentation from Dr. Amelia Frank Meyer, The Human Need for Belonging, Understanding What Children Need to Thrive, as part of the presentations. Not only were the courts involved, but school leadership, as well as law enforcement and some other key partners in our communities, for the purposes especially of looking at data and engaging in that collaborative conversation, so we could partner together and wrap around the family preventively if possible. By looking at data for prevention purposes, at one of our meetings in the 21st Judicial District, Judge Larchik was looking at the data, and it happened that the reason for removal, not the reason for removal, excuse me, the who recommended the out of home, was it courts or DCF? So they noticed that their data was complete opposite in Riley County. And that meant that almost 70% of our removals were court recommended versus DCF recommended. And so naturally that question came up, and the discussion of, do we like that? Why might that be, and what could we do differently? So that's an example of the benefit and the preventative work and conversations that is moving on. I do want to highlight, based on a previous testimony, another key prevention thing we're doing is the targeted work with grantees and contractors in our TDMs. Often, families don't take family preservation opportunity because they don't know really what it's like, and they're scared of DCF and our involvement. And so by having, whether it is a Family First grantee, a family preservation grantee, or one of our foster care, ours is St. Francis, at the table during those team decision-making meetings, they can tell the family as experts what it entails and what they could do. And we believe that we have seen success of families going ahead and picking up and being willing to take on working with family preservation in those. I do want to add quickly, too, about family preservation, because it is a preventative service, but they have, TFI has worked to learn our practice model and take on some components recently. They were part of a safety training that we did for DCF. And so it becomes a continuum of work. And so through this, it leads to success in more kinship options, identified, stronger safety planning, and more opportunities for families to hear how the service provider might work with them and build lasting safety. So recently, there was an example where they used words and pictures, which is a technique, a tool that is used so all people in the family, including children, anyone can look at it and understand what is supposed to be happening. They created 3 documents that were in basically cartoon style. And they explained lack of supervision safety planning, because that was part of the discussion. It appropriately communicated the safety plan so the children could understand it, practice it, and if they forgot in the moment, go look at the refrigerator and carry it out. And then, of course, physical discipline safety planning was another thing that they needed to work on, and that one was done in Spanish also, so everyone could understand it. So that last piece is some regional highlights about legal training with court partners and our grantees in our area. It's so important because it helps our workers understand what the courts need and look for, whether it's the county attorney, the judge, et cetera. But also, it helps our practitioners come to court and be able to be the experts that they are and communicate it well, knowing what the judges want and what that professionalism looks like, because a lot of our practitioners are very young. And then, of course, strategic work with the hospitals in several of our areas about immediate, and diving in a little bit more to that immediate safety, risk, neglect, and poverty. And I think I am passing it to David.
All right. Excellent presentation, Pam. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee. It's my honor to be here with you today. I am David Arnold. I'm the Regional Director for the Kansas City region. And just to touch a little bit on how things are going with House Bill 2075 and our implementation, the Kansas City region Child Welfare Team has worked diligently to connect with law enforcement agencies in our 5 counties to seek common ground on the new law and educate them about DCF's legal obligation to see families within a 24-hour period after receiving a report. Well, I'm happy to report just last week my team met with a law enforcement jurisdiction in our region and talked about the impact of receiving several reports in bulk all at once, like a data dump, and the impact that that had. Some of these reports were even over a month old because that had been their practice for many years before the new law went into effect. But after our meeting, this law enforcement jurisdiction stated that they would be willing to take a look at their processes and find ways to submit their reports more timely, and so we could meet that 24-hour window. This will definitely help our practitioners to conduct timely assessments to ensure child safety, not only throughout the week, but during weekends and holidays. So we are hopeful in the Kansas City region that our partnerships with our law enforcement jurisdictions will continue to be enhanced to better serve children and families in our 5 counties. Another topic I'd like to talk about is the reduction of the need for foster care in the Kansas City region. The Kansas City region, which is the smallest region geographically, we have 5 counties, still has close to over 1/3 of the state's child population. However, we've seen a steady decline in the number of children entering into the foster care system in our region. Each month, we receive a report on the number of children entering and exiting the system, and I am proud to announce today, as of July 21st, 2025, the number of children in out-of-home placements in the Kansas City region was 974. This is a 14-year low, and I believe that is something that we can celebrate today. I'd also like to share kudos with our Kansas City Region Assessment and Prevention Team, as well as our foster care and family preservation contractors for the great work that they're doing, that they have done over the years to address the needs of families, children and families in our region. Another thing that I'd like to talk about today is called Concentrated Foster Care Prevention. It is a pilot project that we started earlier this year with our family preservation contractor, DECA. Now, I know Jeanette Owens from DECA spoke about this maybe an hour ago or so, but I want to share that the Kansas City region implemented this project to reduce the need for foster care for youth being released from psychiatric residential treatment facilities and acute facilities where caregivers and parents refuse to pick their children up. This was the brainchild of not only our Deputy Director, Tanya Keys, who was keenly aware of too many children, teenagers coming into foster care from these facilities due to misinformation and assumptions about extra services being available once the child enters into the foster care system. Well, DECA, who provides family preservation services in the Kansas City region, has taken on the assignment to assist DCF child protection practitioners when meeting with parents and caregivers who are reluctant to bring their children home after release from these facilities. Since implementation, DCF, DECA, Cornerstones of Care, and KVC have met with these PRTFs and acute facility leadership teams and parents to inform them and educate them about resources and services available for parents and children to prevent them from coming into foster care. They've also worked diligently to dispel the notion that foster care is the best option for youth with acute behavioral concerns. So as a result of these collaborative efforts, several children being released from these facilities have avoided coming into the foster care system. I don't know if Jeanette had mentioned that since implementation, we've had 10 youth that have fit this criteria, and 9 of them have been prevented from coming into foster care. So truly, this has been a success. A few weeks ago, we actually met with leadership teams and foster care providers as well as family preservation providers to see if they would be interested in implementing this project in their regions. And I am aware of one region that is going to be implementing very soon. Another thing that we have done in the Kansas City region is a forum that is called Connecting Families by bringing prevention service providers together. Around 3 years ago, our leadership team in the Kansas City region wanted to invite a group of local prevention service agencies in our 5 counties to share information about the services and resources they provide to at-risk children and families. So we started holding these community forums with the objective to educate these organizations about DCF programs, but more importantly, give them an opportunity to share information about the programs and services that they offer to our communities. And each organization was encouraged to come and set up a display booth, a table with flyers and information to share with everyone in attendance. As we started to hold these meetings, we learned many of these agencies in the same community were not aware of one another, which is interesting. And so we were excited to bring them together, to convene this particular meeting, to give them an opportunity to network with one another. We have found through our post surveys completed by the attendees that they appreciated the forums because it gave them an opportunity to network with one another and share information, to learn more about DCF programs, the services we have to offer, and once again, network with one another. I'm excited to say the great work that has been taking place in the Kansas City region has been awesome. I view Kansas City as the pilot project region because whenever there is an offer to do a pilot project, we're always willing to jump in and do this to find try new and creative approaches to better serve children and families in the state of Kansas. Once again, I want to thank you for your time.
I know I said we would hold questions until the end, but this is not a question, it's a comment. Yeah. As a senator who has constituents in 4 of those 5 counties, I want to personally say thank you.
Thank you very much.
And next we will go to Stephanie Senf. Stephanie, if you can hear us, we're needing you to unmute. No, not yet. I tell you what, let's go. Steph, if you can hear me, we're going to go ahead and go to Dee Niswanger from Wichita. We'll come back to you.
Good afternoon, Chair Gossage and Vice Chair Howerton and members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great.
Is this Dee or Stephanie?
This is Dee.
Dee, okay, go ahead, Dee.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for the opportunity to be with you this afternoon. I first of all have to apologize for my voice. For anybody who doesn't know, I was at the Wichita State TBT tournament on Sunday afternoon, and I've lost my voice because I was cheering so loudly. So apologize for the scratchy voice. I'm a social worker and licensed clinical addiction counselor, and I joined DCF in July of 2023 as the regional director for the Wichita region. I actually started out my career as a baby social worker over 30 years ago when the organization was known as SRS, and it was prior to the public-private partnership. So although I've only been back to DCF for about 3 years now, I've been connected with child and family well-being work for over 30 years. I'm hoping to bookend my career. I started out at SRS. I'm hoping to finish things out at DCF. I wanted to share with you some things about House Bill 2075. In the Wichita region, we hosted several virtual town hall style meetings focused on providing information and addressing questions or concerns that our stakeholders had regarding the new bill. We had a great showing. We offered 2 town hall meetings specifically for our law enforcement officers. One focused on our partners in Sedgwick County and another focused on our partners in the outer 9 counties that we serve. And we held 2 community stakeholder town hall style meetings as well, again, focusing on Sedgwick County and then our outer counties separately. These sessions were all very well attended and very much appreciated by those who participated. The staff in our region have really embraced the opportunity to partner with our law enforcement agencies in a new way, and they're all participating in our region on a rotational basis to ensure that we have staff coverage throughout our 10-county area. We have enough staff to where we've done the math and believe everyone will have to do at least 4 times a year, a weekend or a holiday. So that has been going really well for us. I would share that last week we did some additional follow-up outreach to our law enforcement partners. We made personal contact with all of our organizations in Sedgwick County, leaving behind 4 questions, information, and just taking the opportunity to meet with them face to face. Our hope is that we can continue to have those kinds of follow-up conversations as we continue to learn from one another in this implementation. The focused attention to this partnership between our DCF staff and our law enforcement agencies in the Wichita region is elevating opportunities for us to do continuous quality improvement on our communication and our collaboration through the region. Just to look at the numbers really quickly, I will share that in the month of July, we received a total of 116 referrals through House Bill 2075 criteria. 100 of those referrals came from Sedgwick County. 16 of those referrals came from our 9 outer counties. So we are watching the numbers closely and learning what we can as we move through implementation. To highlight a couple of things that have been happening in the prevention space, I would like to share about our new Family and Child Wellbeing Continuum of Care Coalition in Sedgwick County specifically. This is an organization or an effort that looks at mobilizing the community around strengthening vulnerable families and safely preventing the need for foster care. The Gathered is the organization that took on this task, and the umbrella organization is known as Gathered Strong Sedgwick County. I believe you have a link to that in the slides, but you can find more about that, more specifically about Gathered Strong Sedgwick County at their website. Gathered Strong Sedgwick County launched in October of 2024 and is making great strides in bringing a diverse group of stakeholders together to the table to really look at how we can better support our families in Sedgwick County. Under the umbrella of Gathered Strong Sedgwick County, there are a number of very exciting things happening in our region. Gathered Strong Sedgwick County is in the process of standing up a number of action teams around particular areas of interest where we've identified gaps or the need to improve collaboration and communication. 3 of those action teams have been stood up and are currently meeting. One is Partners in Prevention, which is co-led by the Kansas Children's Service League staff. Youth Empowerment is the second action team that is meeting once a month to talk about the needs of our youth, those who are vulnerable in our community for coming to the attention of the foster care system, but also those who are currently receiving services in our formal system and then transitioning into adulthood. And then the third action team that currently is meeting is known as Care for Every Family. And I really want to highlight Care for Every Family. This is a specific movement within the faith-based community that really focuses on ensuring that every child is in a safe family and that every family belongs to a supportive and thriving community. In addition to funding that effort, Stand Together Foundation in Sedgwick County helped launch the movement in May of 2024. This specifically was in direct response to a DCF community engagement effort that we embarked on and partnered with the Kansas Leadership Center to facilitate for our Sedgwick County community. A group of passionate community advocates identified the need for a more robust engagement from our faith community in Sedgwick County, and they created Care for Every Family. In addition, Care Portal, which I believe you have heard a little bit about previously, Care Portal in Wichita region is a strong partner with Care for Every Family. And in 2024, the Wichita Region's Care Portal Network was selected as the Network of the Year for Care Portal for the entire country. So we're very proud of them and their leadership in that effort. Care for Every Family has now transitioned under the umbrella of Gathered Strong Sedgwick County, and it is powered by Care Portal. So we're really excited about what we see happening in the faith community in Sedgwick County in particular. One other thing that Gathered Strong Sedgwick County is doing is they have taken on the responsibility for our Network Sedgwick County events, which is very similar to what David just described. It's a provider for provider by provider networking opportunity. Our first year we had 350 participants, and Gathered Strong Sedgwick County took that over in 2025 and hosted our second annual event in Sedgwick County. We have plans for our outer counties to also have the same type of opportunity, and we are calling that Network for Success. So we'll be doing Network for Success events in our Winfield, El Dorado, and Pratt service center areas. The last thing that I would like to highlight, because we do talk a lot about what happens in Sedgwick County because it is such a significant portion of the services and the folks that we serve in our particular region. But I would like to highlight Cowley Acts. We are very excited to be a partner with Legacy Regional Foundation and a number of other organizations in the Cowley County area. And we are partnering with them in an initiative that they're calling Families Gaining Ground. That is a specific action team committed stakeholders that are looking at creating pathways for upward mobility and strengthening families to fully participate in Cali County's economic and community life. As a partner in Families Gaining Ground, DCF will be hosting a new partnership building on lessons we learned actually from our Southeast region partners, where we will be hosting a private Teams channel dedicated to community collaboration and immediate response to prevent the need for foster care, connected to the Families Gaining Ground action team in Cali County. So those are just a few of the highlights, and I'd be happy to stand for questions at the appropriate time. And I believe I will be handing things probably back off to Stephanie, who will talk about the Southeast region.
Thank you, Dee. Yes, correct. Stephanie, I believe, is ready for us now, right, guys?
Thank you so much. I apologize.
There she is. We can hear you.
My buttons wouldn't work, so I had to leave the meeting and come back in to make any of the buttons work. Thank you so much for letting Dee go first. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Stephanie Senth, and I am the Regional Director for the Southeast region. And I am honored to serve as the leader for 16 counties and 8 service centers in the Southeast. And I am excited to share with you some of what we've been doing. To start off with House Bill 2075, we've really enjoyed the opportunity to connect more with our local law enforcement agencies and seize on that opportunity to collaborate more with them, to learn more about what's working well with them and what areas we can improve on to improve our communication and our partnership together. We have altered our staffing schedule a couple times to adjust to the workflow and what we've been seeing with the demand. And just recently, I'm happy to say that we were able to hire a supervisor with an alternate work schedule that includes the weekends, as well as just last week, we had someone accept the offer to start as a child protection specialist that will also have an alternate work schedule to include the weekends. So that will make our normal Monday through Friday staff very happy to have some additional support on the weekends, and will lessen the amount of times that they need to be on standby on those weekend and holidays. We've had several in-person meetings with local law enforcement agencies that have went extremely well. And then we also offered virtual meetings to everyone that didn't have time for an in-person meeting or just preferred to connect in that way. We have had cases every weekend, with the exception of this last weekend. So I think we had 2 cases every weekend, except for last weekend. Our biggest impact has been during the week. So we've been adjusting to that need. For regional highlights, one of the things that's really important to us in the Southeast is family finding and family engagement. So we've really invested early in those family finding and family engagement strategies. And our teams identify relatives and kinship supports as early in the assessment process as they can. This has led to an increased engagement in safety planning and team decision-making meetings. That allows us, whenever safely possible, to recommend action steps that avoid legal separation, which then impacts reducing the trauma for children and their families. So we're really proud of that work, and we've continued to adjust that as we learn more. We started out doing really intensive family finding efforts for youth that were not initially placed with relatives upon a removal from their home. And we have then added on the piece where we do that really intensive family finding efforts for youth that have been placed in police protective custody and not placed with family members at that time. And what we've seen just initially is that we believe that that's impacting our removal numbers in a very positive way, that because of the engagement in with those family members, we're able to have family wraparound. Another strategy we've implemented is hosting community conversations that are focused on the critical role of connection and the foundational importance of family. We've partnered with KU to host 4 events showcasing the human need for belonging video that was prepared for Kansas by Dr. Frank Meyer. You heard Pamela Beach talk a little bit about that video as well. During those events, we also are able to share regional data with our community partners and engage participants to begin to think about ways they can be part of a family well-being system. One of our judges that attended one of the events, he was moved enough that he shared his experience with OJA and suggested the opportunity be shared with others in the legal community. So we were very excited to get his buy-in from that event and that messaging. We're currently in the process of planning continued conversations that will allow us to remain engaged with our community. In the Southeast, I also will touch a little bit on what Dee just spoke about. We have our agencies working together approach, which supports families as well as community partners that work so hard to provide that community support. Through intentional collaboration, we've been able to bring community partners together so they're able to support each other and then better serve the families. We're able to continue to learn together about changes, trends, community needs, and empower those agencies to provide more effective coordinated support. This is a hard job, and often the workers that are serving these families can feel like they're on an island. And often it takes many, many specialties and people with very special knowledge to wrap around these families. So we're able to connect those providers in a way that really impacts families in a positive manner. This community response has created a network that helps keep families safely together and reduces the need for formal system involvement. And it's a model of collaboration that we hope to continue to grow. And we were excited to share that information with Dee, and really excited today to hear that they're working on implementing a model like that in their area. We're really grateful for your involvement and investment in child welfare, and we look forward to continuing the momentum that we've built in the Southeast and working to continue to make things better. So thank you so much for your support, and I'd be happy to stand for questions when appropriate.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next, we're going to move to Stacy Tweedy.
Good afternoon. I'm Terry Martinez. I'm the Assistant Regional Director for Programs here in the Southwest. I'm standing in for Stacy Tweedy today. She was unable to be with us. So out here in the Southwest, we serve 33 counties in the far Southwest. The impact regarding the House Bill 2075, it's really been a really good outcome. We met with our law enforcement partners. We gave them opportunities in all of the different service centers to connect and just discuss any questions that they might have and kind of our roles as we see them going forward. The response was very good. Being here in the rural areas, we build strong connections because it is so tight-knit, so close. The supervisors in the units have good working relationships with our law enforcement partners, and those conversations, they continue all of the time. You know, as things move forward, as we come across different situations, we're going to bring it to the forefront. We'll just talk about it. And like I said, in the rural communities, it's just more of a one-on-one a lot of times. It builds that connection. Some of the prevention strengths that we've seen, we are, as other regions, we continue to have a reduced numbers of out-of-home placements. Since fiscal year 2021, the Southwest has reduced the need for out-of-home placement by 24%. We contribute that. Some of the factors contributing to that are the 4 questions that are being utilized, the Kansas practice model, and the TDMs that occur. In the Southwest region, we've held 142 TDM meetings impacting, those are team decision meetings, impacting 248 children from January 1st through May 30th of this year. Only 38 of those meeting recommendations involved filing for DCF custody out-of-home placement. It's been a really good, it's a really good practice. We bring everybody together. You know, nothing with the family without the family. We want to build family connections. We also continue our work with communities supporting families, and that is prevention work being done in the Emporia School District and the Hutchinson School District. We started out those programs several years back with helping the funding of those programs, and now the schools have taken on, they've seen the good work that can be done starting prevention early on in the school districts. And those positions are continuing, and they're working directly with families to identify needs prior to them, hopefully keeping them from coming into any type of out-of-home placement. And finally, the highlight in the region, again, talking about the rural areas, we have amazing staff in the Southwest region. The travel, it's a vast area. The travel it takes, but a lot of times in these communities, they're small, very small communities. So the people that are involved, the people within those communities. And it's just amazing to see all the hard work that goes into, supporting families and the connections that are being built in the communities each and every day. So thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight our regions, and we'll stand for questions when appropriate. Thank you.
Committee, we're a little behind schedule. Do we have many questions? If not, Secretary Howard, could you send us the contact information for these regional directors?
Yes, I certainly can. Happy to provide that.
Okay. Any other questions for them? Is it okay if we just have the contact information? Great. Thank you so much. Please continue, Secretary Howard.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Senator. The next section of the presentation, you've seen this before, and I'll try to just skip over some things fairly quickly because you've actually talked about a lot of this data already today, so I don't need to repeat that. I mean, the first couple slides are those standard slides that show the continued reduction of children entering into foster care. What this has that you didn't see last time, it has the full state fiscal year 25 data, so you can see a modest reduction in the number of children in foster care on slide 12. You can see again on the next slide, exits being larger than entries. I'll skip over slide 14. It's what you've already talked about today already in terms of about 40% of the cases of youth coming into care are those FINA cases, not abuse or neglect. There are a couple of specific updates I wanted to mention. On slide 16, you've talked a lot about the holiday and weekend response already in terms of that, but I might mention as well on House Bill 2075, I hope in the future we're also able to talk about some of the other provisions related to the reduction in the timeframes for permanency hearings. And then I was thinking also, as you talked earlier today, just to remind all of you that there also are some provisions in that bill that also speak to some things that the courts actually have to ask families and interested parties at each court hearing about whether or not they received the permanency plan, whether or not they participated. So that doesn't specifically address the issue of providing all the supports that family needs, but at least it says that when those hearings happen, there's going to be some check and some conversation about both the family's engagement and whether or not they've gotten the information they need, and other parties as well. So,
Secretary Howard, would you be willing to put any of that information into the October, because as we
Sure.
have more court cases,
Sure.
et cetera,
Sure.
as to the effect of that portion of the bill?
I mean, I think we can provide what we might hear from our regions and from our partners.
That would be great.
I mean, obviously, the courts themselves may have some feedback on that as time goes on.
Thank you.
Probably the biggest update I have today is the one I've been coming to you every quarter for 2 years and saying soon we will have a decision on the Comprehensive Child Welfare Information System. You all should have received a press release on July 22nd. We have now been able to announce the contract awards related to modernizing the child welfare system. On the slide, you can see there are actually 3 vendors connected to this. The primary vendor, in terms of the one responsible for design, development, and implementation, is an entity called Redmayne Technology. This is an entity that has experience in other states. They're a Chicago-based software solutions and systems integration company. They've done CWIS projects in other states. So we're really excited. It's been a long time coming. We had to go through a lot of things with our own processes as well as with our federal partners because, again, we need to have a federally certified system when we get done. There are 2 accompanying contracts that are for what is called independent verification and validation. That one will be with Maximus, really looking at providing independent oversight of the project performance of the design, development, and implementation contract. And then we also need to also have a quality assurance piece of that, which will be provided by CSG Government Solutions. So again, we're excited to get that going. There's still obviously a lot of work to do. Kickoff will be scheduled shortly after that. Within about 90 days, there'll be a project schedule that'll be clearly defined, and we'll share all that detail with you as that work goes on. And we haven't been sitting, doing nothing during this time period. There's a lot of facets of this system, so we've been doing a lot of work about, how do things work today? How do they need to work? A lot of things about data cleanup. So there's been a lot going on in these months, even before we had a contract, so we'd be able to hit the ground running. So again, very, very excited about that. A couple things before I mention the separate data document just that came up today that I wanted to follow up on. The first is the BIS project, and Crystal did reference this. I was at a Children's Alliance meeting after the session and had the chance to talk with partners there. And Crystal and the folks there asked if we'd be willing to consider thinking about a process, as we all have been talking about for a while, that would take out of the hands of the case management provider, the appeal process for the BIS. And I think you'd also heard that as well, some recommendations through the Office of Child Advocate and some work that they had done. So we've started that work. We had a good meeting between Crystal and Carrie Launderd and myself and Rebecca Gerhardt, who is our permanency director, a couple of weeks ago. And so we're now starting to work on policy, and we'll be meeting with the foster care providers. We're really thinking about this in 2 parts. I mean, as we create a team, one, not just to have this be kind of a post-review team after the BIS. I mean, that piece will be really important to get sort of that credibility piece and have really a clear look at this, but also to have a bit of opportunity for kind of consultation at the front end. As you know, from what you hear from constituents, we have some circumstances that can be pretty complicated. There can be multiple sets of siblings. There can be issues of, child who's been in a foster home for a long time and all of those things. So we also want to have this advisor group, this group that we would be creating, also make sure that they have some clear adoption expertise and could be a resource before the BIS ever happens as the case team is thinking about what might happen. So again, we'll have more to share with you, I think probably at your next meeting in terms of some of those details, but I wanted you to know that we are moving forward deliberately on that work. So let's see. You also have a separate document from us that is the quarterly data that you've asked for. And again, I don't know that I need to go over a lot of that. You've seen it before. And again, much of it is what we talked about before. Why do children come out of the home?
One moment, Madam
Those things.
Do we have that?
Yeah.
I didn't see it in the...
Yeah, it's a separate PDF document.
I didn't see it
it's not
in the
really
documents.
slides.
I see the presentation, but I didn't see it in the documents. Is it there?
If you keep going down, I have it.
Oh, keep scrolling down. All it says is CPDF report.
It's attached.
There we go.
Oh.
There we go. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
you
a separate
combined that.
document. It didn't work very well to put it on the slides last time,
Okay,
so we
no,
created
not a
just
problem. I just wanted to make sure we could
document,
look at what you were talking about. Thank you, Natalie.
Yeah, so again, just given time, maybe just to orient you to the report, this is the data that you all have asked about. When we came last time, we didn't have some of the quarterly numbers. We were still trying to put some of that together. But again, we've already talked about a number of these pieces. The first table has to do with, again, the reason for removal. We've already talked about that today, but you can see the Q2 of 2025 data in terms of abuse, neglect, and FINA, and DCF or non-DCF in terms of the requester. Also in Table 2 on that page, Also, we then sort of pull in the police protective custody piece that we've had a lot of conversation about today in terms of whether or not, when removal took place, was there or was there not police protective custody. So you can see, for example, if you look at Q2 for abuse neglect cases, there was no police protective custody in 38% of the cases. There was in 62% of the cases. And if you look at the FINA numbers, not that far different. 42% no police protective custody, 58% there was police protective custody. So I might just highlight just briefly on page 3, and then you'll start to get to some repetitive things you've heard earlier. This is a table. You asked us about the number of children who entered the custody of the secretary each quarter who had any type of prevention referral before their entry into care. So if we look at, for example, I'll just look at the last 2 columns for the April to June quarter of 2025. So there were 295 children who entered care who had some kind of a prevention plan or referral to Family Pres or Family First Services at any time prior to entry into care. And then we know as we look more closely at those, you can see in the paragraph below that of those, 43% of those, that was within the last 2 years. So 127 of the 295 had received prevention services within the past 2 years. The remainder had received prevention services at some point in time. So again, this is almost the opposite of when we talk about on the prevention services side, the small percentage who, don't come into custody. And this really tries to dig in a little bit more to that percentage who do come into custody. So again, you can see on the bottom of the page in table 4, the vast majority of those had some kind of a family preservation service, family preservation, tier 1, tier 2, and then you can see those spread out by some of the family first services as well for those who'd had referrals within 2 years of entering custody. Page 4, again, just continuing to show you the average length of stay by the case plan goal. For this last quarter, 2025 Q2. Average length of stay for adoption. Again, these are exit cohorts. For youth adopted was 41 months. You can see obviously 14 months for reunification, and you can see the numbers for the other areas. So again, standard data that I think you're used to seeing. The next few slides, really Tanya Keyes already talked about those in some facet earlier today on all of the prevention work. So I will skip over those. We talked about that. We talked about, I think with some other conferees, the cost of a child in foster care. If we go all the way over to page 8, again, about within the recent consensus caseload, about $5,000 per month per child in foster care. Obviously much more expensive than prevention resources. Again, updates on the behavior intervention. Deputy Secretary Keyes talked about that earlier. And then the last couple of pages just really give you some updates related, again, to licensed family foster home. Licensed family foster homes, their average capacity, what ages of children they serve, and things like that. So I'm happy to answer any questions about any detail, but that just provides you some specifics about that. So in the interest of time, I'm happy to stand for any questions the committee might have.
Thank you so much. That's been very helpful on some of the things we had requested. Committee, any questions for the Secretary? Yes. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary, for being here today. I do want to go back on the CWIS project.
Yes.
I did receive that press announcement that this is, if I remember correctly, a $100 million 4-year project. And one of the vendors of the 3 that you mentioned is Red Main, which is getting $44 million of that $100 million. Are you familiar with the issues that Arkansas has or had with Red Main?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We have heard some issues there. We've had some conversations with the state agency there. I think there's a lot of facets to it, so I'm happy to talk more with you offline about that. But certainly they were the vendor, and then the state decided to go in a different direction. We have also, reached out to other states, have had good responses there. We've heard good things from our federal partners about the work that Red Main has done across the country. But yes, we did try to do our due diligence because I certainly didn't want to enter into something and have, things kind of go sideways, so.
Follow up, if I may, Madam Chair. Well, after almost 4 years and $13 million, there was no deliverables on that. And apparently I have a legislative update from New Mexico from June 25th of this year stating that they too are seeing similar delays and lack of results with Red Main. So my question is, do we have any kind of milestone-based disbursements? Do we have any kind of independent third-party verification? What is a contingency plan hopefully not, but should things go south as it did in Arkansas and apparently New Mexico, what is our plan?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Part of that will be, I'm happy to provide sort of the details on how funding will be dispersed and the connection of that to performance. Part of that will be also the work of the other vendors, the independent, the IVV vendor through Maximus, and then CSG Government Solutions, so that we have ongoing oversight along the way to make sure that performance is taking place. We will be watching very closely to make sure that it's taking place. And again, we've received some very positive responses from some other states, even about the impacts in terms of what the actual outcomes have been in terms of child welfare work, when the system has been implemented in those other states. So again, we're aware of those issues. We did go through a competitive bidding process and all the facets that are engaged in that. They did succeed through that process. But again, through our own oversight, as well as with our IVV vendor and the quality assurance vendor, we will be watching very, very closely to make sure that we don't get behind and that we have a successful product, Senator.
Thank you very much, Secretary Howard. And committee, our last conferee is Carrie Leonard. No pressure. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. Vice Chair Gossage, end of the day, there we go. Okay. Madam Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Howerton, and Ranking Minority Member Faust-Godot. Carrie Leonard with the Office of Child Advocate, and apparently I'm feeling a lot of pressure for the end of the day. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here and wrap things up this afternoon. It was a powerful day focused on prevention, which is something that our office really has been advocating for from day one. If you look at our first annual report to our most recent one, prevention has been included in that conversation as we deal with concerns, as we look at best practices, as we think about how can we improve our child and family well-being system. And prevention and looking upstream has been a priority. And so I thank you today for the presentations and the speakers that you brought forward and the opportunity to hear about the various programs. The Child Advocate Office comes from a position of independence and neutrality. We work to advocate for and support best practices focused on child safety based on the concerns that come to our office. And in so doing, we've been working to streamline our own processes, looking to improve our own efficiency in how best to respond to those concerns, investigate those concerns, provide recommendations, advocacy, advice in those situations. And I want to speak today in a moment around how we can help find resolution, because there was some conversation earlier, and I've had some conversations with a few of you about what resolution may look like based on what comes to our office. So when a concern comes to the Child Advocate Office, we work diligently to try to respond to those individuals within 2 business days. And in that process, we're gathering information, we're looking at scope, we may be providing some information and resources. And then if we move forward in a more formal investigation, then that's looking at doing interviews with individuals, different stakeholders, service providers, case teams, reviewing records. It also may include attending meetings, case plans, team decision-making meetings, court observations. And so our team is really trying to, again, come at it from that neutral perspective and gather as much information as we can. One of the things that I think that we're internally looking at is how can we capture some of those advocacy efforts that we're doing along the way. I think that that's something that we could do better at in highlighting, and so that's something that we're looking at. And when I say advocating for things along the way, during those interviews with case teams, we're oftentimes asking challenging questions. How are decisions made? What are you doing? Have you considered this? And we're seeing those conversations then change particular actions, thinking. They're at least evaluating. We're seeing a different trajectory within the case. So how can we capture those conversations when we're thinking about the impact that our own office and our teams are making in cases? Some things, just to give you, when we think about resolution, that's been a challenging conversation that we've had internally. It's been a challenging conversation that we have externally, and in particular with those individuals who are bringing concerns to us. Our goal is to try to help find resolution, and I think that Chair Gossage, you have highlighted it, I think, on a couple times where you've said, I ask individuals, what would resolution look like to you? And that's a question that our team will often ask individuals that are bringing concerns to us. And resolution can look very different for the individual that is bringing the concern to us than it might look in what our office would consider resolution. And so there's a tension there sometimes, and that's challenging. So where I think when we're talking about evaluating internally what we can do better, I think we need to do better in bridging that, those discussions that we could be having with individuals. And when I say that resolution might look different for the person who's bringing the concern to us versus what we may consider resolution, we can't necessarily undo the past. So they're wanting something completely undone. And that's a resolution that we may not be able to achieve. So the questions and the focus will be then moving forward, what can be done differently? How can we achieve a particular goal or a change in path for you? Sometimes the resolution is we legally can't achieve that because there are particular court orders or there's particular mandates or laws that are having to be followed. So we may not be able to achieve that particular resolution, but we are looking at what is the impact of that law? How is it being implemented? And that may then result in a particular recommendation that we'll have in a case. The other one is that sometimes we may not agree with the resolution that's being asked for. When we're coming at it from that neutral, independent perspective, and we're really hearing all of the different stakeholders, their positions, their concerns, we might not necessarily agree with the ultimate resolution that an individual is seeking because we don't necessarily agree that that is in the best interest of the child. So our goal is to, are we following policies? Are we implementing best practices? Is everyone that needs to be at the table, sharing information, weighing in, and making that determination as to best what is in the child's best interest? Some examples, I think, of some resolution that I wanted to share with you today, and I'm connecting this to a question that I had received is, does our Child Advocate Office believe that we are getting cooperation from our case management providers, from DCF? And I think overall, our response would say, yes, we feel like we're getting good cooperation. We early on had meetings set up where we were able to create pathways to access their records. Very excited about the CWIS system moving forward, because accessing records is extremely complicated. When you look at all the different systems that both DCF and all of our case management providers utilize. So we have good communication pathways when it comes to that process. We've also implemented quarterly check-ins where I meet with the leadership of both DCF and our case management providers generally on a quarterly basis, just to check in. How are we communicating? What are the challenges? How are things working on both ends? With that, more recently, we have implemented what we kind of call our tracking system, and I'm really excited to hopefully be able to report back how that's working in the future, to take the formal recommendations that we've made in particular cases. We ask for agency responses, and more often than not, in their response, they may be implementing a particular change in their practice, in their policy, in a particular case, and we're working to then be able to circle back and follow up and check in. How is that going? What is the impact? And more formalize that process. And so that I'm looking forward to hopefully being able to report back to you. In that, some examples, I think, of just responsiveness that we have had. We had, here's an example. Our office received a concern that the CMP provider was not providing appropriate ADA services to ensure communication with a family that had some additional needs. And so I was able to contact the case management provider and DCF leadership, express the concern, and immediately responded with a plan of action, and a plan of action that was implemented right away. And so we were assured then that that family, that the communication pathway was in compliance with ADA immediately. So that is an example of an immediate response to our office reaching out. A second example, we received a concern, and this will go back to the resolution piece. The concern was around two main issues. The first one was around the removal of the children in the first place. That was a much more complex issue for us to tackle. There was a lot of things that went into that particular situation. The second one was much more immediate, and that was that the family and their legal counsel had asked and requested the case management provider numerous times to schedule a wraparound meeting that included all of their service providers, both former therapeutic service providers, because these children have some complex needs, as well as their current therapeutic service providers. And following those requests, the CMP at the time had continued to decline. And so our office reached out and made a formal request by our office requesting that occur. And by reaching out to leadership in that situation, thank you, then that meeting was, they were able to get that scheduled. And in that particular case, not only was that wraparound meeting scheduled, but then the CMP particular team then implemented essentially an ongoing wraparound meeting that occurred monthly with all of the individuals coming to the table to ensure that communication was happening. And with particular tasks, each individual had things that they had to take care of and then come back to. And so for us, that was resolved in that at the very least, we were able to successfully help that situation, bring those service providers together. An area that we would like to see some improvement, and it's a discussion that I'll have probably in a more detailed response to both DCF as well as our CMPs, is just the pathway of when we are making recommendations in a particular case, and there's a formal report, we're oftentimes hearing from case teams that they were not aware that the case had been closed, that they were not necessarily aware or informed of what those recommendations were. And there's a desire for them to know the outcome so that they can also evaluate their own practices. And so we would like to see a more streamlined communication pathway on the other side of things as far as sharing the recommendations that our office is making. So prevention, I'm gonna briefly touch today. I'm excited to hear about prevention. When I first started in this field, we used to say, don't say the P word, because it meant you didn't get funding if you use the word prevention. And I think there's been a shift in our communities and in our culture, and recognizing how important it is to provide upstream services to families and wraparound services within our communities and support families and hopefully prevent that trauma of removal. And so with that, I appreciate the presentations today. If any of you have the opportunity to visit Radical Life in Lindsay, I did take an opportunity to do that after her first presentation, and it was extremely moving and powerful, and the services and the impact that they're having on their community. I would encourage all of you, and I think that it's a perfect example of a community coming together to support their families, and something that I hope that in each of your areas that you serve, that you can think about what might work in your own community based on that type of program.
Carrie, speaking of that, you also sent an email out. I won't be able to attend, but it was October 10th, I believe. Does that not sound familiar?
It does not.
Okay.
But I will go back and look.
All right, I'll take a look at it. And committee, any other questions for Carrie? We got a quick question from Representative Humphries.
So, thank you, Carrie. Just recently, you were in the news kind of about requesting more investigations for group homes. Where did that, I looked, reading the article, I'm like, there was no documentation, no sources. Where did you make that comment?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. So that comment actually came out of, we, in our annual report, we include the various recommendations that we've made over the year. And that is one of the recommendations that we've made. And it's something that I've noted here and there along the way. I think I may have referenced it the last time I was here when we were talking about recommendations moving forward. And I have noted it in today's testimony as well. And where that comes from is whether it's direct concerns to our office about a particular congregate care setting, or when it's our case team is receiving a concern about something else, and we may be looking at what is happening with this individual, and if they are in a congregate care setting, we're continuing to identify some concerns there. And we've received, like I said, concerns from a variety of individuals, whether it's parents, workers that are working in those congregate care settings, law enforcement have brought concerns just around the general oversight and what's happening. We know that many of those providers are serving some of our most high acuity youth with some pretty significant needs, and those are challenging. So our recommendation is that whether it's just in a change in policy or regulations, that in order to just really look at safety, that there should be an additional requirement that there be at least an additional annual unannounced visit as we're looking at the safety of those youth that are being served in those settings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I just looked up that email, and it's not you. It's a different Carrie.
You're worrying me that I was forgetting about what was happening in October.
I was just going to give you an opportunity to invite the committee and thought, oops, wrong committee. All right. Thank you so much for being here. I want to thank all of the conferees and the committee. We are adjourned.